This is Terradox Reborn. Written by Craig A. Falconer. Narrated by Stephen Barnett. Part 1. Chapter 1. The recirculated air within the Venus station's primary walkway rustled Holly's hair as she passed under a breeze generator on her way to the meeting room. The expansive station had long evoked wonder among new arrivals, almost all of whom commented first on how much it felt like they were outside on Earth, rather than inside a man-made habitat orbiting Venus, and Holly could immediately remember why. The high ceilings, wide corridors, and variable artificial lighting were certainly contributing factors to this feeling of openness. But the importance of small touches relating to the station's decor and landscaping, particularly in the sections where new arrivals first set foot, could not be overstated. The first researchers to have arrived decades earlier had commented that they felt more like they'd just stepped off a tour ship into a small Mediterranean port than off a Farrier-class spacecraft into an even grander man-made structure. Such reactions were music to the ears of Ekaterina Rusev, the creative and entrepreneurial force behind the station, and the quality of life on her station meant that some of the initial arrivals remained on board to this day, having found a home as well as a workplace, and having felt no desire to return to their former lives on an often turbulent Earth. Holly had always been enamored by the romantic picture of the station, which was typically painted on Earth, and her own eventual arrival had lived up to the hype. But that had been 6 years ago. Now that Holly was so used to the mesmerizing marvel of Terradox, the planet-sized artificial satellite where she was responsible for the success of a fledgling research colony under the Rucentra corporate umbrella, wandering the walkways of the once dreamlike Venus station felt like being trapped inside a shoebox. An unnecessary security detail flanked Holly and her companion Grav as they headed towards the meeting room. Grav, the station's former head of security who now fulfilled an advisory role on Terradox, was cracking wise and catching up with the far younger officers he had once recruited and trained. Word of Holly's presence on the station for a quarterly Rucentra board meeting had leaked out since her overnight arrival, as it usually did, and a crowd of excited researchers and their even more excited children were now gathered along the route to the meeting room to catch a glimpse of two individuals whose names were typically spoken in hushed reverence. "I will never get used to this, Hollywood," Grav whispered, as he waved to the adoring crowd, his staccato Serbian accent and his insistence on using Holly's full nickname both still as strong as they had been when the two first met so many years earlier. "It's not every day we get visitors from Terradox," a young security officer replied. "Let alone 2 of the original 7 saviors." Holly slowed her pace, uneasy with such veneration. "Don't tell me people actually call us that here, too." "You should be happy to take adulation where you can find it," Grav interjected, laughing slightly. "Because compared to what some of the colonists call you behind your back..." Holly chuckled instinctively at Grav's quip, however frustratingly true it was, and she took a moment to high-five some enthusiastic youngsters as the door to the high-security sector of the station which housed the meeting room drew near. These children enjoyed comfortable and fulfilling lives, but Holly couldn't help but feel slightly sorry for them. Because as expansive as the station was, it was a far cry from the open-air Terradox colony where the Childhood Development Division she'd instituted had since created a veritable paradise for the children of the colony's research staff. "We'll be waiting here to escort you back to your quarters after the meeting," the young security officer needlessly assured Holly as he held his wristband against the security lock to open the door. "You might want to find a seat for that wait," Grav replied, sighing rather than laughing at what the junior officer initially took as a joke. These comprehensive quarterly meetings often became combative, as Grav knew only too well. There was rarely a shortage of politically motivated criticism of Holly's performance, delivered by those who clearly resented the fact that Rusev had handed ultimate control of Terradox to her rather than to someone who had logged decades of loyal service on the station. Grav's supportive presence in each meeting required special dispensation from Rusev, and annoyed some board members even further. Holly occasionally had to rein in his defensive instincts with a gentle hand on the shoulder whenever a particularly personal barb came her way, but he was an ally she would be forever glad to have at her side. The short remainder of Holly's walk to the meeting room with Grav brought back some unwelcome memories of the only time she had ever arrived there without him, answering his desperate call to visit when both the station and Earth were at grave risk from a bitter fiend loyal to the deposed madman responsible for Terradox's initial creation. The maniacal genius behind Terradox had ambitiously conceived of the gargantuan artificial satellite as a refuge for the hyper-rich, while Earth was to be ruthlessly and decisively cleansed of its perceived overpopulation problem. But while the purpose of Terradox's creation was a terrible one, no one could deny that the method of its creation was as impressive as it was groundbreaking. The distant world, closer to Venus than to Earth, had been created using a once secretive and theoretically boundless bottom-up construction method known as embryonic romotechnology, in which self-replicating romobots followed DNA-like blueprints to fabricate all manner of previously undreamed-of creations. The Terradox romosphere, which Holly and the rest of her crew who'd come to be known as the Seven Saviors had first discovered by unfortunate chance 6 years earlier, and which had once been visually hidden behind a romobot cloak, was now decisively stable. Humanity, meanwhile, was now 5 years clear of the death of Terradox's visionary but maniacal creator, former Global Union Supremo Roger Morrison. Shortly prior to his death, Morrison's ill-gotten assets were seized, and Terradox itself fell into public ownership. The first attempt at taming the romosphere saw the creation of a luxury tourist resort, but the actions of a demented Morrison loyalist soon saw a second and previously dormant romosphere begin to expand uncontrollably at a rate which threatened the civilian tourists on Terradox, and would have ultimately threatened Earth if certain extremely unpalatable risks hadn't been taken. A small group took those risks by first traveling to the inhospitable and unmapped world of Netherdox to manually cease its expansion, and then by quite literally accepting an invitation to their own executions when the cretinous lunatic responsible for the Netherdox distraction ruthlessly seized control of Terradox and demanded their presence in exchange for the safe release of his several hundred tourist hostages. That group included 6 of the 7 individuals who unwittingly discovered Terradox in the first place. Rusev, Holly, and Grav, as well as Robert Harrington and his children Bo and Viola, with only the late and sorely missed Yuri Spaceman Gardev absent. Rusev's son Dimitar had stepped up to the plate by joining them in the trenches, but their success in freeing the vast majority of the innocent hostages was not enough to prevent loud calls from powerful voices on Earth, who insisted that the hijacking of the previously unknown Netherdox was an indication that the very existence of any such romospheres posed unacceptable risks. These voices insisted that the only sensible answer to the Terradox question was a controlled romospheric implosion similar to the kind Holly's group had bravely enacted on the surface of Netherdox. But for Holly, Rusev, and many others, destroying the remarkable romosphere would have been akin to throwing the baby out with the bathwater. As they saw it, Terradox, when considered independently from the circumstances of its creation, provided the single greatest research opportunity in all of human history. Its artificial atmosphere was not merely habitable, but conducive to perfect health, while its isolation from Earth could make otherwise intolerably risky research far more palatable. But more than anything else about Terradox's design, it was the combination of easily manipulable atmospheric conditions and the zonally divided nature of the romosphere, which made it everything a research scientist could ever dream of. Conditions within the grid-like zones which separated Terradox into dozens of distinct sections could be controlled entirely independently of each other, enabling one zone to see snowfall while the sky was clear just a few meters away. Variables like precipitation and temperature were merely the tip of the iceberg, however, with control over zonal conditions on Terradox extending to considerable changes in levels of atmospheric pressure and even gravity. Holly's immediate interest on that front related to testing and training for future space exploration projects, be it building rovers to survive the incredibly hostile conditions of Venus for longer than a few days, or training the next generation of human explorers for all manner of possible missions. And to Holly's great relief, Rusev had shared these interests and stepped in to purchase Terradox from the public consortium, who had managed the ill-fated tourist resort until the violent coup and hostage crisis made their position untenable. The consortium was only too keen to wash their hands of Terradox amid tremendous anger that their lax security protocols had led to the deaths of many innocent members of the resort's staff, and had also looked likely to result in a veritable bloodbath of civilian losses until Holly's group successfully intervened to disarm the hostage-takers at the last minute. Rusev was perhaps the only person who would have been considered an acceptable private steward, with her background of managing the only operational space station in existence undeniably making her the most qualified candidate for such a role. Her history of investment in space research and of opposition to Roger Morrison's gradual accumulation of greater and greater power, even when standing against him brought tremendous difficulties her way, also endeared Rusev to the public and assured them that she was motivated by more than money. Holly, adored in the public's eyes long before her acts of Terradox-related heroism, thanks to her previous life as the face of the public space program, readily agreed to publicly support Rusev's bid on the condition that she would be granted control of the research colony and that science would come before profit at all times. Rusev agreed, and the deal was struck. And so it was that 6 years after their accidental discovery of Terradox, and 2 years after Rusev's purchase agreement, Holly now stood in the Venus Station's meeting room looking at a large information board where several digital maps of the colony had been placed to aid in the coming discussions. Competing proposals for the next major zonal development would be one of the main topics of the day, and Holly was not looking forward to trying to justify certain decisions to the bean counters and suits, who wouldn't know the value of long-term scientific research if it climbed out of their ears and slapped them in the face. Challenging financial times during lean decades of the past meant that many of the Venus Station's early backers saw research with tangible promises of positive returns on their financial investments as the only worthwhile kind, and old habits died hard. Undoubtedly, some difficult arguments lay ahead. One argument Holly wouldn't be having with any of her fellow board members was the familiar argument about what level of Romo technology could and should be used for research purposes. Certain researchers on Terradox, chief among them rover expert Bo Harrington, consistently pushed for more freedom in fully utilizing every ounce of technology available to them. To date, Holly had held firm in her stance that the risks inherent in pursuing major Romotech-related research projects were too great at this moment in time, and that more research and predictive modeling was needed before any practical experimentation should begin. And, to date, she'd been able to count on Ekaterina Rusev's support on that front. Rusev's highly ambitious son Dimitar, in his mid-40s like Holly, and known always by his given name since the family name was so entrenched as the default form of address for his mother, was considerably less patient on this front. Although he was a good friend and close ally to Holly, Dimitar's frustrations over the colony's current safety-first approach were rarely far from his mind and often led to passionate but cordial debates. Even as Dimitar entered the meeting room moments later, his face lighting up as soon as he saw that his old friends Holly and Grav were already waiting inside, he had the usual determined glint in his eye. He would never raise the topic of Romotech in a forum such as this, but Holly could tell that a private pitch was coming her way soon enough. Dimitar, who had unofficially assumed day-to-day responsibilities for the station's core functions over the last few months, as his elderly mother's deteriorating physical condition gradually reduced the number of hours she was able to work, was firmly in line to control the entire Rucentra Corporation when the day that no one wanted to think about ultimately came. He greeted Holly and Grav warmly but professionally, reluctant to show too much favoritism, given that the rest of the board members were close behind him and now beginning to enter the room and take their seats. Some of the meeting's other attendees were decidedly less friendly in their greetings to Holly and Grav, and a few went so far as to quite conspicuously refuse to acknowledge their presence. Judging by the expression on Dimitar's face as these contemptuous individuals chatted amongst themselves at the far side of the room, Holly took solace in the fact that they would likely be the first nails to go when the hammer was in his hands. A hush then descended very suddenly, leaving no surprise as to who Holly would see when she turned towards the door. Sure enough, Rusev had arrived. She looked far frailer than Holly remembered, but was still smartly dressed and walking unaided. A smile crossed Rusev's face when she caught sight of Holly for the first time in 3 months. "How are things on Terradox?" she asked, as though they were the only people in the room. Her voice, at least, lacked none of its usual strength. "Great," Holly replied, walking over both to close the door behind Rusev, and so that she could answer more quietly. "Almost perfect." "Almost?" Rusev said, lowering her own volume. "Well, Monica Pierce is still there." Rusev laughed heartily. "If Monica Pierce is our biggest problem, we're doing okay." "Easy to say when you do not have to deal with her bullshit," Grav chimed in, equally committed to the notion of speaking quietly to avoid being heard by anyone else. "But Monica is a problem we can deal with. Viola, on the other hand." Holly glanced angrily at Grav for bringing up Viola, and was greatly relieved that Rusev hadn't heard his final comment as she made her way to the chair at the other end of the room. "Okay, everyone," Rusev said, straight to the point. "Let's get to our first order of business." Holly took her own seat and looked around at the 15 or so faces of her fellow Rucentra board members, and a handful of external invitees, most appearing indifferent to her presence, and some looking unabashedly hostile. She turned to Grav, who winked in support. Holly's Air Force days, despite now being half a lifetime ago and sometimes little more than a haze in a 43-year-old mind filled with fresher memories of countless misadventures along the way, stood her in good stead for tackling all kinds of challenges. Her time as a poster child for the long-defunct public space program had landed her in some difficult spots with argumentative journalists and added some media savvy to her arsenal, but the boardroom environment was one in which she struggled to stay afloat. More accustomed to getting her hands dirty and leading groups who wanted to succeed together, in this sniping corporate world she was very much out of her natural element. Holly felt less like a fish who had been yanked out of the water, and more like a captain who had been pulled overboard from the good ship Terradox and left to fight for her life in choppy corporate waters. Business suits and board meetings were the only parts of her job she would never truly feel comfortable with, and it took a concerted effort to keep her nerves in check ahead of the presentation she would soon have to give to an audience which included more than a few individuals who wanted to see her stumble. Dimitar, seated next to his mother, sent Holly a friendly but more mischievous wink of his own. A hard sell on the benefits of expediting the Terradox colony's foray into advanced Romotech-related projects was undoubtedly coming as soon as he got Holly alone. But right now he was a welcome lifeboat in a room full of sharks. She took a deep breath and thought of the bigger picture. A 3-hour board meeting, a few relatively relaxed days on the station, and a gentle flight home to Terradox. That was all that stood between Holly and the fresh air, the manicured landscapes, the happy faces, and the atmosphere of cooperative progress that defined the research-driven community she had worked so hard to develop. Monica Pierce or no Monica Pierce, the Terradox colony was the closest place to heaven Holly had ever been, and the promise of an imminent return was enough to get her through just about anything. Chapter 2. Only one child remained in the Terradox colony's primary daycare facility as the clock ticked past 7. With his father's usual pickup time delayed by unforeseen work commitments, which the facility's staff had been alerted to only minutes before the regular end of their day a full 2 hours earlier. Viola Ospinov, head of the Childhood Development Division at the tender age of 23, thanks both to her 4 years of experience in caring for the Venus Station's children, and also the high esteem in which she was held by everyone with a say in the colony's creation, insisted upon staying behind to allow the rest of her staff to go home. as well as being one of the original 7 saviors who first discovered the once cloaked romosphere, and being one of the Harrington trio which many spoke of as the first family of Terradox. Viola had recently married her longtime partner Peter Ospinov, the colony's no-nonsense head of security. In terms of social status, particularly in the eyes of the hundreds of young colonists who spent their days in the educational facility they all knew as the CDD, rather than school, no one else came close. Offering to work late rather than asking someone else to do so was the kind of thing Viola did without much thought, and this grounded selflessness contributed greatly to her popularity amongst her division's extensive workforce, many of whom could otherwise have resented answering to someone so much younger than themselves. A similar factor was her passionate preference for daily, hands-on engagement with the children over barking detached orders from an ivory tower, as she could have done if she so desired. This workforce, like every other on Terradox, was composed of extremely qualified individuals with extensive records of exceptional work in their respective fields on Earth. Viola's success in maintaining productive harmony despite her own relative inexperience had not gone unnoticed by the likes of Rusev and Holly, both of whom felt vindicated for the faith they had put in her. Unlike her quiet but effective father and her increasingly work-obsessed brother, Viola was very much a people person, but just like theirs, her results spoke for themselves. The last 2 hours had passed quickly and easily while she really got to know a 6-year-old boy who she had agreed to place on an individually designed, focused development program several weeks earlier at the suggestion of his year group's teachers and supervisors. She was told that the boy, VJ Coley, tended to shy away from any discussions or cooperative play with his classmates, despite close monitoring having confirmed that they were never anything but kind to him. VJ had also recently picked up a nervous stutter, and had begun telling his parents that he wanted to go home to Earth. This latter point was of particular concern, with any signs of resentment towards the colony being something that all staff and parents were firmly encouraged to report immediately. The recent news on that front was good, with VJ having become more comfortable both in classes and at play once he was told that it was okay to keep to himself, and that his friends would be ready any time he felt like joining them. The boy's father was a senior figure within the colony's esoteric Primosphere division, and Viola knew that his mother also played an important role, doing some kind of high-level analysis relating to the efficient operation of the colony's long-distance transport system. A recruiting preference for couples and families composed of highly competent individuals with strong academic backgrounds and relevant professional experience meant that this kind of setup wasn't unusual on Terradox, with all kinds of highly skilled research-based and administrative roles filled by several members of the same households, as well as the inherent efficiency of having one home provide 2 or more productive colonists. The social planners who worked with the recruitment team in the early days believed that the presence of stable families and couples would benefit the colony as a whole in additional, intangible ways. One member of the Coley family was far better known than the others, however, thanks entirely to her ongoing participation in a high-profile isolation test deep within Terradox's inhospitable Little Venus zone. Nisha Coley, the outstanding young physicist on Earth prior to her move to Terradox, had been the recruiter's real focus. Her parents, as skilled and as welcome as they were, had merely been the icing on the cake. When Viola took VJ to the age-appropriate section of the facility's enormous play park, she gently and unobtrusively asked some occasional questions while he was relaxed enough to answer without holding anything back. He told Viola exactly what he'd told her close friend Jillian Jackson, the colony's chief child psychologist, a few days earlier. He missed his sister more and more each day, and couldn't wait for the isolation test to be over. Viola considered this feeling to be the most understandable thing in the world, particularly given that almost everyone on Terradox spoke about Nisha and her colleagues every day by virtue of the keen attention they paid to the test via Terradox Live, a TV show which was produced on site for Earth's entertainment market, but which found countless dedicated viewers closer to home. Jillian Jackson, beyond her professional psychologist's ability to empathize, was in a unique position of being able to understand VJ's feelings on this matter even more precisely, given that her own 22-year-old son Chase was involved in the very same high-profile isolation test. Viola took the same approach to soothing VJ's mind as Jillian had during his regular talking sessions, reminding him that only 8 days remained until the test was over and the astronauts in training would emerge from Little Venus having passed with flying colors. VJ played happily until his father, Ramesh, eventually arrived at almost 8 p.m. Ramesh was full of apologies and thanked Viola profusely for staying late, promising he would do everything he could to ensure that he never again had to stay so late at his workplace. "Don't worry about it," Viola said, knowing it must have been important. "You're pretty high up in the team who are playing around with new life forms in the primosphere, right?" "I wouldn't call it playing around," Ramesh said with a slight grin. "You know what I mean," Viola laughed. "So was the delay anything to do with that big project you're all working on? What's the code name again? Nancy or something like that?" Ramesh's expression suddenly turned to one of genuine shock, clearly reacting instinctively to hearing Viola mention a code name she wasn't supposed to know. "Mrs. Ospanov, I'm truly sorry to have to keep anything from you of all people, but I could get into a lot of trouble if I say any more than I'm supposed to." Viola shrugged. "Don't worry about it. It's good to respect the chain of command." She then turned towards the park, where VJ was somewhere around a quarter of the way up a high climbing frame. "VJ, your dad is here!" Ramesh gently took hold of Viola's wrist and encouraged her to turn back around to face him. "Forgive me for being so firm," he said, maintaining nervous eye contact. "But whether you learn some information on our project directly from Holly or from someone else, it's critically important that you don't disseminate that information any further. I'm sure you'll understand that while we're not doing anything questionable, there are good reasons why certain things are confidential. This is one of those things." It took no little effort for Viola to pretend that she wasn't tremendously intrigued by Ramesh's level of unease regarding her limited knowledge of the Nancy Project, but she succeeded in convincing him that she would forget she'd ever heard the name. "VJ has had a really good day anyway," she said as the boy began to climb back down towards the ground. "We don't want to push him too quickly, but all throughout this week he's not been isolating himself in the way he once did. And today he was actively initiating cooperative play in a way we haven't seen. I think he's turned a major corner since we made sure he knows that he has the freedom to be on his own when he needs to be." "He was certainly keen to get here this morning," Ramesh replied. "That didn't used to be the case, so whatever you've been doing has made a huge difference. I have to admit, we were getting worried. At his age, Nisha had none of these problems. By this age, she was—" "If he hears you talking about problems, that doesn't help," Viola said. "Children have different personalities and they all develop differently. And even though we do all we can to get the most out of every child here, we can't expect any of them to be as academically gifted as Nisha. Just like I'm not as academically gifted as Bo. But no one would ever accuse Bo of being the most socially adept guy around. Just like Nisha almost didn't make it into the final test crew because some of her cooperative and social awareness scores were borderline. I'm not trying to tell you how to raise your son, Mr. Coley, but I am telling you that your daughter is not a fair measuring stick for anyone." Ramesh nodded slowly, taking Viola's words in the intended spirit while VJ ran towards them as quickly as his legs would allow. "He talks about you a lot, you know. He says you know everyone's name and all of their favorite things to do. Thanks for helping him out with this focused development program." "No problem. But Jillian deserves credit for putting the program together," Violet said. "I know things have been difficult for VJ with so much attention on Nisha and Chase and everything going on inside Little Venus. And I know it must be difficult for you and your wife, too." "Only 8 more days," Ramesh smiled as VJ arrived. 7.5 days, the boy corrected, panting to catch his breath and taking his father's hand. "Bye, Viola. See you tomorrow." Chapter 3. As always, Holly's presentation of her department's progress during the previous quarter received far more attention than any other. The reason for this was simple. The vast majority of Rucentra board members lived on the station and discussed business every day, and even the few who made the trip from Earth were in far more frequent contact with their counterparts than Holly. Updates from behind the scenes on Terradox were always the main event of these board meetings, both for those on Holly's side and for those who wanted to see her fail, and today was no different. She made it through the initial presentation with no difficulties, standing beside the room's information board and referring to several digital slides to support or emphasize certain points. Rusev was particularly interested in the progress Holly referred to within the colony's robotics division, where new research breakthroughs in the field of artificial intelligence were being made with increasing frequency. At the end of Holly's presentation, the large zonal map of Terradox prompted one unfriendly board member to ask her whether the enormous tract of land devoted to the so-called primosphere had yet led to anything worthwhile. The questioner, a financial executive by the name of Bill Norman, did little to disguise his prejudgment. "If you mean anything interesting to you, then almost certainly not," Holly replied bluntly. "Well, that's the thing," Bill said. "I'm looking at a zone which is almost 1/3 as large as Little Venus, including the buffers, and one which gets almost as much funding as your entire childhood development division. And when I ask what it's producing, you tell—" "Don't do that," she said. "Don't act like giving the childhood development team whatever they need isn't our #1 priority." Bill made a show of shrugging his shoulders in an exaggerated manner. "So what are you telling me, Ivy? That the numbers are lying?" Although Ivy Wood was her birth name and had never been officially changed by any legal process, no one who wasn't deliberately trying to get under Holly's skin had called her that for decades, let alone years. Bill's transparent attempt to rile her drew eye rolls and sighs even from others who resented her position. The Hollywood nickname, quickly shortened to Holly, was originally applied just as resentfully by her training companions in the latter days of the now-defunct public space program. Not dissimilarly to her current situation, many around Holly at that time had felt that her presence in their ranks was unmerited. In the first case, that it owed less to her abilities than to the photogenic presentability which had landed her the role as the program's spokesperson and de facto poster child, as part of a media campaign designed to drum up interest in space research and exploration as a means of reversing an ultimately fatal decline in investment. But Holly's peerless work ethic, allied to her consistently high performances in physical training and particularly in flight-related tasks, soon showed her skeptical colleagues that her place was at least as merited as anyone else's. And so it went that the initially disparaging nickname stuck like glue as an ironic term of endearment she came to wear as a badge of honor. She ignored Bill's attempt at childish provocation, loath to give him the satisfaction of an acknowledgement, and instead replied to the content of his point. "Bill, water reclamation is a higher priority for this station than medical research. But which do you think we spend more money on? Do you really need me to explain that priorities don't necessarily correlate to spending levels?" Once again, Bill gave a highly performative shrug. "So, you are unironically comparing the budgets of those divisions, childhood development and the primosphere? Bill, as hard as this might be for you to believe, procuring and maintaining textbooks and playground equipment tends to cost less than creating and maintaining a self-contained ecosystem which replicates as accurately as scientifically possible the atmospheric conditions in which life first emerged." A few other board members tittered at Holly's word-perfect put-down. Even among those who weren't her biggest fans, Bill Norman wasn't exactly Mr. Popularity. "So your answer is that the primosphere is producing nothing," Bill said. It wasn't a question. "My answer is that it's producing voluminous primary research among humanity's foremost experts in several fields." This time, Bill didn't shrug, choosing instead to shake his head several times. "To be frank, Ivy, I just don't see the potential for a tangible return. Particularly when compared to other possible uses of the space and funding, it looks to me like an enormous waste of resources." "To be equally frank," Holly shot back, losing only a small degree of composure, "and with the greatest of respect here, Bill, that's why people like you don't make decisions like this. The Terradox colony is not a business park, and it's not an investment opportunity. On Terradox, we do things despite the cost, not in anticipation of the return." Rusev, quietly angered by Bill's insolence, thanked Holly for the thorough presentation and asked if she had any updates on the promising botanical research which had been discussed in the last meeting. I can report that progress has continued at a steady pace, but nothing more tangible than that right now, Holly replied. For those of you who weren't here last time, work in our botanical gardens may not be at the top of everyone's interest list, but our head of botany is very excited about the potential of what they're doing there. As most of you will remember, Robert Harrington and his habitat management team at New Eden have been working alongside Bo Harrington to test subzonal divisions in the gardens, and those divisions have already enabled major atmospheric variations within the garden's single zone. That, combined with the botany team's ongoing work on genetic manipulation, and their aims of expediting evolutionary mutations through artificially shortened day and life cycles, well, all of that has already led to some very encouraging breakthroughs which could have enormous near-future implications in the field of regenerative medicine. Bill Norman's eyes perked up. This sounded like something which could produce the kind of tangible return that he and his bean-counting colleagues lived for. That strikes me as something we should be focusing on a lot more than we are, a previously silent man interjected. He sat to Holly's far left, and she recognized him as a man known as Slick, a media executive responsible for maximizing revenues from Terradox Live, the daily show produced on the colony and broadcast to hundreds of millions of loyal viewers on Earth. Holly's disdain for this man paled into comparison to that which she felt for the show's on-site producer, Monica Pierce, but she knew that having to deal with him for only a few hours every quarter, rather than every single day, might well have had something to do with that. Slick, a 30-something redhead whose appearance and general aura didn't fit his nickname all that well, continued his point. Who is the head of botany? If he, or she, is going to deliver a breakthrough like the kind you're talking about, we should make sure to get regular interview footage and progress updates at every stage. Christian Jackson, Grav answered. A great man, but a private one. Slick's eyes lit up like he was a cartoon dog eyeing a pie on a windowsill. Christian Jackson? He asked, his voice full of glee. Chase Jackson's father? Holly, if you're telling me that Chase's dad is on the verge of a breakthrough, we need to get Monica and a camera crew over to his little garden right now and... Rusev sighed and interjected. For the last time, Holly is not here to talk about Terradox Live, and she's not here to talk about Chase. Holly, I apologize. I know you can speak for yourself, but I couldn't have been more explicit before you arrived that this wasn't what we were all gathering here to talk about. It's okay. I'm not hiding my views, Holly said. I don't like Terradox Live. I don't like Monica Pierce, and my life was a lot simpler before I first saw either of them. But I am also not too blind to see the positive effect the show has had in terms of public engagement on Earth, especially among young people. Teenagers think Terradox is cool, and outside of the ones who are naturally interested in science, that just wasn't the case 18 months ago. If anyone doesn't know why that matters, you need to understand that the Terradox colony needs continued support from every demographic group we can reach. This is a controversial project, not just because of what almost happened with Netherdox, but because of what we could do on Earth with the resources and brainpower we're expending on Terradox. For every Bill Norman who thinks we should be doing one kind of research on Terradox instead of another, there are 1,000 more on Earth who think we should be doing none at all. We need to be eternally vigilant of populist politicians on Earth who could see the Terradox colony as an easy focus of us versus them grievances. And things like Terradox Live are important in that fight for hearts and minds. And what better way is there to make sure we win that fight than to show Chase's father engaged in research which could benefit all of humanity? Slick pushed. He was significantly less abrasive than Bill, but something about him still rubbed Holly the wrong way. Listen, she said. Chase is an absolute gift in terms of public outreach, and he's probably the most promising young astronaut I've ever seen, which would be true even if he wasn't so, whatever you want to call it, marketable, photogenic, whatever. But all of you should already be familiar with Chase's mother, Jillian, who was the only member of the family we actively recruited, and who has done great work in childhood development. Everything Jillian does shouldn't be tied to Chase, and neither should everything Christian does. But the main reason I don't want to hear any more about this is that none of Christian's current research is public knowledge, not even the general goal, and for now it has to stay that way. Is that clear?
But we certainly hit the jackpot with the Jacksons, Dimitar Rusev said, joining the conversation. 3 productive individuals for the price of 1, just like the Coleys and the Harringtons. Speaking of whom, Holly, how is Bo getting on with the latest rover prototypes?
I don't see a lot of him, Holly said. His level of focus, even in a research colony full of dedicated scientists, is something else altogether. We've actually been considering placing individual time restrictions on his access band to make sure he gets enough sleep and remembers to eat.
Dimitar smiled. And speaking of those access bands, are you still committed to introducing restrictions on...
Dimitar? Holly cut him off. I didn't come here to talk about that. Only a handful of those present understood the sudden tension in the room, as the recent turbulence surrounding Holly's plan to introduce intrazonal restrictions on colonists' movements almost came into the open. Grav, one of those who knew the subject well, stepped in to diffuse it by continuing the previous point.
As Holly was saying, young Bo works like a machine, he said. And while we cannot force him to sleep for a certain number of hours per day, we could ensure that he does not work any more than a certain number of hours by cutting off his access to restricted areas and computer systems at a certain time. And, since he truly shows no interest in anything else besides his work, if he could not work, then he would almost certainly spend the extra time eating or sleeping.
I think we've covered everything, Rusev said, slowly clapping her hands together to signal the end of the meeting. As everyone gathered their things and began filtering out of the room, Dimitar asked Holly if they could meet privately in a few hours. Having expected this request, she accepted it quite warmly. Dimitar was an ally on all important matters, and any disagreements they had were always cordial, with both realizing that it was better to have such disagreements away from the prying eyes and ears of the decidedly less cordial. More surprisingly, Slick then stopped Holly at the doorway with a similar request.
Chase and the rest of the test subjects will come out of Little Venus in 8 days, the media executive said, nothing if not persistent. I really would love to sit down and discuss how we can best utilize his father's beneficial research before then.
Holly shook her head. Like I said, that research has to stay under wraps for now. The show has already run a short general feature on Christian's work in the past. Why not rerun that?
That's one idea, Slick said, well practiced in politely dismissing things out of hand. Slick by name, slick by nature. But would you be open to the idea of the team recycling that existing footage and maybe just adding in some non-specific commentary about how much progress Christian has made in recent months?
Holly shrugged. I suppose, as long as you don't tell anyone about the specific progress you just heard about, and as long as the full piece is cleared with me before any of it airs. And most of all, as long as none of your people hassle any of my colonists for new comments, especially Christian himself. Needless to say, I'm thinking of one of your people in particular.
Thanks, Holly, Slick grinned, setting off with a spring in his step. It'll be a great piece.
I'm serious, she called after him in a tone that left no room for doubt. If Monica gets in any of my researchers' way, Monica is gone.
Chapter 4.
As Vijay and Ramesh Kohli headed off towards their waiting transport capsule, Viola glanced at her wristband to check whether Peter was home yet. It looked as though his day had also run late, which wasn't a particular disappointment since she still had an appointment with the on-site psychologist to attend before her own day was completely finished. Jillian Jackson had become a close friend of Viola's mainly by virtue of her frequent presence in an office in the main school building adjacent to the primary daycare facility, where she conducted low-key monthly sessions with each of the colony's children. She was also responsible for designing and tracking the results of both general and individual development programs, which had delivered excellent results for many children at both ends of the academic spectrum. Jillian had a natural way of putting people at ease, which worked even on Viola in sessions which could otherwise have been awkward given their personal friendship, and she had been kind enough to offer to return once VJ had been picked up, even though her workday officially ended at 5 p.m. The unusual fact that Viola had requested an extra session at short notice suggested to Jillian that it was important to conduct it as soon as possible, and she arrived just minutes after VJ's departure, stepping out of a transport capsule which had carried her across 2 full zones from her home in the Sunshine Springs residential area. Although she was the same age as Holly at 43, Jillian had a far more youthful air about her, so much so that Viola often thought of Jillian as a peer rather than someone a full generation older than she was, despite the fact that Jillian's son Chase was only 2 years younger than Viola. Jillian's perennially tied-back reddish hair and lightly freckled skin glistened under the low evening sun, with a typically bohemian but understated outfit completing an unassuming look which stood in natural contrast to Viola's more considered and more deliberately cultivated appearance. Jillian conducted her child psychology work quietly and effectively. Even more so than her husband Christian, the colony's leading botanist, Jillian liked to stay out of the spotlight. Her preference for a low profile was so strong that the only time Viola had ever seen her angry was when Monica Pierce, the controversial host of Terradox Live, ran a 15-minute feature on Chase's family which included a full biography of each of his parents. The feature had been entirely complimentary, stating that Chase's integrity and selfless leadership qualities indicated that the colony's future was in good hands so long as Jillian, introduced as his, quote, understandably proud mother, unquote, maintained high-level oversight of childhood development. Viola hadn't seen any real problem with this particular incident despite having no love for Monica, but she knew that Holly had been even angrier about it than Jillian, apparently having seen it as a deliberate flouting of the rules and a test by Monica to see what she could get away with. And while Viola and Holly certainly hadn't seen eye to eye on everything lately, a firm and well-founded dislike of Monica Pierce was something they'd always shared. Jillian got down to business as soon as she entered her office, encouraging Viola to take a seat. The room was laid out for its more typical clientele, with child-sized chairs and colorful decorations filling most of the floor space. This wasn't the first time Viola had been here, however, and she always preferred to talk to Jillian than one of the colony's grown-up counselors, who she really didn't know in any personal capacity. "So, how is everything?" Jillian asked. As was usually the case on days when they surfaced, Viola's general feelings of unease had been largely absent during her busy workday, this one extended by VJ's late stay, but had slowly begun to build back up as soon as he left. "Pretty much okay," she replied. I still don't feel as at home here as I used to. It's difficult to explain. In the last few days, I've sometimes felt like I don't want to be here anymore." "Where is here? Childhood development?" Viola shook her head. "Terradox." Jillian closed her digital notebook and clasped her hands. "Have you felt any different in a physical sense? Headaches, mild sickness, anything of that nature?" "I'm not pregnant," Viola replied with a nervous laugh, her hand instinctively moving to cover her stomach even though she wasn't lying. Jillian laughed a little too, glad that Viola had said this without the question having to be asked outright. "I suppose they would know about it before you did anyway, what with all the automatic testing." "And we're careful with a capital C," Viola went on. "Everyone is, because we all know what happens if that happens." "And everything else with Peter is fine?" Jillian asked, picking up her stylus-like pen and opening the notebook again. "Oh, totally. Better than fine. Sometimes it feels like he's the only thing keeping me sane. Well, not the only thing, because I love my work and the kids and most of the rest of the colonists. I think part of it is just that everything is so structured around here. It's like my life is on rails. You know, kind of like how the transport capsules can only move along certain predefined routes. I step into a new day, and I know exactly where it's going. That's a common feeling, and we have established methods of dealing with it," Jillian said, her tone more warm than the words themselves. What I'm interested in is why these feelings have grown stronger of late. Christian is not normally one to gossip, but you know that he spends a fair amount of time with your father, and he mentioned something about a falling out between you and Holly. Is this related to your difference of opinion on the new intrazonal restrictions? Because however strong that disagreement might be, we both know that Holly always has the colony's best interests at heart.
Viola shifted in her hard-backed chair, the only one in the child psychologist's office which she could comfortably sit on.
Holly has an obsession with control, she said. Right now, that's what Holly has. With all the responsibility she has and all the pressure she's under, I guess it's understandable, but that doesn't mean she's right about the new restrictions. I'm not saying she's got too much power, but she does have too much responsibility. Way too much. And it's affecting her thinking. She always meets Peter before she goes to the station for each quarterly meeting, and usually it's a 5-minute rundown of a few main security considerations. But this time she was obsessing over every little thing. She was at our house for 6 hours, right until Grav came to tell her that their carrier was ready to leave. When I brought up the point that I think these restrictions are going to do more harm than good, she said it wasn't my place to tell her how to run the colony.
Jillian was quiet for a few seconds.
Viola, I know Holly quite well, and I can't imagine that she would ever say something like that without provocation, especially to you. Are you by any chance leaving out part of what you said? Do you know what these restrictions actually entail? Viola asked, her tone sharpening. Interzonal restrictions are one thing, to keep people out if they don't have a good reason or sufficient clearance to be somewhere. Just like I couldn't just wander into robotics or the primosphere without special authorization. But intrazonal means within zones. Once this comes into effect, I couldn't access this office if my wristband wasn't cleared to let me in. She always talks about being against unnecessary new Romotech applications. But these are basically cloaks to stop people going where she doesn't want them to. How is that better? If you get too near a line you're not supposed to cross, your wristband will give you a shock. Like a shock collar for a noisy dog. Do you think that's okay? I don't have a strong opinion either way, Jillian said, being honest rather than deliberately non-committal. My understanding is that the number of areas restricted within zones will be very small and more concerned with safety than security, i.e., to stop someone from entering areas that would be dangerous to their health, not to stop them from entering areas where they could see something they're not supposed to. Doorways in high-security areas already require individual clearance, so I don't think the changes are going to be as extreme as you're suggesting. To stick with the example you used, you couldn't have gotten into my office without me today either, because the door already has a physical lock. But a shock collar? Do you really think people are going to tolerate being treated like dogs?
Jillian raised her eyebrows slightly.
The upcoming changes aren't secrets, Viola, and no one else I've spoken to has expressed any particular opposition. You seriously think people are going to speak out against a decision made by Holly, whatever they feel about it? What world do you live in?
Jillian allowed Viola's words to settle in the air, waiting several seconds to see whether she would take them back or apologize for the sharpness of her tone. The silence continued until Jillian broke it.
Is this really about the strength of your view regarding these restrictions? Or is this about your perception that your view isn't being heard? Do you feel like Holly's not listening to you? It's not about what I feel like. It's black and white. She didn't listen to me. She said it wasn't my place, and even before that she said she didn't have time to talk to me about it. Maybe she didn't. What? She didn't have 5 minutes. For me.
Jillian scribbled some quick notes. Viola sounded genuinely hurt rather than egotistically affronted.
I'm not looking for Holly's approval if that's what you're writing, Viola said. Don't worry about what I'm writing, Jillian replied in a gentle tone. I'll destroy it as soon as we're finished. That's why I'm using my personal notebook and not logging any of this into the system. Okay? But as long as you know it's not about that. I've read a lot of the old psychology books, especially the ones about childhood psychology, and I've read all of yours. But this isn't me looking for approval from a mother figure or any of that stuff. I was 17 when Morrison's thugs killed my mum because her research was getting too close to the truth about his part in engineering the famine. So it's not like I grew up with just my dad, and that I'm attaching some special thing to Holly. Jillian nodded in understanding. And it's also not because everyone else treats me like some kind of hero, and Holly is the only person who doesn't, Viola went on. Well, I guess subconsciously it might partly be that, because everyone else is beyond nice to me and always interested in whatever I'm saying. You know, when the parents come to collect their kids, if I said, "Don't you think the sky looks kind of green today?" They'd hesitate for a second, then squint and say, "Now that you mention it." There are maybe 6 people here who treat me like a normal person. You, Peter, Bo, my dad, Grav, and Holly. Some of the kids too, but only because they're so young. You're doing most of my work for me here, Jillian quipped, lightening the mood. Should I leave? Viola smiled but didn't stop venting. But then with Holly, the one person who makes the decisions, it's like she pays less attention to what I say than what anyone else says. I feel like she still sees me as a kid. I know that probably doesn't make sense to you. I'm 23, and I was even younger when she put my name forward to be in charge of raising the next generation of colonists. But if you'd been here when the 7 of us crashed into this place 6 years ago, you'd understand. Protecting me and Bo was her total focus. It's just like I still see Bo as someone I need to take care of and look out for, even though he's the smartest person here and in charge of a whole team of people. You know, because I remember him being picked on at school, not having any friends, losing his breath when he walked up the stairs. All of it. And I think Holly still remembers me as that girl with blue dye in her hair, angry about everything and nothing at the same time, and with no ideas worth hearing. First impressions die hard, I guess. And what do you think I see when I look at Chase? Jillian countered. The rest of the colony, and pretty much everyone on Earth, according to the viewing figures, they all see him. Well, you know how they see him. The Terradox Live producers have built him up into some kind of flawless example of the ideal modern man. I'm as proud of him as any mother could be, but when I look at him, I see more than you do. I see the shades of gray, but I also see how much he's grown. And I can only imagine that Holly sees exactly the same when she looks at you. She doesn't assume that everything you say is automatically worth hearing, but she definitely doesn't give your views less consideration than everyone else's. Let's take your brother Bo, for example. Do you think Holly would take Bo's input on this issue more seriously than yours? 1,000%, Viola answered immediately. And why do you think that is? Bo was frail and weak when your carrier crashed here all those years ago. The first time Holly saw him, he was curled up in a blanket. His growth was stunted by his condition, and he couldn't walk for more than a few hours. If Holly's failure to take your views as seriously as you feel she should was related to the circumstances of your initial meeting, which is what you suggested a few minutes ago, why wouldn't the same apply to Bo? Viola thought in silence for a moment. Maybe she wants to keep me in my lane. I mean, going by some of the theories in the old textbooks, if I was looking at this from the outside, I could kind of understand if she saw me as an eventual threat to her position. You know, because I'm also one of the 7. Spaceman is dead, Rusev is on the station, and none of Bo, my dad, or Grav have anything close to the people skills they'd need to keep a colony in check. I'm a lot younger, obviously, and Rusev loves me almost as much as she loves Holly. And then there's the kids we're raising here, the colonists of the future, who all look up to me because I'm with them every single day. But I don't really think it's like that, because neither of us are like that. I don't want to take over running this place. Definitely not any time soon, anyway. And Holly isn't that kind of power-driven person either. Maybe it was just bad timing with the stress she was under ahead of the board meeting, and how strongly I feel about these new restrictions. But we've never had an argument like that before. It was more like a fight than an argument. If Peter and Grav hadn't been there, I don't know where it would have gone. She wasn't for backing down any more than I was, and we both said some things we probably wish we could unsay. Well, You seem to be on top of your thoughts and feelings right now, and awareness is the main step to staying on top of them, Jillian said. You're welcome to vent, but I don't think there's much else I can tell you. I think that's it, Viola said. I didn't mean to rant. It's just that this thing she's going to do with the wristbands, that's not about me. People don't understand it, but when they start getting electric shocks for walking too close to the wrong invisible line within zones they're allowed inside, that's going to be bad for the colony. But she won't listen to my view, and right now it's like no one else is willing to question her. Jillian closed her notebook for good and put it down at her side. Speaking personally, and in no other capacity, if you want to talk about what's good and bad for the colony, go on, Viola said. Well, it's critically important for the health of the colony that you two present a unified public position on all important matters. If you truly feel this strongly about the upcoming changes, you and Holly have to iron that out in private. And if she really won't engage in a discussion with you, which I know she will, I'll step in and tell her what I'm telling you now. Divisions at the top become divisions all the way down, and we can't allow that to happen. It would be the same if we made a policy change which fell within the scope of our departmental autonomy and Holly didn't like it. If we refused to even discuss her concerns, and even if her disagreement wasn't public, it would breed distrust and resentment. In any social framework, the combination of distrust and resentment is an insidious thing. But the combination of distrust and resentment between the highest strata members of a closed community like this colony? Well, that doesn't end well. For anyone. Viola nodded. Thanks for coming out to talk to me, she said, ending the session by rising to her feet. I feel better. My pleasure. And if I can give you one tip for the feeling you mentioned earlier, of every day being the same? Yeah? I looked at your basic file on my way here, and I saw that you've eaten vegetarian lasagna for the last 411 nights in a row. Your self-serve dining machine has thousands of possible choices and hundreds of preset meals, and I strongly recommend that you try some more of them. Physically perceived difference is good, even though we both know it's all made of algae. But what difference does it really make? Viola asked. Like you said, it is all algae, and I do know that. Don't get me wrong, it's delicious, and physically I've never felt better than I do when I'm living on this stuff. But that doesn't mean I forget what it's made of. Viola, your mind is more powerful than all your physical senses combined, and the point I'd use to illustrate that is that you persistently order vegetarian lasagna from your dining machine selection menu, even though the regular lasagna option is literally identical in every way. Rusev understood the power of perception when she designed the machines, which is why that vegetarian option exists. It gives you what you want, and it subconsciously makes others feel like they've chosen something more, well, meaty. Just try mixing things up now and again. That's all I'm suggesting. You make too much sense, Viola said, with no comeback to the logic of Jillian's words. But it is pretty damn creepy that you know exactly what I eat and when. I don't think you should tell other people that you have that kind of data. Oh, I wouldn't, Jillian said. She then paused to grin at a joke she hadn't shared yet. See? There you are getting special treatment, even from me. Viola grinned too. But our data really is no more invasive than it has to be. I made sure of that when they consulted me about this kind of thing in the early days, because it's bad for the psyche when people feel like they have no privacy. For example, I can see a variable like how many hours you and Peter spend at home together, but not how long you spend in the same room, or awake together in the same bed, or... I think that's enough for one session, Viola laughed, slightly uneasily. Do you want to share a capsule back to Sunshine Springs? Jillian shook her head. I'm going to set up some things for tomorrow morning while I'm here, so I don't have to come in early to do it then. Until then, bear in mind my primary suggestion that you and Holly really need to sit down and talk when she gets back, mainly about your views on these upcoming changes to intrazonal security, but also more generally about your ability to have your voice heard. Just know that she cares about you. A lot. More than you know. I'll see you in the morning. Viola said with a smile. "Thanks again for coming back to hear me out." "Anytime. Have a good night." Viola stepped outside and into one of the vacant transport capsules on the other side of the Childhood Development Division's main entrance gate, where the letters CDD were etched in enormous Art Deco lettering. She placed a finger on the capsule's touch panel and was greeted by a warm, robotic voice.
"Good evening, Viola. Would you like to go home?"
Viola glanced down at her wristband and tapped a few options to see whether Peter was home yet. "Yeah," she said, smiling at the good news that he was. "Take me home." The spherical capsule then lifted off to a safe height of 15 meters and began its short trip to Sunshine Springs, the colony's main residential zone which Viola and almost everyone else called home. Only 3 minutes later, Viola's wristband flashed and chimed to indicate an incoming call from Peter. When she tapped the option to pick up, his voice was automatically relayed through the transport capsule's immersive speakers. Although his voice was far less accented than that of Grav, his Serbian-born mentor, Peter's nevertheless retained more than a hint of his Kazakh background.
"Hey," he said. "I saw that you're on the way home. Do you want me to get some dinner ready?"
"Yeah," Viola replied. "Thanks."
"Okay. See you soon."
"Peter, wait. I didn't tell you what I want."
He laughed slowly. Let me think. It wouldn't happen to be vegetarian lasagna, would it?"
"What are you having?"
"I feel like some hot dogs."
"Okay, I'll have the same," Viola said.
Peter couldn't hide his surprise. "Really?"
"Well, the vegetarian hot dogs."
"It's all algae, V," he laughed again. "But no problem, I'm on it. So what's the occasion for ditching the usual order?"
"Nothing special," Viola said. "I just feel like it's time to start mixing some things up around here." Chapter 5. As Chase Jackson climbed out of his bed inside the Isolation Kompound at the heart of Little Venus, he stretched his arms and made his way to the calendar on his bedroom wall. Once there, he happily crossed off yet another day, with no idea that hundreds of millions of people would soon see footage of him doing so. Chase had begun this daily ritual when his group's relatively comfortable isolation test entered its final month, and the producers of Terradox Live had quickly taken to showing it every day. One buzzword-focused engagement analyst at Terradox Studios pitched Chase's habit as, quote, an organic opportunity to remind viewers of how little time is left without the need for intrusive voiceovers or text overlays, end quote, and head honcho Monica Pierce had agreed wholeheartedly. Only 7 days now remained until Chase and his fellow prospective astronauts would emerge from their self-contained habitat to reunite with their friends and families in more hospitable areas of Terradox. The only people sorry about that were the production staff responsible for Terradox Live, who had recently begun filling between 50 and 55 minutes of their hour-long flagship show with footage from inside the Little Venus test site. Viewers wouldn't accept a return to the low-key and drama-free magazine show which had preceded the beginning of the isolation test. Historic viewing figures didn't lie, and frantic brainstorming meetings were a constant activity for production staff as they attempted to prevent an overnight collapse in viewership which would have a direct and unpalatable effect on their performance-related pay. The most popular idea so far was a pitch to follow the stories of Chase and his 5 colleagues once they returned to the relative normality of colonial life. But Monica was far less confident than her Earth-based network paymasters that any of the test subjects, utterly oblivious to their fame, would willingly engage in any further media work. She tried to explain that the test's participants, men and women of science who had signed up for a legitimate training experiment, had nothing in common with the desperate reality TV stars of the past who would have gladly jumped at the chance to extend their 15 minutes of fame via any available means. There was also the issue of whether Holly would allow Monica and her cameras to get anywhere near the astronauts in training once the test was complete. And this was just one more point on which Monica considered her bosses to be baselessly optimistic. But for Chase Jackson, optimism and positivity were the words of the moment. He and 5 others had endured 358 long days inside a small, modular habitat in Terradox's inhospitable Little Venus zone, with no option to bail out and no means of two-way contact with the rest of the colony. The compound itself had been tested by way of exposure to conditions more extreme than anything it could have faced on Earth, but the primary subjects had undoubtedly been the 6 individuals chosen to participate. All 6 had so far dealt admirably enough with their collective isolation, and 3 in particular had already decisively justified their selection from a short list of several dozen qualified applicants. Whether the first real mission any of them would undertake would actually involve Venus was a topic of occasionally fierce debate among high-ranking individuals on both Terradox and the Venus station, but Chase and his colleagues were as oblivious to such matters as they were to the level of attention they would encounter upon their imminent exit from the compound. Holly and Rusev, among other prominent individuals, had high hopes for using Terradox as a jumping-off point for all manner of research vessels and ultimately for manned missions to previously unexplored celestial bodies. The show's near-incessant focus on Chase, a natural leader who Holly saw as a future stalwart of such missions once Terradox's spaceport was up and running, caused her some alarm in this regard. Because although all researchers who called Terradox home would receive significant financial remuneration on their eventual returns to Earth, should they ever grow restless of their all-expenses-paid stints on the high-tech, low-stress, and cash-free colony, there was little doubt that Chase would soon be offered astronomical sums of money to return to Earth sooner rather than later for lucrative media and entertainment work. Everyone who completed a research placement or filled any other employment position on Terradox would return to Earth far wealthier than they left. But the remuneration was significant rather than enormous, given that everything during their stay was fully paid for, including their homes, food, health care, education, and community amenities. Nothing was rationed, and no one went without, with systems in place to ensure that potentially distracting monetary concerns were not an issue. Carefully considered incentives had been designed to encourage and reward exceptional work and effort without breeding resentment. But all homes and facilities on Terradox were so comfortable that some hard-working individuals had politely declined offers to move themselves and their families into larger accommodation when their achievements merited the offer. For the researchers on Terradox, it wasn't and never had been about the money. With this in mind, Holly hoped that the passion which initially drove Chase's desire to become an astronaut would win out over the blank checks that were sure to come his way. The fact that his parents were firmly committed to their critical roles at the Botanical Gardens and the Childhood Development Division gave Holly reason to be optimistic that they could talk him into staying should his head be turned. But it more importantly reassured her that they wouldn't follow their son back to Earth should the worst come to the worst. Simultaneously losing both the head of botany and the CDD's all-important psychologist would have been a difficult double blow for the colony to absorb without major interruption, so it was a source of great relief that at least 2 of the Jacksons were in it for the long haul. "Morning," Chase said, greeting 2 of his colleagues as he joined them for breakfast. "Nice of you to join us, Chief," Marcel Platt replied, making a point of exaggeratedly checking the time on his wristband. "I'm 54 minutes early, genius, not 6 minutes late," Chase shot back. Marcel, a habitat management expert responsible for testing and maintaining the integrity of several key systems, had become Chase's closest friend over the past year, despite being 14 years his senior. The two's frequent practical jokes and mock arguments made their time in the compound fun, rather than merely bearable, even if the friendly nature of their casual put-downs and ribbing was lost on some viewers who mistook it for genuine friction. Marcel had an easygoing way about him that stood him apart from the others, some of whom deliberately avoided engaging in any leisure-time bonding or even small talk. While none were abrasive or uncooperative, Chase's quiet view that 2 or 3 of them lacked the level of sociability required for a real mission, particularly one where something could go majorly wrong, was a view shared by many on the outside. Nisha Coley, who at 21 was the only test subject younger than Chase, sat at the other side of the kitchen table. Nisha was also the only prospective astronaut who'd had to be talked into applying for the test, having previously been satisfied with her focus on theoretical physics. Other academics on Terradox had quickly reported to Holly that Nisha's prowess in her chosen field was even more remarkable than they'd expected, and this, combined with her youth and popularity among other colonists of all ilks, was more than enough to plant a seed in Holly's mind that she would make an excellent candidate. Holly knew from bitter personal experience that certain intangible factors came into play in such situations, but Nisha seemed to have it all. After full assurances about both the safety of the test site and her ability to continue her current work, the latter of which concerned her more than the former, Nisha eventually agreed to undergo 6 months of intensive physical training. By the end of that training period, she had caught astronaut fever and required no further convincing to participate in the isolation test. Holly's hunch about Nisha proved well-founded when the youngster immediately proceeded to exhibit tremendously well-developed problem-solving skills, as well as familiarity and competence on matters far outside her prior academic focus. Marcel, sitting now between Chase and Nisha, was ironically one of only 4 people who knew their names without knowing that they shared feelings extending far beyond the platonic. The other 3 oblivious individuals were their fellow test subjects, none of whom had been privy to the footage seen by so many millions so far away. On the day the group first entered their enclosed compound, Viola and Holly placed a friendly, no-stakes bet. Viola's reaction to seeing the official group photo just minutes before the test began had been simple. "Those 2 are getting together." In Viola's eyes, their similar ages and their conventionally attractive appearances made it all but certain that a year of close proximity could only end one way. Holly had insisted that both Chase and Nisha had been thoroughly versed in what was expected of them, and knew better than to break the cardinal rule, understanding that doing so would preclude them from consideration for future projects, no excuses and no exceptions. As it went, time had proven both Viola and Holly right. For while it was as clear as day that the 2 youngest astronauts in training had indeed caught feelings and would, quote, get together, quote, as soon as the test was over, they had done Holly proud by resisting powerful urges to act on those feelings in the meantime. As well as the frequent subtle glances, subtextual conversations, and occasionally lingering physical contact when work tasks required their hands to touch, both Chase and Nisha had made straightforward comments to the privacy room's camera which left no doubt as to their shared affection. Unsurprisingly, Monica Pierce and the rest of the Terradox Live production team had seized upon the first hint of romance, making the most of every moment, and doing everything possible to present their non-physical relationship as something akin to a Shakespearean tale of star-crossed lovers thwarted by the system and its unbending rules. Equally unsurprisingly, Monica had taken it upon herself to push the boundaries of certain production-related rules to breaking point. One bone of particular contention had been her decision to include privacy room comments from Chase and Nisha in a montage about their budding romance. This had earned Monica's firmest rebuke from Holly to date, since it broke the promise made to the test subjects that nothing they said in the privacy room would ever be aired. And while the subjects had known from the beginning that the rest of their words and actions inside their modular compound might be featured in Terradox Live's daily roundups, none could have believed how popular their stories would become, or just how much of the nightly show those daily roundups would fill. Care would be needed in helping the subjects adjust to their new fame once they left Little Venus and returned to their homes elsewhere on Terradox. And Holly had already rubber-stamped proposals for a 1-week cool-down period during which the subjects would be briefed on recent external developments and reunited with their loved ones before being gradually reacclimatized to the colony as a whole. But as Chase, Nisha, and Marcel chatted casually at the kitchen table, not even Holly knew how hard Monica Pierce was currently working to make sure that the isolation test, which provided almost all of Terradox Live's most popular content, would provide one last big moment. The network bigwigs would be tracking viewership data like never before as the test drew to a close, and this was Monica's last real chance to impress. Although it looked for all of the world like the isolation test was set to fizzle out to a gentle conclusion, nothing was quite so certain. In fact, vested interests were already working towards the opposite result. One way or another, it was going out with a bang. Monica Pierce would see to that. Chapter 6. A short while after the conclusion of Rucentra's latest quarterly board meeting, Holly and Dimitar made their way to the Venus Station's main bar area, which doubled as a casual diner. Holly arrived in suitably casual attire, having changed out of her business suit at the earliest opportunity, and now felt both more comfortable and more like herself. The only constant across Holly's two outfits was a small silver pin she had been given by Yuri Spaceman Gardev shortly before his death. The pin bore the emblem of the long-defunct public space program which had once employed them both, with a single word underneath: Commander. Yuri had been wearing this very pin when Holly first met him during her introductory training, but almost 2 full decades had passed until she ever saw it again, long after the program's demise. That moment finally came when the old man, knowing his end was near, presented it to Holly and watched on in delight as her expression revealed that she remembered it just as vividly as he'd hoped. Holly wore the pin with pride everywhere she went, indifferent to the unspoken but evident disapproval of some senior Rucentra figures who considered it gauche by virtue of their lack of understanding of how close she and Spaceman had been. The diner appeared to be free of such cynics at first glance, and was characteristically busy without being packed. Although the station's inhabitants typically ate at home, some enjoyed the ambiance of the diner's communal setting and visited frequently. Celebratory group gatherings were also common, and this evening was no different, with a large section of the bar closed off for a prearranged function to celebrate the promotion of a worker to their new role as head of the station's craft management division. Holly and Dimitar entered as inconspicuously as they could, not concerned about being seen but with little desire to draw too much attention. They took a booth near the door and made their own drinks using their table's inbuilt cocktail machine. It wasn't as technically impressive as the algae-based dining machine Rusev had personally designed decades earlier. There were no complex shaping and consistency considerations at work, but the perfect mixing and convincingness of the artificial flavors were admirable nonetheless. In keeping with a blanket policy enacted on both the Venus Station and Terradox, none of the machine's options contained alcohol. Inevitably, Holly's half-hearted cover lasted all of 2 minutes until the first patron noticed her and passed the news on to his companions. A crowd of well-meaning people was soon gathered around her booth, introducing themselves and stressing how great it was to meet her. Holly didn't recognize many of the faces, let alone many of their names. Her quarterly visits included little free time to enjoy the station and even less to mingle. One face Holly did recognize was that of the worker identified by her oversized novelty sash as the individual whose promotion many of the others had gathered to celebrate. She was at the edge of the small crowd, waiting her turn to speak to Holly for the second time in her life. "Rachel," Holly smiled. "How have you been? And congratulations!" With no need for words, Rachel's expression made it clear that she was amazed Holly had remembered her from their single meeting 2 years earlier. For her part, Holly could scarcely believe that Rachel had been promoted so highly in such a short time. She knew that she'd blossomed under Robert Harrington's wing when he'd headed the station's Habitat Management Division prior to moving to Terradox, and that he had seen enough potential in her to put her name forward for a mid-level opening in the more desirable division of craft management. Rachel's rapid ascent through that division's ranks in the interim was clearly a result of her hard work and high competence, but it also cemented Robert's position in Holly's mind as an excellent judge of character. The crowd dispersed fairly quickly, partially due to Dimitar's barely concealed impatience, and Holly made a mental note to keep Rachel in mind for when Terradox's spaceport was constructed and a craft management division was established on the romosphere as part of the ambitious program of space exploration she intended to initiate sooner rather than later. Since their presence was now anything but low-key, Dimitar asked if Holly would prefer to go upstairs to the bar's balcony-like seating area. Vividly recalling the extraordinary views offered from this vantage point, she agreed without hesitation. Her eyes then widened all over again, just like the first time, when she reached the viewing point and gazed through the enormous and carefully filtered window towards the unbeatable sight of Venus itself. Her new seat had quite possibly the best view in the solar system, but none of the handful of other patrons milling around the area seemed particularly interested. Holly didn't think she could ever become so blasé about such a view, but she recognized that there was no doubt a laundry list of things she took for granted about life on Terradox, which everyone on the station would have considered incredible.
I struggle to understand why anyone would ever want to leave this place, Dimitar mused semi-seriously as he gazed down at the magnificence of Venus. I say the same thing to Grav every time you guys come here, and he never has an answer either. I love Terradox, but how can you want to leave this?
I'm not in charge of this, Holly replied, deadpan. Terradox is my responsibility, and it's a big responsibility. There's a lot to oversee.
Like these security changes you're going to introduce when you get back. These new intrazonal restrictions on colonists' movement. Are you truly confident that this is going to be well received when they understand what it actually entails?
Holly sighed, frustrated to be talking about this again. My job is to keep Terradox safe, Dimitar, and that's all I'm going to say on this. It's not a popularity contest.
But surely, at some point, a heightened level of frustration and dissatisfaction can become a security issue in and of itself, Dimitar said. I just think this could be worth some further discussion, and that it might be worth putting some more trust in—
I trusted Dante, Holly interrupted, spitting out a name Dimitar hadn't heard in several years. The suddenness and unintended loudness of her utterance also caught the attention of the others in the balcony area, while the name itself made them even more uneasy than it made Dimitar. Holly didn't seem concerned by their uncomfortable reactions. I trusted Dante, she replied, albeit far more quietly. And he nearly killed us. All of us. He was supposed to be on our side, Dimitar, chaperoning people to the station, but he was with Roger fucking Morrison. You weren't there when he manipulated our carrier off course and forced our crash landing on Terradox. I was. You weren't there when we didn't know where the hell we were, or what the hell Terradox even was. I was. People talk about the 7 saviors. You know, the 7 of us who found Terradox. But there were 8 of us, Dimitar. 8. For some reason, everyone always likes to forget about the traitor. He was a mole, using our journey from Earth to the station as his way of getting to Terradox to confirm it was safe and ready for Morrison. But no one ever talks about that. It's the same when they like to forget that we didn't find anything. He brought us there, and we had to fight to escape. No one likes to remember the dirty parts. But if Viola hadn't followed Dante outside that night when she did, he would have sent the signal back to Earth. He would have sent the signal that Terradox was ready, and Morrison would have begun his great reset to wipe out the billions of people he saw as leeches just as soon as him and his few thousand chosen buddies had set off to hide out on Terradox. That's what trust almost got us, Dimitar. Killed. Dimitar said nothing, following a hunch that Holly wasn't finished. He was right. And that's without even mentioning David Boyce and his botched coup 2 years ago. That's without even mentioning the dozens of honest security officers who died for nothing that day because the systems in place weren't sufficient, because the idiots higher up the chain hadn't given them what they needed to keep Terradox safe. But now, as long as I'm in charge, whatever it takes to make sure nothing like that can ever happen again, it's going to be done. I'm on the same page as Grav when it comes to security. We would rather have a gallon too much than an ounce too little. And if you're asking me if I'd prefer the people I'm responsible for to be restricted and safe, rather than free and rotting in the sun like those guards Boyce's men killed when our focus was on Netherdox, well, take a wild guess which one I'm leaning towards. No one spoke for several seconds, allowing the background noise of a nearby TV set to be heard. Holly glanced over at the screen and saw that Terradox Live was airing, currently focusing on Chase Jackson and Nisha Coley as it so often did.
It's pretty incredible, Dimitar said, his tone far lighter than it had been moments earlier. He was clearly keen to move on from the fractious discussion about the imminent security changes on Terradox, which all seemed pretty set in stone in any regard, and shifting to the more upbeat subject of Terradox Live was a good way to do so. We know how they both feel, and each of them clearly knows how the other feels. But none of the other 4 subjects have picked up on it.
They're smart kids, Holly replied. She had personally ensured that the entire test crew were trained to a high standard and clear about how important it was to stick to the rules. But her relative lack of surprise over how well they had pulled it off did nothing to reduce her pride in them for doing so. The level of restraint that Chase and Nisha had shown during their year under the microscope in Little Venus was, to Holly's mind, nothing short of exemplary. No such restraints were placed on civilian colonists, of course, with none of them expected or asked to abstain from anything. The only semi-related rule related to every colonist's requirement to take sufficient care to avoid unauthorized pregnancies. The sufficiency of this care could be objectively measured, and to date it was clear that all married or declared couples on Terradox understood the situation and were acting accordingly. When the reasons for certain rules and restrictions were explained clearly, Holly had always found that intelligent people were receptive to reason. And whatever the doubters told her, she saw no reason to expect anything different in regards to the introduction of intrazonal restrictions. Dimitar said nothing else on the subject of Terradox Live, misreading Holly's lack of focus as a desire to avoid this subject, too. 3 months earlier, she had spent most of her quarterly presentation bemoaning the inconveniences caused by the show's executive producer, Monica Pierce, who she described as the most dangerous kind of idiot, the kind who wants the wrong things and knows how to get them. "Well," he said, his tone changing again, this time from upbeat to businesslike. "I think we both know that we're not here to talk about security or TV shows." Holly grinned in reaction to Dimitar's trademark straightforwardness. "We aren't?"
"Nope," he laughed. "Don't you remember this talk from every other time you've come here for a board meeting? This is the talk where I push for more novel Romotech applications and you say no. At least, that's what usually happens."
"I can save you some time and say it now," Holly suggested, still grinning. Her general opposition to unnecessary applications of romotechnology, the now mature scientific field which explored and enabled the manipulation of matter on a level too small for almost anyone to truly comprehend, was very well known. Some observers criticized what they saw as hypocrisy in her stance, given that both Terradox itself and the entire infrastructure of the colony she now managed on its surface were products of Romotech-based construction. Holly, however, saw her own position as perfectly consistent and had argued that case more than once. Roger Morrison's creation of Terradox had been as irresponsible and as reckless as his reasons had been demonic and demented, she acknowledged. But the romosphere had long since been tamed. The buildings and infrastructure of the colony, meanwhile, had been constructed using still remarkable but well-established Romotech construction methods which had been demonstrated on Earth long before anyone outside of Morrison's inner circle had ever even heard the word Terradox. Building things using standard Romotech processes was no longer a controversial practice, but that wasn't what Dimitar was pushing for. Research into, quote, unspecified new applications, unquote, of the incredible technology was as specific as his proposals ever came, and Holly's mind automatically substituted the word new for untested.
"Don't say no just yet," Dimitar said. "Because this time I'm not going to push for a zone on Terradox to be dedicated to applied Romotech research. Not today. I've heard your answer every time, and I see the sense in it. There really are too many people on Terradox for it to be a workable site for large-scale tests. What we've been thinking about more recently is something different. Rather than testing anything on Terradox, what we've been thinking about is initiating a new embryonic romosphere. What we've been thinking about, if you will, is building a second Terradox."
"2 questions," Holly replied, surprising Dimitar by not shutting down his idea the very second it left his lips. "First, are you asking for my input because you're thinking about this, or are you telling me that you're already planning to do this? Because I won't be any part of—"
"No," Dimitar cut her off. "At this stage, I'm just sounding out your thoughts. Even though your remit covers the Terradox colony rather than all Romotech-related projects or even all romospheres, It would critically undermine your authority if we began serious work on something like this without your full support. And however rough the crowd can feel in those board meetings, everyone who matters knows that you're doing a better job of balancing research outcomes and quality of life on Terradox than anyone else ever could. So don't worry, we're not even thinking about doing anything without you.
Which brings me to my second question, Holly said, clearly unmoved by the answer to her first. Who's the we? Who else is thinking about initiating a new embryonic romosphere? Someone who has forgotten about Netherdox, I guess. Embryonic romotechnology, a particularly game-changing application of the science which involved self-replicating romobots following DNA-like blueprints, enabled the bottom-up construction of planet-sized structures like Terradox itself, which would otherwise have remained consigned to the annals of science fiction. To Holly, the dangers of either deliberate misuse or accidental oversight regarding such a powerful technology were so obvious that they didn't need to be mentioned.
We've had a lot of time to study the field of embryonic romotech since then, Dimitar said. And you have to remember that Netherdox wasn't the problem. The problem was that someone else was in control of Netherdox. And the only reason David Boyce was able to be in control was that we didn't even know Netherdox existed until he uncloaked it. But a lot has happened since then, Holly. A lot of progress has occurred since then. The tech itself is stable and safe, and the possibilities it offered us are almost limitless.
Holly sighed, evidently uneasy at the mere suggestion.
It's been 6 years since the 7 of you found Terradox, Dimitar went on. Or since you overcame Dante once he brought you there, if you want to be literal about it. Either way, it's been 6 years since the 7 of you exposed what Morrison was planning to do. 6 years since you exposed what he had already done in creating Terradox, a manufactured world with a breathable atmosphere, with distinct zonal boundaries, with switches and dials to control conditions like we're changing a thermostat. I wouldn't quite say we've come to take the tech for granted, but there is an element of that.
Holly couldn't argue with this, and she stayed quiet to see where Dimitar was going.
But if you think back to those days before Terradox came to light, we had already seen the incredibly intricate buildings Morrison had constructed on Earth, and those used embryonic romotech too, albeit on a smaller scale. Just like our algae machines use the building blocks of nutrition to create meals physically indistinguishable from the real thing, we knew back then that bottom-up romotech construction could use the building blocks of physical matter in a theoretically similar kind of way.
I really don't know what you're getting at, Holly admitted.
We'd also seen his zero-staff hotels, with the self-cleaning floors and bedding. Dimitar continued, unperturbed. We now know that Morrison had smaller test sites for self-contained romosphere-like ecosystems on Earth, which is something we didn't know at the time, but we'd already seen his proud demonstrations of the cloaking tech that made Terradox invisible. And like I just said, embryonic romotech isn't all that new either, Holly, and more than a few smaller demonstrative applications were safely conducted on Earth long before you thought it was something worth worrying about. I guess what I'm trying to say is that although Terradox was an incredible thing to discover, the most incredible thing was that Morrison managed to build it unnoticed. But us? We don't have to worry about being noticed, because we have nothing to hide. And in embryonic romotech, we have a technology at our fingertips that changes life as we know it. For all intents and purposes, we can create whatever we want, and we can use those creations to protect humanity's future and extend our reach. I'm not asking for a commitment, Holly. I'm just asking for an open mind.
Holly nodded slightly, less in agreement with Dimitar's request than in recognition of a point reasonably made. I understand that, she said. It's just, we've been so close to disaster, twice, and we've had to risk everything, twice, just to protect humanity from what Morrison created. Right now, Terradox is operating within safe bounds, with sensible restrictions on unnecessarily risky romotech-related projects. But if you start carrying out risky work somewhere else, and making a new romosphere is just about as risky as it gets, then that makes all of our precautions meaningless. Do you know what I mean? It's like telling a little kid not to play with matches in the living room while his brother is playing with dynamite upstairs. I just don't see how I could ever come round to your way of thinking on this.
Well, I certainly disagree about the level of inherent risk, Dimitar said, but I do take your point. These are the kinds of things we'll be thinking about.
Speaking of which, you still didn't answer my second question, Holly replied, reminded of it only now. Who's the we? Who else have you been thinking about this with?
It's not something that's been discussed at board level, or with any number of people. It's something I'm personally interested in, and the other person I alluded to, someone who's very knowledgeable about this kind of thing, is even more interested than I am. His ideas are grander than mine, and I'll admit that some of them sound pretty crazy, even to my ears. But my main focus is on the possibility of safely creating a new romosphere, and he sees success on that front as a foregone conclusion.
Who is it?
You said that you thought whoever else was thinking about embryonic romotech must have forgotten about Netherdox, right? But he hasn't. Holly, he was with us on Netherdox.
Bo? She asked, her voice suddenly a full octave higher and the answer already clear in her mind. So that's what he's been so busy with outside of his rover work? Did you push him down this road or did he come to you?
Dimitar casually shook his head. Neither. I was speaking to him one night, just catching up, and he asked what new ideas I'd been thinking about. We always have talks like that, and the communications delay actually facilitates deeper discussion, because when an interruption won't be heard until long after the other person finishes their point, there are no interruptions. And short back-and-forth answers don't work either, so we think about what we're going to say, and then we say it. But anyway, on this particular occasion, I said I'd been watching a live feed from inside Little Venus, and that it got me thinking about exploration. He was interested as soon as I—
Sorry, Holly said, acknowledging a sudden and shrill notification sound which emanated from her wristband. It's a voice message from Peter. I guess he thought that the comms delay would be too long for a live two-way conversation, like you were just saying, but the fact that he sent this at all means it must be something important.
By all means, Dimitar said, holding out a hand to suggest where Holly should move to ensure her privacy.
It's okay, she replied, tapping a button to play the message and moving closer to Dimitar so he would hear it too. No secrets.
The message began with Peter's voice, relatively calm but slightly out of breath, telling someone to be quiet. Holly, he went on, his voice growing louder as he held his wristband to his mouth. You asked me to keep you informed of any security incidents, and unfortunately I— At this point, a second and altogether less welcome voice entered the fray.
And unfortunately, he's locked me in this goddamn prison cell! It yelled.
Holly's head fell into her hands. Monica Pierce.
Shut your mouth!
Peter boomed. Don't worry, Holly. There is no immediate security threat, but I caught her sneaking around the Jacksons' house, saying she was looking for Christian, demanding to interview him about some medical breakthrough. So as you can imagine, this is not exactly under wraps. I wouldn't have gone to these lengths if she hadn't resisted my initial orders to leave the area, but an audience was building. And ultimately, I had no other option than to securely detain this uncooperative individual. Fortunately, it was late at night, otherwise the crowd would have been much larger. And otherwise Viola would have been awake to see who was intruding in our residential community, in which case this wouldn't have ended as cleanly as it did. Call me when you have spoken to Grav and decided on how I should deal with this, because this news will already be the talk of Terradox, and it's not going to die down until I know how you want this to go. The message ended there, just as Monica launched into another tirade. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Dimitar asked. The TV executive guy from Earth must have told her what we were talking about in the board meeting. Slick, was it? How else could she know about medical breakthroughs and link them to Christian? Furious, Holly nodded as she rose to her feet.
Come on, she said. Grav first, then Rusev, and then Slick.
Dimitar's expression reflected his unease. As tempers went, Grav's was famously short. Bringing him to confront Slick, an apparent mole, was unlikely to end cleanly for anyone.
They'll pay for this, Holly vowed under her breath as she walked through the bar as calmly as she could, forcing a smile as Rachel and the other patrons waved goodbye. Both of them. Chapter 7. Having called in on Grav along the way, Holly and Dimitar walked briskly to Rusev's office on the far side of the station to tell her the news. Grav, no less angered by Monica Pierce's troublemaking than the others had expected, spent the walk muttering an impressive array of obscenities. On arrival, his scowl prompted Rusev to ask what was wrong before Holly had even closed the door behind them. Holly dispassionately explained the situation regarding Peter's last resort decision to detain Monica in front of a crowd of onlookers, and more importantly, the obvious implication that Slick had shared confidential information with Monica, which led her to urgently seek an interview with Christian Jackson on the topic of potentially imminent medical breakthroughs. Dimitar chimed in as soon as Holly stopped talking, offering up a devil's advocate position that Peter may have overreacted.
Grav shook his head. Peter knows how it looks to forcibly detain someone in public. He would not do such a thing without a bulletproof reason.
Well, Rusev said, the tone leaving little doubt she was going to back up her son's suggestion. I know you both dislike Monica, and I know that you're hardly alone in that, but Viola hates her. They've both publicly said some harsh things about each other, and I think it's worth considering that Peter's judgment might have been—
Peter is a professional, Grav scoffed, unceremoniously shutting down Rusev's train of thought. I will not stand here quietly while his integrity is called into question by anyone. Like I said, he would have known the kind of headaches this would cause for all of us. So for him to do this, it has to mean that those headaches are preferable to whatever he thought would have come our way if he had not acted so decisively.
That's not the main point anyway, Holly said, keen to move away from the discussion of Peter, and just as sure of his professional detachment as Grav. The main point is that Slick told Monica what we talked about in a confidential board meeting. Monica has always known that Christian is Chase's dad. That's not new information. But she's never been caught creeping around his home in Sunshine Springs. Not until right after Slick found out that Christian is close to a major regenerative breakthrough. You couldn't have told me that was a coincidence. Not even if she hadn't explicitly mentioned medical breakthroughs like Peter said she did. I have no concerns about the security situation on Terradox while Peter is holding down the fort, and neither does Grav. My concern is that you're inviting people into the meeting room who can't be trusted. That's what's concerning me. Rusev, unmoved in the slightly reclined chair behind her wide oak desk, held a finger against her wristband's mini-screen until it extended several inches down her arm. I'm going to ask Peter to clarify a few things, she said. The communications delay would make a conversation difficult, so I'll send a few questions at once and ask him to reply as soon as he can. The others watched on as Rusev asked her questions, and then added their own when she encouraged them to do so. Rusev's voice message would reach Peter via the station's main transmitter and Terradox's main receiver, and her voice would be in his ears as quickly as the laws of physics would allow. It may have felt to many like a minor breakthrough in the grand scheme of things, but the recent perfection of direct person-to-person contact across the vast distance between Rucentra's two research outposts was no mean feat in and of itself. The air was tense in the moments after Rusev sent her message. It was rare for there to be any kind of disagreement between her and Holly, and Dimitar's attempts to kill the awkwardness with small talk had no success. If Slick was involved, he has to go, Holly said, very abruptly piercing the silence. No excuses, no compromises. He doesn't work for us, Rusev replied.
Grav snorted in disgust. That is right. Slick works for the network, he added, grunting out the word network like it was the most offensive one he knew.
Semantics, Holly said. If we find out for sure that he was involved, he can't work with us. In fact, while we're all here and while we're waiting for Peter to get back to us, there are some questions I wouldn't mind asking Slick. Why don't you call him in here without telling him what it's about?
Rusev leaned forward, straightening her chair. He left an hour ago. He's on his way back to Earth with the others who came for the meeting. They had no more business here, so they weren't authorized to stay overnight.
They had no business being here at all, Holly said. As soon as we find out that Slick did this, you have to revoke all future authorizations for all of those sharks. We can't afford to keep discussing important information in front of people who don't need to hear it, and especially not in front of people who can't be trusted to keep it to themselves. Rusev nodded somewhat distantly, as though seeing Holly's point without fully agreeing with it. What you say isn't without merit, Holly, but this is the structure we're operating within. So change it, Holly shot back, an unusual sharpness in her voice. It's your damn structure. Ekaterina Rusev had never surrounded herself with yes-men or sycophantic careerists, but nor had she ever been known to tolerate being addressed in the kind of tone Holly had adopted. Dimitar and Grav shared an uncomfortable glance during the most oppressive silence yet, while Rusev appeared to be waiting for an apology, and Holly appeared more likely to spontaneously combust than back down. The incoming message tone which suddenly filled Rusev's office was well-timed and gladly received by everyone, offering as it did an easy way out of the wordless impasse of the last few moments. Rusev immediately pressed the button to play Peter's short message, in which he got straight to the point and quickly ran through his answers to each question. I asked her who told her that Christian was worth interviewing, Peter said, his deep voice resonating through the impressively powerful speakers built into Rusev's wristband. She came back with an answer that was intended as evasive, but was actually amateur and illuminating. She said she has to protect the confidentiality of her sources. Of course, this gives away the core point that she has a source. Holly listened carefully, taking no pleasure in being proven right. As soon as I mentioned the name Slick, as you requested, her expression gave it away, Peter went on. If Grav was here, or if Holly was here, they would have been just as sure as I am. We were alone when I asked her these things, but I am as sure can be. Slick, whoever the hell Slick is, was Monica's source. She became desperate when she realized that I knew about him, at which point she tried to buy her way out of trouble by offering, well, I am sure you can use your imagination. In any case, I have already told Holly in my initial report, detaining Monica was my last resort. If there had been another option, I would have taken it. The message ended there. So, talking of choices, Holly said. Rusev encouraged her to continue. If there are any attendees from Earth at the next quarterly board meeting, there are going to be no attendees from Terradox, Holly went on. Some of the board members don't like me and some don't want me here. Fine, I can deal with that. I can deal with that because all of the people who have been here for decades are people who care about the station. They care about Rucentra, and they care about what we're doing on Terradox. Personalities don't matter when we're all on the same side. But people like Slick? Those people don't care about us. Like you said yourself, they don't even work for us. These third-party partners are only on our side for as long as their interests align with ours. They're loyal to us for as long as loyalty pays better than their other options.
The security implications of it trouble me, Grav said, stepping in and assuming Holly's usual role as the more dispassionate of the two, following her firm comments. I trust the station security team. After all, I trained each and every one of them. But the only reason I was comfortable taking both myself and Peter to Terradox was that this station's physical isolation and lack of staff turnover makes it an inherently safer place. But now that I know you are inviting people they cannot trust? He paused and made a show of shaking his head very slowly. If meeting these people face to face is important enough to justify the long trip, my professional opinion is that you should be sending a delegation to see them on Earth, not inviting them here. Rusev, clearly somewhat shaken by the confirmation of Slick's untrustworthiness, offered a weary nod in reply. I'll take that into consideration. Holly didn't push for any further comment. Even though Rusev hadn't been as firm as she would have liked, it sounded very much like she really would consider their points. So, I assumed the two of you are returning early to deal with this nonsense Monica has caused? Rusev asked, sighing out the words as a rueful grin formed on her face. As soon as a carrier and a pilot are ready to take us, Holly said, moving towards the door without a prolonged goodbye of the kind she and Rusev had long ago agreed to avoid,
at the end of their regretfully brief quarterly reunions. "Okay," Rusev said, smiling more warmly. "I'll deal with all of this firmly, and I'll see you both again soon." "I hope so," Holly said, pausing in the doorway to wave to her aging boss and friend of so many years. "But that depends on how firmly you deal with it." Chapter 8. Viola woke to the usual sound of her alarm clock and the unusual sight of an empty pillow. She immediately sat up and navigated through her wristband's menu screens until a map eased her mind by revealing Peter's location. It told her that he was fairly close and getting closer, meaning that whatever kind of problem had pulled him out of bed in the middle of the night had been dealt with, and that he was now homeward bound in the safety of a transport capsule. He was with a colleague, the map revealed, so Viola didn't bother him with a call. Details of the overnight excitement would come soon enough when he reached Sunshine Springs in a matter of minutes. Viola began her efficient morning routine with a spring in her step, glad of the previous evening's chat with Gillian Jackson and feeling a new sense of perspective. She had also talked through it all with Peter before bed, and his reaction to her comment that she hadn't been feeling fully at home on Terradox was simple.
"It's easy to take this place for granted, V. But if you slow down and take notice of the small things, you'll see how lucky we are."
It was certainly true that Viola and almost everyone else had come to take a great number of everyday technologies for granted, including some which would have seemed incredible just a decade earlier. There was the self-serve dining machine in every home's kitchen, for starters, which flavored and shaped nutritionally fortified algae into remarkably convincing meals on demand. Having grown up thinking Rusev was crazy to think that algae could feed the world, and believing that it was unfit for human consumption, both erroneous beliefs owing to incessant global union propaganda, Viola had since grown happily and healthily accustomed to eating nothing else throughout her several years on the Venus station. The two new developments in this regard were a highly convenient pipeline delivery system and a highly beneficial nutritional personalization upgrade. On the station, the algae had always been grown in the same huge communal multi-tank machines from which it was delivered. On Terradox, however, the hard work was now done remotely in the colony's vast agricultural zone, and the algae was piped underground before ultimately arriving in each family's kitchen via an appliance no larger than an electric kettle, which most colonists referred to simply as their dining machine. Each dining machine was linked to its family's up-to-date medical records, which enabled the system to make minor changes to the algae's micro and macronutritional profile prior to delivery in order to address suboptimal biological balances caused by anything from natural hormone cycles to recent changes in activity levels or sleep patterns. This flexibility ensured that everyone got exactly what they needed, with no discernible effect on flavor or texture. A guest mode feature allowed users to order nutritionally personalized meals for any friends they were entertaining, with each machine's fingerprint sensor requiring confirmation that the guest was present. Viola's dining machine recognized her finger as she placed a relatively adventurous breakfast order of avocado on toast, following Gillian's advice to try different things rather than sticking with her tried and trusted choices. Within 30 seconds, an appropriate quantity of fortified algae had been nutritionally adapted to meet Viola's body's precise needs, piped into her home, shaped and flavored by her machine, and placed on her plate. Like every other order, this one had to be seen, smelled, and tasted to be believed. Truly, indistinguishable was far more than a marketer's buzzword. Viola filled the 30-second wait by ordering a drink from a less complex machine on the other side of her sink. The process by which her orange and pineapple juice was delivered was simpler than that which delivered her food. All this took was traditionally plumbed water and a few thickeners, colorings, and flavorings, but the results were no less excellent. At night, she tended to order from the drinks machine's cocktail selection, with mimosas being a favorite pick. But having left Earth at 17, and having spent the intervening 6 years on the Venus station and Terradox, real alcohol had never touched Viola's lips. With her breakfast and her drink in hand, both of which had been provided completely free of charge, like everything else on Terradox was for all colonists, and not just those as high-ranking as her, Viola walked outside to her wide porch and looked out at the picturesque community of Sunshine Springs. Almost every colonist lived somewhere in this huge residential zone, which had been carefully designed to ensure that it looked and felt more spacious than it was. Only a handful of individuals lived elsewhere, including Viola's father Robert, who was permanently stationed at the Habitat Management Division's headquarters in the Erie Zone of New Eden, a zone no one else liked to talk about, and which Roger Morrison had chosen as the site of his own plantation-style home away from home for use, while he and his chosen few had intended to shelter as Earth was effectively fumigated to eliminate the masses. Morrison's home and the other buildings which once stood in New Eden were demolished during the colony's development, razing to the ground the horrors they represented from not only Morrison's abortive Great Reset plans, but also from the hostage-taking coup of his disciple, David Boyce. But there was too much joy and wonder on Terradox to dwell on such things, and Viola's mind focused accordingly on a passing pair of brightly colored butterflies. The scent of real lavender filled the air, carried in the breeze from the plants lining the path to her home's front door. This couldn't help but remind Viola of the Venus Station's artificially scented main entrance dock, which had once seemed like the most welcoming place known to man. That, however, had been before the Terradox colony and before Sunshine Springs. That had been before she laid eyes on the artfully laid-out streets lined with bountiful, blossoming trees, and with considerable green space between each pastel-colored home, with concrete kept to a minimum, as the efficiency of Terradox's multi-lane and multi-level capsule-based transport system left no need for private vehicles, and hence no need for driveways or roads. Gillian Jackson and the colony's other psychologists had agreed with the social planners that it was undoubtedly worth devoting significant space to residential developments, since surroundings like Sunshine Springs were measurably better for the human psyche than life in a high tower or concrete jungle. As the end result of much careful planning, Sunshine Springs' single-story homes and the gardens which surrounded them gave off something of a retro vibe, which had apparently been inspired by mid-20th century American design standards that Viola didn't know a lot about. All she knew was that Sunshine Springs and the wider Terradox colony was a great place to be, and as she watched neighboring children running around on the grass ahead of their school day she would oversee in the CDD, she knew that Peter was right. She really did have an awful lot to be grateful for. But rather than any specific technologies or perks, Viola reflected that the thing she had been taking for granted most of all was perhaps her job for life in a colony for which there was an eager and extensive waiting list of millions on Earth. Others would have done anything to be there, to experience what she woke up to daily, and she tried to keep this in mind. Over a pleasant outdoor breakfast, she followed Peter's suggestion of writing down her specific objections to the issue which had been troubling her most in recent days: Holly's determined insistence on introducing intrazonal restrictions on colonists' movements. Peter suggested this largely so that Viola could think through her objections and hopefully realize that they were founded more in emotion than in rationality, as he saw no real problem with the imminent changes, and actually believed they would make his job of keeping Terradox safe easier than it was already. In previous discussions with Peter, Viola had argued that she knew more about the average colonist's life and feelings than he did, by virtue of her daily interaction with hundreds of children and parents. Peter retorted that Gillian, a psychologist with access to far more data about colonists' feelings than either of them, saw the changes as nothing to be concerned about. For Viola, though, clearing her head was only a secondary benefit of this writing process. The main benefit she saw was that a series of coherently arranged objections would be far more likely to get through to Holly than the kind of unfocused points she had raised so far. Her two primary points, each of which had a handful of offshoots, respectively related to the effect on the colony's morale and the chance of a catastrophic malfunction. The first point was one she had considered extensively, but the second felt equally important. It was certainly true that the Terradox colony was always one malfunction away from absolute disaster. After all, an artificial atmosphere maintained and contained by a two-layer Romobot cloak was the only thing keeping thousands of people alive, but Viola didn't see that as any reason to abandon vigilance against new hazards. She jotted down brief bullet point scenarios in which the new restrictions could cause problems. Chief among them, the possibility of either a romosphere-wide system failure or a localized failure preventing emergency response personnel from accessing the site of a time-sensitive incident. A more personal point Viola intended to make in her final effort to change Holly's mind was that proceeding with the planned changes could harm Holly's well-earned legacy. A rough sketch of this point was phrased in simple, if slightly insensitive terms. Whatever happens, you will be adored in death. But if you go ahead with this, you will be resented in life. Viola put her digital notepad down and gazed out at Sunshine Springs once again. The playing children had by now gone inside to get ready to leave for school, and she stood up to do the same. She knew what Peter would say about the final point she'd written down, that Holly cared a lot less about what any colonists thought of her than she did about those colonists' safety. And whether Viola liked it or not, Holly saw increased restrictions as a necessary step in maintaining that safety. This fleeting thought of Peter brought another one to the front of Viola's mind as she stepped inside. Where was he? She glanced again at her wristband and saw that his transport capsule, which had previously been on course for Sunshine Springs and really should have been there by now, had in fact continued beyond it and was heading in the general direction of some distant research zones. Calling him was now a necessity, and all it took was a few taps on the wristband screen.
"Hey," Peter's voice boomed through the tiny speakers. "Sorry, I meant to call. I'm not going to be home before you leave for work. I'm not going to be home again until tonight. I'm still taking care of this."
"Taking care of what?" Peter paused.
"Nothing to worry about," he said. "But I had to deal with something pretty soon after we fell asleep last night, and I didn't want to wake you. But if you haven't heard anything yet, you will soon. And the main thing to know is that Holly and Grav are coming home early. They're actually well on their way, so I'd say we can expect them to arrive sometime tonight. Ugh, I'm going to have to go for now. I have another call coming in from the Primosphere. I'll see you tonight, though, okay?"
"Yeah, sure," Viola said, happy to hear that Holly would be back so soon, all the more time to state her case against the restrictions, and equally happy to take Peter at his word that nothing too major was going on. "But speaking of the Primosphere, do you know any more than I do about the Nancy project my dad mentioned a while back? I know Nisha's dad is working on it, but he looked really freaked out when I asked about it yesterday."
Peter audibly blew air from his lips. "I'll ask, but seriously, V, you need to be careful what you say. When you know about things you're not supposed to, you can't tell people. Have you mentioned Nancy to anyone else?"
"Of course not. I just thought, he's high level. He's Nisha's dad. It's not like I asked some random researcher about it."
"I guess," Peter said, having dismissed his incoming call for the moment. "And speaking of the Coleys, say hi to the kid for me. VJ, right? Tell him I want him to work in security when he's big enough, and that in the meantime I need him to prove his strength by fighting the other kids and winning."
"Take your call," Viola laughed. "I'll see you tonight." Back inside, Viola glanced at the TV wall and said the word weather while holding a finger against her wristband. A life-size projection of a cheery weatherman then appeared as though he was really there, and he began a quick rundown of the day's weather. Rundown was the appropriate word, since this was no weather forecast of the kind Viola remembered from her childhood on Earth. This weatherman wasn't predicting what the day would bring, he was announcing it. His comments about the timing of an evening shower over Sunshine Springs were no more speculative than if he had said the next day would be Wednesday, with Thursday expected to follow close behind. Keeping the weather seasonal and variable, rather than having a set daily or weekly pattern, was a very deliberate decision made during the colony's planning stages, since it was deemed a useful way of helping colonists to forget that they were living in an artificial environment. Some of the colony's primary social planners were the same people who had worked on the Venus station's initial design decades earlier, but the sheer scale of Terradox presented new considerations. Everything from the size of colonists' homes and the nature of their economic remuneration had been very carefully considered, with Viola retroactively privy to some of the issues discussed thanks to her closeness with one of the planner's main psychological consultants in Gillian Jackson. Viola rejected the TV wall's suggestion of turning to the news station. Nothing bored her like the news. And the next voice she heard was Chase Jackson's as she changed the viewing feed to Terradox Live AM, The early morning catch-up show, which aired to a large pre-work audience on both Terradox and Earth, and provided water cooler talk for the rest of the day. As she stepped into the bathroom to finalize her preparations for the day ahead, Viola wasn't paying enough attention to the voice which began speaking over Chase to realize that it didn't belong to Monica Pierce. Monica's absence would have been no bad news to Viola, whose dislike for her had begun when she caught her pointing cameras in children's faces and asking them loaded questions during a filming visit to the CDD, despite having been denied authorization to ask them anything at all. Viola reported the incident to Holly, whose rebuke served only to rile Monica into airing thinly veiled barbs at Viola, ranging from comments about rumors of nepotism in her hiring over more professionally qualified applicants for her CDD role, to a childishly catty and untrue report of a lower-than-expected turnout at her wedding to Peter, the first and only to have occurred on Terradox to date. The bathroom where Viola now stood, listening to Terradox Live AM through the open door, was one area of her home which contained some technology she didn't like to think too much about. The colony's planners had wrestled with the need to maintain up-to-date health records for all colonists in the least invasive way possible, and the decisions they ultimately made required an interpretation of the word invasive which Viola considered interchangeable with inconvenient. She agreed that weekly or even daily doctor's visits would have been unworkable, but that didn't mean that she thought her smart toilet's automatic testing mechanisms fell on the right side of the invasiveness line. A fingerprint sensor on the flush button ensured that all data was recorded in the appropriate digital file, and Viola's, like every other female colonist's, included one important data point more than Peter's. In the colony's 18 months of existence so far, no one on Terradox had fallen pregnant. Another year remained until the first parenting window would open, but Viola and Peter hadn't yet discussed their plans or lack thereof. A year was a long time, and the most important thing was that they understood the stakes in the meantime. Anyone who did fall pregnant would be asked to return home to Earth with no prospect of ever regaining their place in the colony. On Viola and Peter's wedding day, Holly had taken the opportunity to remind the newly married couple that there really could be no exceptions to this rule, even for them, since the policy had been set in stone by the wider Rucentra board. In this regard, pregnancy was considered a disqualifying health condition rather than a disciplinary matter, but given that no one had been pregnant when they arrived, and that their status couldn't change without someone else's input, both partners would face the same consequence. When a social planner suggested what he considered an obvious safeguard in the form of temporary sterilization, Ekaterina Rusev shot the idea down in no uncertain terms, because to her mind and many others, memories of Roger Morrison's eugenicist plot were far too fresh for any such moves to be encouraged. So strong was Rusev's concern that applicants for the colony's tremendously limited research placements might undergo an elective sterilization procedure to improve their chances of being selected, she announced that anyone who did so after her first call for applications would be automatically discounted from consideration. Further medical tests were administered automatically each time a toilet's flush button was pressed, with the only actively participatory test required of colonists being a finger prick blood test on a small device next to the bathroom sink and directly in front of a set of electronic scales. The personalized nutritional profiling of the algae delivery system ensured that very few colonists ever veered too far from their ideal weight, and the permissible bounds were relatively generous. For each and every test, the acceptable results were identical to those required to travel to Terradox in the first instance. This meant that if a condition was detected which would have prevented an individual from joining the colony, and if that condition persisted, the individual would be required to leave. Because primary medical care on Terradox was of an excellent standard, very few instances of such persistent conditions had arisen. Many minor ailments had been cured over the course of the colony's first 18 months via standard medical interventions, with the medical staff's efforts greatly aided by the extensive system of automatic testing. Only 2 colonists had ever needed to venture to Earth for highly specialized treatments, which the on-site medical staff weren't equipped to provide, and one of those had already returned, while the other was on course to be welcomed back soon. Viola returned to her living room just as Terradox Live AM was drawing to a close. The show ended with a shot of Chase and Nisha talking over coffee, speaking in general terms about how much they were looking forward to getting out of their Isolation Kompound and back to the rest of the colony. Viewers' comments scrolled along the bottom of the screen as they always did, with most of the show's fans still as entranced as ever by what one prominent media personality on Earth had called the slowest-burning on-screen romance of all time. Viola's wristband then beeped to tell her that the transport capsule she had requested a minute earlier was waiting outside. She closed the front door without locking it, one more thing she'd come to take for granted, and saw one of her neighbors getting into a capsule of his own ahead of his workday at Gardiv Heights.
Crazy, isn't it?
The man called. "What's that?" Viola asked. His eyebrows furrowed in surprise.
You haven't heard about Peter and Monica? It's all anyone is talking about.
Viola stood stunned, momentarily silenced.
I didn't mean... Well, what happened was that he had to detain her for trespassing in Sunshine Springs and ignoring his direct orders to leave,
the man quickly added, realizing that his initial phrasing had understandably planted the seed of a less palatable idea in Viola's generally unsuspicious mind. Her expression and her shoulders relaxed simultaneously. She wasn't entirely sure why Peter hadn't mentioned anything about Monica's detention to her during their voice call, correctly guessing that he simply hadn't wanted to stress her out before work. But in reality, the news that Monica had finally gotten her comeuppance would keep her smiling all day. "Don't do that to me, Terry," she laughed as she stepped into her capsule. "Don't do that to me." Chapter 9. Holly gazed down through the window of her K4 carrier at the always awe-inspiring sight of the Terradox colony she had worked so hard and so long to establish and maintain. The colony was her life, morning, noon, and night. And no matter what disciplinary or operational problems she might have to deal with on her return after any given quarterly meeting on the Venus station, she would never feel anything but glad to be home. Terradox was no longer visually cloaked to prevent external observation, but the dual layer of romobots which once provided such invisibility necessarily remained. Now, however, they performed only the core function of holding in place the entirety of the romosphere's artificial atmosphere. Passage through these layers would be as seamless on this occasion as it had been on every other since automatic cloak-passing devices were first added to all carrier and farrier-class transport vessels. No human action was needed to prompt the romobots in the outer layer to part sufficiently for the vessel to pass. Those romobots then reformed the outer cloak before the vessel reached the inner layer, where the process was repeated. Safeguards were in place to avoid atmospheric leakage, with the romobots explicitly programmed to prioritize the integrity of the romosphere over the safety of an individual vessel should there ever be a timing problem caused by an unexpected acceleration or a loss of control while passing between the two layers. There had never been even a hint of such an issue arising, but Holly still held her breath every time she approached the inner cloak, and only exhaled when her wristband's flight tracker finally displayed the two magic words: "Entry complete."
Every single time you worry, and every single time we make it,
Grav chuckled, briefly lifting his eyes from a six-sided puzzle cube Bo had given him as a birthday gift several weeks earlier. Grav was beginning to consider the damn thing more of a curse than a gift, and Bo rarely let a day go by without asking if he'd cracked it yet. It had taken Chase Jackson a few months of daily attempts to solve an identically designed puzzle cube which Nisha had brought into the isolation chamber to keep herself occupied, and Grav had long since come to wish that his big mouth hadn't claimed he could solve it in half the time. Like everything else Chase showed interest in, the cubes had become extremely popular among young people on both Earth and Terradox, where hundreds had been fabricated in the heavily regulated Romotech production zone to meet the sudden demand. The RPZ, as it was commonly known, was the only zone on Terradox where new Romotech-based manufacturing still took place. Prior to its opening, the entirety of the colony had been constructed using Romotech fabrication. This was the only plausible way to build large structures such an enormous distance from Earth, given the obvious challenge of transporting conventional materials. But tremendous care had been taken at every stage. Unlike during Roger Morrison's secretive development of the romosphere itself, recent processes hadn't depended on self-replicating romobots. Instead, so-called life-timed romobots had been programmed to build the structures to their set specifications and then essentially switch themselves off. One detail few were aware of was that the colony's construction had in fact involved a certain safe degree of self-replication for the sake of speed, with first-generation romobots programmed to be capable of replicating themselves only once, and with the second generation programmed to be both sterile, incapable of replicating at all, and bound by the same lifespan as their parents. Terms like sterile and parents, widely used by Romotech designers in these contexts, had initially unsettled some who overheard. Absent of better alternatives, however, the terms gained traction and were now firmly established. Holly and Grav understood the overarching concepts behind romotechnology, and certainly the potential risks posed by careless applications, but to their layperson's minds, the technical processes involved might as well have been alchemy. Lifetiming was one concept they both understood and wholeheartedly approved of. The reason for this was simple. When combined with second-generation Romobot sterility, it prevented the possibility of the kind of near disaster that had very nearly cost them their lives when Netherdox, a then undetected sister romosphere, had begun to expand at an uncontrolled and unstoppable rate. The use of self-replicating Romobots unbound by generational sterility was something which both Holly and Grav would have a hard time approving in any circumstance. And this was precisely why she was yet to loop him in on Bo and Dimitar's idea for a second romosphere, whose construction on any reasonable timescale would be impossible without just such an authorization. The products and devices produced in the RPZ were small and intended for everyday use, filling needs or desires that hadn't been anticipated prior to the colony's opening. New variants of things like transport capsules and household appliances were produced when ways to improve upon previous iterations were suggested, and specialist equipment for all manner of research projects was frequently shipped out on the same day the orders came in. The RPZ, however, was a long way from Terradox Central Station, and a long way from Holly's mind as she stepped out of her carrier with Grav and took a wide gulp of the evening air she'd missed so greatly over the past few days. A butterfly crossed her path, reminding her of the surprise she'd felt on her visit to the ill-fated Terradox Resort, when she first saw birds and insects enjoying the previously sterile and lifeless romosphere. Two fresh surprises then came her way, as Peter and Viola emerged from Terradox Central Station's interior to greet her return.
"Good work, Peter," Grav said, wasting no time in warmly shaking his protégé's hand. "I know how much of a handful Monica can be."
"We're going to deal with her now," Holly said after a warm exchange of smiles with Viola. There were clearly no hard feelings lingering from the argument which had clouded Holly's departure for the quarterly board meeting, which was something Peter and Grav were equally glad to see. "Can we just talk about the new restrictions for 2 minutes?" Viola asked, drawing silent groans from the men and an exasperated sigh from Holly. "Just quickly?" "The decisions have been made," Holly replied flatly, inching towards a waiting transport capsule. "We've expedited the introduction and the phase-in starts tomorrow. Viola, I don't want to fall out over this again, and I really wouldn't have time to talk about it even if I wanted to." "Then at least take this and read it while you're on the way to deal with Monica," Viola said, handing Holly a sheet of rewritable digital paper. "I took some time to really nail down my specific thoughts about the restrictions, and I've laid them all out clearly." Holly stepped into the transport capsule. "Send it to the suggestions inbox and someone will take a look at it," she said, speaking without looking back. "I need to check on some things in other zones during our journey. Grav, what's the holdup?" Grav stood awkwardly in front of Viola and Peter. Viola held her notes at arm's length and nodded, offering them to him.
"Even if I took it," Grav sighed, leaving the rest unsaid.
Viola pinched the corner of her digital paper to disable its rigidity, then folded it into quarters, trying not to look as hurt as she was.
"We will all catch up soon," Grav added as he entered the capsule. "As soon as we can catch our breaths when everything settles down."
Peter raised a hand to wave their capsule off as it departed towards Monica's holding cell. Viola didn't.
"It would have cost nothing to take her damn note and tell her you would consider her points," Grav groaned, watching them disappear into the distance via the rearview mirror.
"I'm not going to lie to her," Holly replied, "even when it seems easier in the short term." En route to see Monica, Holly told Grav that she planned to visit Bo in the buffer around Little Venus once they had dealt with Monica. Grav had been conclusively advised to avoid unnecessary trips to the buffer since the diagnosis of a relatively minor health condition, and in this instance he was content to get home as soon as he could following a long journey from the Venus station. They stepped out of their small but comfortable capsule at the edge of the colony's security center on the outskirts of the Yuri Gardev Memorial Garden just a short while later, ready to deal with their problem. At the main entrance, Grav commended a young female guard on her sharply pressed uniform before quietly instructing her male counterpart to straighten his back and push out his chest. Although Peter was nominally in charge of the entire security division, including this central facility, Grav had been personally responsible for the final recruitment decisions and remained a highly revered figure. But despite having eventually and reluctantly agreed to accept the distinction of having the Goran Vuletic Security Center named in his honor, Grav had unbudgingly drawn the line when the notion of a statue was raised. As it went, he visited the facility almost every day, and his presence was just as imposing as any statue could have been. Few of the individuals inside paid much heed to Holly and Grav's arrival. Most were too focused on their highly specialized roles, and all were accustomed to such drop-in visits. The colony's security personnel universally supported the introduction of the intrazonal restrictions which had been received with less enthusiasm elsewhere, and the expedited phase-in process was keeping everyone busy. An enormous projection of Terradox's surface filled a large wall near the entrance, with each zonal boundary marked by a thick red line, and each newly restricted area marked in yellow. Division heads in all zones had been consulted in this process, and the sheer number of new boundaries had been too vast for Holly to individually approve each one. Seeing them all laid out at this size came as something of a surprise. There were considerably more than she'd realized, but she understood that many of the yellow markers were in places where physical doors already required high-level clearance to open, and that the new system was primarily strengthening existing access restrictions rather than introducing new ones. It struck her now that this point could and should have been made clearer to those who felt uncomfortable with the changes, like Viola, since it was inherently more palatable than the idea of hundreds of areas suddenly becoming inaccessible to the vast majority of colonists.
"Is Monica still in the holding cells?" Grav asked a uniformed officer by the door.
The man rose from his seated post.
"She is indeed, sir. I'll arrange for someone to escort you there now."
"I think we'll be fine," Holly said. "But thanks." She glanced through internal windows and doors as she walked deeper into the facility, as pleased as ever to see the attentive efficiency of the staff tasked with keeping Terradox safe.
"After you," Grav said at the entrance to the holding cells, none of which had ever had to be used until Monica Pierce's recent detention.
"Hello?" Monica called as soon as the door opened. "Who's that? Listen, all I want is my wristband. I just need to make one call. If you pass it in, I'll make it worth your while."
Holly walked into view of the cell where Peter had placed Monica, the last in a line of 8, and stopped only when she was directly in front of her.
"Save it." "At last!" Monica sighed, either glad to see Holly and Grav or doing a laudable job of pretending to be. "Honestly, Holly, when you're not here, these people get so, what's the word, officious. It's all rulebook this and protocol that. You don't need to pass my wristband through the bars. Just unlock the cell and we'll put this whole thing behind us. No hard feelings."
Monica looked surprisingly presentable for someone who had spent so long in a cell, even one as comfortable and well-stocked as this one. But the imperfections in her normally immaculate hair and makeup were unmissable. The look in her eyes was as intense as ever, with her high cheekbones and carefully shaped eyebrows contributing to a near-constant expression of upbeat interest, and her expensively perfect smile doing its best to exude friendliness.
Grav chuckled incredulously.
"Listen, Monica."
"I was talking to Holly."
Grav's chuckle gave way to a roaring laugh. He held a hand out towards Holly. "She is all yours, Hollywood." Holly stepped forward.
"So this is what happens when I turn my back on you for a few days? You know better than to push your luck when we're here. But as soon as we leave, you start—" "It's nothing like that," Monica interrupted. "As much as I don't like him, I've never had any problems like this when Grav was here. The problem was Peter. He doesn't have what it takes to deal with complicated situations.
Holly shook her head in utter disbelief.
What exactly is complicated about you trespassing in a residential zone and trying to hassle our colonists for 5 minutes of interview footage? It's black and white. Peter did everything right. So why did you rush back? Monica pushed, rising to her feet for the first time. If Peter is so capable of dealing with things, where is he? If he's really in charge of security, why am I looking at two people who are still supposed to be on the station?
Peter is a capable horseman, Grav said. In this scene, you are the horse. He is capable of controlling you, of keeping the surrounding area safe. But maybe Peter lacks experience in dealing with the piles of shit the horse leaves behind. In this scene, you are also the
What Grav is trying to say, Holly diplomatically interjected, is that if this was merely a case of keeping you in check, Peter could do it. He's done that already. The security work is done. Now it's the more delicate work of warning you what happens if anything like this happens again. If you don't think I'd be willing to send you home, then by all means keep pushing your luck. We'll see how that turns out.
Monica said nothing, returning Holly's firm gaze with a stern expression of her own.
Universal intrazonal access restrictions will come into effect tomorrow morning, Holly said, and your movements will be more restricted than anyone else's. All residential and research zones are completely off-limits, and if you want to see what happens if you try to flout those restrictions... After trailing off, Holly passed Monica's wristband through the bars. Outbound calls are blocked before you try to contact anyone, she said, simultaneously navigating some menu options on her own band. Okay, your restrictions are in place. I've confined you to that cell for the purposes of this demonstration, so why don't you walk forward and find out what happens if you try to break any more rules? I get the point, Monica said.
But when Holly showed no sign of unlocking the door unless she played along, she took a tentative step forward. An uncomfortable sensation hit her wrist. Curious, she extended her arm until the vibration-like feeling intensified. She was still several meters from the locked cell door and had no intention of getting any closer.
Okay, I get it. Turn it off.
Holly disabled the localized restriction and stepped forward to unlock the cell. We can do that remotely, Grav said, sounding just as menacing as he intended. And we will be watching you like hawks. Do not worry about that.
This is an abuse of power, and you know it, Monica moaned as she stepped through the door. No, Monica, Holly said quietly. This is the path you chose. And just so you know, from tomorrow onwards, if you remove that wristband anywhere other than in your own residence, even for 1 second, it will constitute a serious infraction. It wouldn't do you any good anyway, because the absence of an unauthorized wristband isn't enough to cross any restricted boundaries. Without active authorization, the cloaks wouldn't physically let you pass. The increasing wristband vibration is really a final warning that you're getting too close to something you can't pass, to make sure people don't run into any invisible walls. But like I said, your wristband stays on. And if you don't think I'm willing to send you back to Earth, I'm going nowhere, Monica said, somewhere between defiant and accepting. But am I allowed to walk through this stupid place by myself, or do I need another babysitter?
We trust that you know better than to step out of line, Grav said, tapping his wristband. Literally.
Chapter 10. A recently diagnosed lymphatic condition, though mild and perfectly manageable, precluded Grav from being medically cleared to cross the wall which surrounded Little Venus. He didn't particularly care and was only too glad to retire for the night when Holly restated her intention to visit Beau Harrington, who was still hard at work inside his main lab at Little Venus. Grav's absence would allow Holly to ask Beau about the far-flung plans for a second romosphere she had already heard about from Dimitar, and the likely strength of Grav's inevitable objections made her glad that he wouldn't be there. Whatever Beau's ideas amounted to, and wherever they ended up leading, it would be far easier for Holly to loop Grav in once she had a full grasp of the implications, rather than to have him by her side while Beau excitedly ran through the plans in his usual, unrestrained by safety concerns way. After dropping Grav off outside his plush home at the edge of Sunshine Springs, Holly traveled at great pace in her transport capsule until it arrived at the enormous and imposing structure known simply as the Wall. The Wall surrounded the entirety of Little Venus, the utterly inhospitable core experimental zone, and also the so-called buffer of 8 square zones which surrounded it. Although in official use the term Little Venus applied only to the central zone in which Chase Jackson and his colleagues were currently nearing the end of their time in the claustrophobic Isolation Kompound, in common speech it was also often used in reference to the entire 9-zone area. Bo and others who worked within the Wall were more precise, if less grammatically correct in their language. He would say he worked behind the Wall rather than in Little Venus. But when Holly told Grav where she was going, she had followed the common pattern of simply saying Little Venus rather than unnecessarily specifying that she would be staying safely within the linked zones around it, which were generally referred to singularly and simply as the buffer. Such a buffer was deemed necessary because of the unusually vast differences in atmospheric conditions between Little Venus and the rest of the colony. Although other significantly differentiated zones, such as the Primosphere, also had modified atmospheres which would cause real problems for anyone foolish enough to step inside without appropriate protective wear, Little Venus was in a league of its own. In a word, its conditions were hellish. The idea, quite simply, had been to replicate the conditions which exploration vehicles and research vessels would face on the real Venus once the planet's impossibly hostile atmosphere had been partially tamed. The precise extent and nature of potential taming processes were hotly debated topics, with traditional ideas of terraforming roundly dismissed as fantastical, and the primary alternative of so-called romoforming raising as many new questions as it answered. The temperature and pressure within the core Little Venus zone would instantly kill anyone exposed to them, despite occasional rumors and conspiracy theories on Earth that there was no real danger involved in the isolation test which had made stars of Chase and his colleagues. Bo's work involved testing rovers within these genuinely hostile conditions, and real progress had been made in the last few months, with the latest models still fully operational several weeks after going in. Most encouragingly, living organisms within the new rovers had survived where others had immediately died. Holly hadn't initially been quite so impressed with this news as Bo had expected when he first excitedly told her. After all, she had been watching Chase, Nisha, and the others in the Isolation Kompound surviving just fine for almost a full year. But Bo explained that it was a lot easier to build an enormous, static structure capable of sustaining life within the harsh conditions of Little Venus than it was to create a similarly life-preserving, lightweight rover which could carry a crew of 4 and also be piloted remotely. When he contextualized the level of his achievement in terms Holly could better understand, the rovers that kept us alive on Nether docks didn't even last 2 minutes in Little Venus, she heartily encouraged him to keep up the good work. The Wall, which had been the first thing visible on the ground during Holly's latest landing on Terradox, was a largely symbolic boundary. No one disputed the need for a visual marker, but everyone understood that Terradox's inherent and invisible zonal divisions, once so mysterious to Holly and her initial shipwrecked landing party, could now be made visible with screen-like signage acting as a kind of video wall, capable of displaying any adaptive landscape or static ground-to-sky image along the entire boundary with an uncanny degree of convincingness. This method was used at the edge of the Primosphere and other zones where a visual marker was desired, but Little Venus merited a special marker in keeping with the special place it held in the hearts and minds of all colonists. Most considered it the most important zone of all, and many saw it as the colony's principal reason for being, and even those with no particularly great interest in the work conducted behind the Wall understood why it was there. The buffer zones immediately behind the Wall were significantly warmer than the rest of the colony, though naturally nowhere close to the heat of the central zone, and an artificial landscape was projected onto its interior to give its researchers the visual impression that they were in a laboratory on Venus proper. Although the area followed familiar earthly hours as a concession to maintain productivity, observers behind the Wall saw the sun rising in the west and setting in the east. Small groups of school children were occasionally permitted to tour behind the Wall as a reward for consistently good progress or exceptional achievements, and this apparent backwards movement of the sun, really no more artificial a projection than the one they were so used to, was something many of them picked up on. Holly's own feelings regarding the imposing structure and what it represented were somewhat mixed. Like a significant number of high-ranking researchers and even Ruzentra board members, she no longer considered the taming of Venus to be an endeavor worthy of the costs and risks involved. As she stood in the shadow of the Wall on a man-made satellite more expansive and more comfortable than anywhere she had ever been on Earth, it was difficult for Holly to shake the idea that the old arguments for colonizing Venus no longer held much appeal. Exploration, however, was another thing altogether. She would never be against that. And the isolation test currently underway deep inside Little Venus was part of an important program to select and train the next generation of astronauts who would soon engage in missions once deemed impossible. Given the long history of the Venus station, Holly understood why a great number of decision-makers at Ruzentra remained as focused as ever on conquering the morning star. Slowly but surely, though, even most of them were coming to understand that their focus on Venus was an emotional relic of the years before the discovery of Terradox and the possibilities it presented. Wherever Chase Jackson, Nisha Coley, and their colleagues might end up, Holly was keen to get a direct view of their Isolation Kompound while she grilled Bo on the reckless but admittedly interesting plans he had been developing in his free time. Holly pressed her palm against the wall, then allowed her identity to be checked by the pop-out retinal scanner. As a small doorway opened, a burst of hot air brushed by her face and neck. She rolled up her sleeves and crossed the line. Chapter 11. Only a small number of night shift workers were present as Holly headed for Bo's workshop. She knew he would be there, even at this hour, but quickly made sure by checking his location via her wristband. Holly smiled and nodded at the few individuals she passed, all but one of whom were on-site security personnel. The only other staff behind the wall at this hour were a small number of observers who kept a 24-hour watch on Chase Jackson and the others inside the Isolation Kompound. These workers watched uncut feeds rather than anything broadcast via the Terradox Live TV show, and the sanctity of the buffer and its focused staff provided Holly a temporary but welcome respite from the persistent problem of Monica Pierce. After walking straight to Bo's workshop door, Holly paused to look in through the small window panel at its center. He was sitting in an ergonomic office chair, reclined back with his hands behind his head and his fingers drumming a rapid tune. It looked as though his eyes were focused squarely on a series of sketches and equations on a large whiteboard. Beyond him, Holly saw the thick glass which provided a direct view into Little Venus itself. Much of Bo's work involved testing his rover designs within that harsh environment, and the only detail he had fought for during the zone's design was an unobstructed view from his workshop. There was no getting away from the fact that a lot of people thought Bo was weird. He was anything but sociable with his colleagues, some of whom greatly resented his coldness, and mistook his near-robotic focus on work-related tasks for an air of superiority. Only those who had known him prior to the colony's establishment knew that he had never been one for idle chit-chat or favoring company over seclusion. Some saw Bo's relentlessly single-minded genius as an affliction, but Holly and the rest of his handful of close friends knew that he worked alone because he wanted to. His was a firm preference for solitude, rather than a pathological need. There had certainly never been any question as to where Bo would choose to pursue his research. Earth was a distant third, and the Venus station barely further ahead in second, with Terradox being the only place he thought he would have the freedom, space, and resources he desired. Since first setting foot in his purpose-built workshop, he had never regretted this decision for a single second. Holly knocked on the door 3 times and let herself in. Bo immediately spun around and couldn't hide his surprise to see her. He checked the time on his wristband and looked even more surprised to learn how long he had been staring at his whiteboard in deep thought. "I won't distract you for long," Holly said from the doorway. "There's just something I want to ask you about. It's not about the access changes you're making with these new intrazonal restrictions, is it?" Holly closed the door and stepped fully inside. "It wasn't," she said. "But since you brought it up, what's the general feeling around here?" "I'm probably not the best person to ask how other people are feeling about it, but I haven't heard any negativity.
When you work somewhere like this, you come to understand that safety can't be compromised. A slight grin crossed Holly's face.
Which brings me to the question I came here to ask. Because from some of your ideas I've heard about, especially the ones for novel Romotech applications, safety first isn't exactly the vibe I get.
That's different, Bo replied, breaking into a brief grin of his own.
See, people make mistakes. So, if you could introduce a system that reduces the chances of that happening, I'm all for it. And that's the point. People make mistakes, but technology doesn't. If something fails, it's never the tech's fault. Someone built the machine, someone wrote the program, someone executed the wrong command, someone is always behind whatever goes wrong. But if things are built properly and you have the right people in the right places, safety and innovation aren't mutually exclusive. Bo, I know what you've been exploring. I was talking to Dimitar about our future focuses and it came up. Do you really think a new romosphere is what we should be pursuing?
Not necessarily as a priority, Bo said in a neutral tone, seemingly both unsurprised that Holly had become aware of the idea and conscious of how far out it sounded.
That's why I didn't tell you, and it's why I didn't tell anyone else. I didn't think Rusev would go for it, so I was happy to go along with Dimitar's plan of not mentioning it until he takes over. Hopefully that's not too soon, obviously, because it's only going to happen when she dies.
On a handful of occasions, Bo had relentlessly pushed for increased freedom in what kinds of Romotech-related projects he was allowed to pursue. He and Holly had disagreed quite intensely on more than one occasion, but even in the instances when Bo didn't get his way, he had never held a grudge or gone against her orders. Like too few others, Bo Harrington was someone whose word Holly could trust unconditionally. So when he stated his reason for having kept his ambitious idea to himself, she believed it.
Do you mind if I bring Sakura in to talk about this? Holly asked. She knew that Sakura Otsuka often worked late into the night, testing and improving AI control systems within the rugged rovers Bo designed. Her office was only a few hundred meters from Bo's workshop and provided a window to an area of Little Venus strewn with countless types of physical obstacles for the test rovers to overcome in an effort to ensure there could never be a repeat of anything like the situation their group encountered on Netherdox, when a crude adhesive moat had decommissioned their rover and endangered several lives. I'm interested in hearing someone else's gut reaction when they hear this idea for the first time, and she's a highly qualified person we can trust to keep it quiet.
Bo shook his head.
She went home a few hours ago. She had a bad headache, but she seemed okay. I think maybe it was tiredness. She blamed it on dehydration, but she has been working a lot more than usual lately. Ever since I gave her the first rover that can preserve animal life in there, she's been working on its decision-making and problem-solving abilities. And you think it's definitely just that? Holly asked, a measure of concern in her tone, given that she had never known Sakura to complain of headaches even during previous multi-week periods where she had worked on promising projects almost as obsessively as Bo worked on his own. I haven't really had a chance to catch up with her much in the last month or so. Has she said anything about, maybe dating anyone or anything like that? Sakura isn't all that much younger than you, Bo said very matter-of-factly. I think it's pretty safe to say that she's probably too old to get pregnant by mistake.
Holly couldn't help but laugh. This had been what she was hinting at, but Bo's trademark bluntness had an unintentional humor to it.
I guess it's just the two of us then. Well, Sakura said she'll come in tomorrow morning to catch up on what she's missing tonight. But if you don't want to wait, then we can do it now. What do you want to know? I'm not particularly interested in Venus anymore, and neither are you. So it seems to me like this would be an obvious next step for us.
Holly didn't verbally take issue with Bo's dismissal of her interest in Venus, as there was certainly some truth behind his words. But while she no longer saw much merit in Ruzentra's age-old goal of colonizing the planet's surface, her viewpoint diverged from Bo's in still seeing a lot of potential value in exploring it. For this reason, she supported a partial romoforming project which would aim to make Venus tolerable for a well-equipped exploration crew. In a prior discussion with someone else, she had used the metaphor of bygone shipwreck divers on Earth's ocean floor. It was a lot easier to put on a diving suit and strap on an oxygen tank than it was to drain the oceans and walk right in. It made sense to use all available means to clear out any ravenous sharks which may have been roaming the area, she conceded. But that was all that had been necessary back then, and remained all that was necessary now, to make sure no one died when they were down there, not to completely change the environment so they could stroll around without protective equipment. Fewer and fewer people now saw any real value in permanently colonizing Venus, primarily because the core need for such a project had long since faded. The existence of both Terradox and the Venus station provided the backup for humanity that many had quite reasonably desired, while the age-old concern of overpopulation had ceased to be an issue at all. A lot had changed since Roger Morrison uttered an infamous quote to express his opposition to the idea of seeking new frontiers rather than enacting decisive measures to control Earth's population. When your pockets are full of dirt, you don't need bigger pockets. Nowadays, overpopulation was no longer seen as a problem, largely due to the 2 decades of population decline caused by the famine Morrison covertly engineered, and which the world had thankfully begun to rebound from. Any human activities on Venus would thus be elective rather than necessary, and no discussion of Venusian ambition would be complete without reference to the once enticing possibility of a city in the clouds. But now that many thousands of people already lived on Terradox and in Venusian orbit on the station, it was rare to find anyone who thought that Rucentra's suborbital floating labs should be joined by any permanent homes for non-researchers. The final issue, which never failed to come up in these kinds of discussions, regarded risk. More specifically, the risk of somehow damaging or even destroying Venus in the process of attempting to use romotechnology to reduce its atmospheric hostility to life. The chances of such a thing occurring were stupendously low, but the stakes were so high that it merited a degree of attention. The Venus station, in the planet's orbit, would quite obviously be destroyed by any planetary-scale destructive event. The relatively trivial effect of Venus's gravity on Earth, meanwhile, meant that any danger to the majority of humanity would depend on the potential explosiveness of any destruction, since Earth could, in theory, be fatally impacted by Venusian ejecta. Some saw the mere existence of such a danger, however remote, as enough to write off the very notion of romoforming Venus, and with it any hopes of making ground exploration possible within years rather than decades. Those with such a view preferred the option of a decades-long approach using old-school terraforming techniques, which had their heyday in the realm of 20th-century science fiction. Hawley paid no attention to this viewpoint, instead maintaining the superiority of conservatively paced applications of scaled-up versions of the kind of environmental romotech that had been conceptually proven as both safe and effective on Earth in processing ocean-borne waste and purifying smog-filled air. "Remember when we first talked about this?" Bose said. "Back when I said that terraforming Venus, when we could romoform it, would be like an old farmer choosing to plow his field with a horse instead of a tractor? Well, now that we have the ability to literally fabricate a new colony if we decide that we want one, cleaning up Venus to live there when we could custom design somewhere new would be like farming a field of corn instead of cultivating fortified algae. We can do amazing things without too much effort, and I really think we should look into the pros and cons of making another Terradox." "You know what people will say," Holly sighed, appearing willing to consider Bo's words but unable to shake the obvious objections. "They'll say Netherdox was too close a call for a new romosphere to be something worth thinking about. And you'll say Netherdox itself wasn't an inherent threat. It was the poor security measures that let a madman hijack its growth. And they'll say that when the cost of the worst-case scenario disaster could be human extinction, there's nothing to discuss." Bo shrugged. "And do you know what I'd say to that? If that's the absolute truth, and the cost of another romospheric hijacking, however impossible that really is something so unpalatable that we can't even think about making a new romosphere, then this romosphere should have been destroyed before we built the colony. Because every single safeguard that's in place here could be in place for any new romosphere, and nothing we did would have to work around the archaic systems that Morrison set up in the first place. We'd have a genuine blank slate, limited only by our imagination." For the first time, Holly seemed to be giving it some serious thought. "In one sentence, tell me why you want this. What kind of research is it that you could do there but not here? Because I'm assuming it is about research." "One sentence," Bo echoed. "Okay. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up too high about something that could be a long time away from being realized. But this isn't just about research. It's not even mainly about research. So, one sentence? In your own time, Holly chuckled. Bo nodded. I want to fabricate a new romosphere. I want to live on it. I want it to be independently mobile, and I want to set it on a course to the stars. I want it to be a generation ship, Holly. I want it to be the ultimate generation ship. It will feel like we're on Earth, and the population could be just as vast and just as varied, but we'll be expanding our reach. I honestly think it would be more like a second and mobile Earth than a second Terradox. And do you know the best part? From there, we could make more. If we do this, we can literally go forth and multiply. Forget Venus. We can conquer the stars. Independently mobile? Holly said, picking out one phrase and responding a lot more flatly than Bo had hoped and expected. All I mean is that I want to be able to tell it exactly where to go, and I want it to be able to take us there, not for it to be ultimately bound by orbital mechanics like this place. And however far-fetched it sounds to propel something on this kind of scale, we both know what Nisha Coley was working on before she went into the compound. Hypothetically, if Nisha has worked all that stuff out, and we combine her idea for a Romotech reactor with my idea for a new romosphere, it could take us anywhere. Romosphere isn't even the word. To use Dimitar's terminology, we would have a cosmosphere on our hands. Holly was quiet for several seconds. And you've told no one else about this? Dimitar told you, and you told no one? Christian Jackson, Bo said. I didn't mean to, but it came up in conversation. We can trust him, though. You should go and see him now. Not even just about this, but to look at the microspheres I helped him out with. He needed small areas of the botanical gardens to have vastly different conditions, and the microspheres have held well. I know, I approve them, Holly laughed. You showed me the plans and explained the safeguards, remember? Christian does usually call them bubbles instead of microspheres, but I know all about them. Oh yeah, Bo said. So how about I draw up some plans for this new thing, and then you can think about approving it, too. The microspheres, bubbles, whatever you want to call them, they were a novel application of Romotech, just like a cosmosphere would be. The scale is different, but the principles are the same. Okay, we're changing conditions within an already safe atmosphere, but the point stands. To test it, we could develop noxious conditions within one microsphere, and then make an inner microsphere with a safe atmosphere. In fact, Bo trailed off, his eyes lighting up. Yeah? We could do it here, inside Little Venus. The next astronaut test could be inside a microsphere in that hellhole, instead of inside a physical protective structure like the compound. What do you say? This time, Holly laughed fully as she turned to the door. I say let's just focus on one thing at a time, okay? I'll talk to Christian about how the microspheres have been functioning, but don't expect anything to happen too quickly. I need to talk to him about Chase anyway, because everything around here is going to change completely when the isolation test is over. Once Chase and Nisha come out, and everything settles down again, we'll see where we stand with new applications of Romotech. Deal? Deal, Bo said. Big day tomorrow, too, with these access changes. Like I said, people here seem okay with it, but I don't know about everyone else. All I know is that Viola, she's made her views more than clear, Holly interrupted, decisively ending that line of discussion. And since it's after midnight, Christian won't be at work, so I'll have my chat with him tomorrow. This is interesting, Bo, I'll give you that, but a lot of people are going to have a lot of concerns. What about you? He asked. Gut reaction. Holly hesitated, consciously non-committal. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Sure thing, Bo nodded. It sounds like tomorrow really will be a big day. For once, and not for the best, Bo Harrington had no idea just how right he was.
Chapter 12. As he often did, Chase Jackson entered the Isolation Kompound's privacy room to get some thoughts off his mind before retiring to bed for the night. This room contained the only visible camera in the compound. The rest were built into the structure, with the test subjects knowing they were there but not exactly where, but it had become a welcome refuge for Chase and his colleagues. The room and its conspicuous camera were intended to make the subjects feel like they could take a break when they needed one, and to give them an outlet to express themselves with the assurance that their comments would never be made public. The privacy room's door only locked when one person was inside. If its sensors detected that there were no people inside, or indeed more than one, the digital lock would not engage. There were a few reasons behind this decision to ensure that no subgroup could separate itself from the rest of the subjects, chief among which was a desire to avoid creating any circumstances which could potentially encourage fragmentation on one hand and irresponsible physical intimacy on the other. The privacy room had done its job so far, and Chase had made more use of it than anyone else. He tended to enter at one of the same few times each day, when his closest friends within the compound, Nisha and Marcel, were either asleep or fully engaged in experimentation. Nisha's work was never done, but was almost entirely research-based and theoretical, whereas Marcel's was far more practical and typically involved around 8 hours of full-on and uninterruptible focus per day. Marcel set his own hours, which was acceptable to everyone as long as he got the work done, and since the very early days of the test he had tried to make his working hours coincide with Chase's so they could share as much of their downtime as possible. Chase's own work usually occurred in partnership with Steve Shepard, another young prospective astronaut who had been the candidate most tipped to captain future missions prior to the beginning of the test. The two got on well and enjoyed their flight training as much as their physical training, competing fiercely but good-heartedly in both departments so consistently that both had gained a considerable amount of muscle in the past year, to the extent that Grav joked that they now looked more like recruits for Peter's security division than for Holly's astronaut training program. While Chase was tall and well-proportioned, cutting the figure of an old-fashioned lumberjack or farmhand with the functional strength to match, Steve tended to over-focus on certain muscle groups. His stockiness, allied to his penchant for bicep building and neck-strengthening exercises, had led some to comment that he looked more than a little bit like a young version of Grav. The tall and scrawny Marcel, on the other hand, looked like he had never seen a gym in his life. The three men in the compound got along well with each other, and the two large personalities among them, Chase and Steve, rarely came to any non-trivial disagreements. When they did, however, the dominance hierarchy became abundantly clear. Chase, who never had to raise his voice to be heard, was very much in charge. On operational matters, Marcel officially called the shots, but in reality, as the months went by, he had increasingly come to lean on Chase. Chase's rise to this position within the group surprised many on the outside who had expected Steve to emerge in such a way, but none were disappointed. For although Steve Shepard failed to exude an air of natural leadership and was no longer viewed as future captain material, Chase Jackson ticked all of the right boxes and had connected with the viewing public in a way that made space exploration seem cool again. In recent days, though, as the end of the test drew tantalizingly near, concerns had surfaced over Steve's display of some mildly disconcerting behavioral tics which would likely exclude him from future missions, let alone their captaincy. Parallel to Chase's own harmless habit of crossing off the days on his calendar, Steve had become disconcertingly focused on a roof-based light in the center of the compound which flashed off and back on every 6 hours to indicate that the observation crew in the buffer had changed shifts. This was the only form of contact the subjects received from the outside world, and had been included at Gillian Jackson's suggestion as a way of reassuring the subjects that all was well on Terradox and that they hadn't been abandoned. There were precedents of similarly regular all-is-well signals being used to good effect during smaller-scale isolation tests on Earth, as Gillian made clear during the planning stages. After some initial misgivings that it would taint the isolation aspect of the test, Holly soon came to accept Gillian's reasoning that while this kind of light-based comfort blanket naturally wouldn't be present should the subjects ever be truly isolated, their survival in such an instance wouldn't be wholly dependent on the functioning of an artificial environment and the attentiveness of its keepers. In short, the subject's safety depended on the safety and attentiveness of their minders on the outside, and because of this, an unintrusive 6-hourly confirmation that everything was fine on Terradox and that the compound was still being monitored was ultimately seen as a sensible measure. The light had been a complete non-issue until very recently,
when Steve happened to walk under it shortly after it flashed to mark a shift change in the buffer's observation room. He missed it by a few seconds, but insisted to Chase that he had been there precisely on the hour, and grew increasingly agitated as the minutes passed with no flash. In an effort to keep Steve's emotions in check, and to prevent his anxiety from spreading throughout the compound, Chase agreed to sit with him until the light flashed, and promised that he would declare an emergency and initiate the 30-minute evacuation procedure if it didn't flash at the next 6-hour marker. It did, of course, and Steve breathed a sigh of relief while thanking Chase for calming him down. That had been the moment when Chase cemented his position as the group's leader, and when Steve unknowingly disqualified himself from future consideration. Unfortunately, what it hadn't been was the decisive, mind-easing moment it appeared at the time. The next morning, Chase woke to see Steve staring at the light 3 minutes before it was scheduled to flash. He tried to tempt Steve away from it, knowing that any habit of waiting for the flash could soon become obsessive, but Steve resisted in a way that suggested he might have turned aggressive if Chase didn't leave him be. Ultimately, Chase decided that the best way to react was by walking away, which not only prevented a conflict but also showed Steve that he really did know there was nothing to worry about. "The light has flashed at the right time 4 times a day for the last 350-plus days," he said, trying to sound lighthearted while internally growing concerned about Steve's state of mind. "They're not going to leave us hanging now, dude." On that occasion, Steve rejoined Chase right after the on-time flash and laughed about his own uncertainty, vowing that his mind was now settled. Needless to say, however, Steve's eyes were back on the light just under 6 hours later. This time, Chase opted to do nothing. His faith in the timing of the flashes was total, so he believed there was no real danger of Steve's concerns turning to manic fear. But while Steve's concerns hadn't necessarily deepened since then, he had taken to observing the light from longer and longer before the flash was due. The others tried to take little notice of him, heeding Chase's advice to leave Steve to it, and crucially to never show a similar interest in the timing of the flash while Steve was there. Unfortunately, though, it was becoming increasingly difficult to avoid conversations about it now that Steve had taken to sitting under the light, in a high-traffic area at the center of the compound, a full 30 minutes before each flash. During Chase's frequent trips to the diary room, this was the main thing he now talked about. Tonight was no exception, with Steve already in position to witness the next flash. "We're so close to the end," Chase said, leaning back with his hands resting on the back of his neck and his eyes fixed on the camera. "We've done all the work you wanted us to do, and the group has held up well. Our only problem is Steve's obsession with that damn light, which wouldn't be here if this was a real mission. So if there's something else you think I should be doing to deal with this, I think you should be telling me. Okay, if we were really isolated, there would be no communication. But there would also be no light turning one of my crew into, I don't know, a guy who doesn't feel safe unless he sees a light flashing every 6 hours. I'm on top of this, but like I said, if there's anything else you want me to do to deal with this artificial problem that your setup has created..." Chase trailed off and pointed up to a speaker on the ceiling which had never emitted so much as a whisper. "That's all I'm saying." None of Chase's words would be broadcast. The privacy room was a private space, and not even Monica Pierce and her Terradox Live production crew were privy to the room's AV feed. This hadn't always been the case, but the feed had been separated from the others ever since Monica flagrantly broke the cardinal rule to refrain from broadcasting anything from the privacy room 6 months earlier by airing some comments from Chase which explicitly confirmed that he had feelings for Nisha Coley. Chase's feelings came as news to no one and caused no real harm, but Holly had nevertheless been furious at Monica's insolent rule-breaking and responded by revoking her production team's access to the privacy room's AV feed and issuing a formal warning against future misconduct. After making his thoughts clear on the light situation, Chase waited in silence for a full 2 minutes. He knew someone would be watching and listening, but he wasn't holding out much hope for a response. Indeed, when none came, he took it as a sign that the observers must have thought he was handling Steve's behavior quite well. Chase then made his way through the compound until he reached the central corridor on the way to his bedroom. As expected, Steve was still there. The clock reported that just 2 minutes remained until the light was due to flash again.
Almost there, Steve said. He sounded calm enough, chipper even, and wore a relaxed expression. Exactly, Chase replied without stopping. You know it's coming, so why do you need to see it? No harm in making sure, Steve said. Chase wanted to say, and what would you do if it didn't flash, but wisely thought better of it. Instead, he settled for encouraging Steve to get some sleep, then headed down the corridor. As Chase arrived in his room, he glanced at the clock. 26 seconds remained until the end of the current 6-hour block, at which point a shift changeover in the buffer's observation room would see the staff press a button to let the test subjects know that all was well. This occurred whether anyone was near the light or not. It was a test of the observation team's attentiveness and professionalism in a secondary sense, and no one who happened to be passing the light near the changeover time had ever reported it flashing any more than a few seconds early or late. Chase lay down on his bed. He tried to relax, but within a few seconds he sat bolt upright and navigated to his wristband's location tracker. He selected Steve and held his wrist out in front of his face so he could look at it and the clock at the same time. He held his breath as the clock hit the hour mark. 4 seconds later, Steve was walking towards his own bedroom. Chase exhaled in relief and lay back down. This time he closed his eyes and settled for the night. He had known the flash was coming, but there was no harm in making sure. Chapter 13. An announcement greeted every colonist as they rose for the day, appearing as an alert on the viewing wall of each home and workplace until it was dismissed. The news that intrazonal movement restrictions were finally now in place came as no surprise to anyone given that their introduction had been expected for a while, but this didn't make it any easier for Viola Ospinov to accept. She spoke little of it to Peter prior to his departure for work, seeing no sense in repeating points she had already made a dozen times, and with which he openly empathized without fully agreeing. When Viola arrived at the CDD for her own workday, Jillian Jackson was already there and keen to find out if Viola's opposition to the changes had faded or grown. Unaware of Viola's all-too-brief encounter with Holly outside Terradox Central Station the previous evening, Jillian quickly regretted asking any questions. "I'm not angry," Viola insisted after recounting Holly's recommendation to direct her concerns to the colony's suggestions inbox. "I'm just disappointed. But I'm still thinking about what you said about it being important for the people at the top to look united, even when we're not. So I'm willing to see where this goes. I'm just worried that it's not going to lead to anything positive, and I'm disappointed she wouldn't even hear me out, that's all. But don't worry. It's not like I'm planning a ditch your wristbands protest or anything like that. The only people I've spoken to candidly about this are Bo, my dad, Peter, and you. For what it's worth, Christian isn't overly keen on the whole idea of intrazonal restrictions either," Jillian said. "And he doesn't think Chase will like it one bit. Like father, like son, I suppose. And while I have no great opposition to the changes, I can't pretend I'm not slightly hesitant about how it's all going to play out. That said, I'm very glad to hear that you're willing to let it play out. I also know that Holly paid a visit to Bo last night, and that she's going to talk to Christian today. She doesn't travel out to the gardens very often, so it must be about something fairly important. Not the restrictions, of course, but something important enough to talk about on the busy morning when the restrictions are coming into effect. I don't think he'll mention his mild concerns again. He already sent a note to the suggestions inbox. But we'll find out soon enough what the urgent topic is." Viola nodded, only mildly interested in what might be discussed in the botanical gardens, and far more interested to learn why Holly had paid a late-night visit to Bo after telling Viola she was too busy to talk. Too curious to let it pass, and with 15 spare minutes until any children were due to arrive for their day of learning and play, Viola called Bo and asked him up front what Holly had been so keen to talk to him about. "Just work stuff," he said, after an uncomfortable moment's hesitation. "She didn't come to talk about the restrictions, if that's what you mean. She knows I don't really care." "What kind of work stuff?" Viola prodded, an obvious follow-up question if ever there was one. "Long-term stuff about where Romatech is going, mainly. But look, V, is this going anywhere or can it wait? I just got back in after a few hours of rest, and I really need to get started again on these rover integrity tests." Viola turned to Jillian,
who could hear everything coming through the speaker built into Viola's wristband since it wasn't set to earside privacy mode. Jillian shrugged. "I need you to do me one small favor," Viola said, addressing the comment to Bo. "I won't lie. I want to find out why Holly didn't have 5 minutes for me last night, but had enough time to travel out to Little Venus and talk to you about non-urgent work stuff. Could you call her at some point and say you want to discuss some specific thing related to whatever long-term Romotech plans you were talking about, and then tell me when she's going back out to see you? I'll go, too. If I call her, she'll say she's busy. I can follow orders and I can handle my voice not being heard on every little thing, but I can't handle being lied to about how busy she is and being pushed away like I'm nobody." Now, Jillian was quietly shaking her head to discourage Viola from this line of action. "I'm not going to lie," Bo said. "You owe me," Viola replied. "For what?" "For what? Really? How about missing our engagement party? How about missing—" Bo sighed audibly. "I was working, okay? I wanted to be there, but the breakthrough I made that night was huge. Maybe I do owe you for that, but I'm not repaying you by tricking Holly. She's got a lot going on right now, and in a few days you'll have forgotten all about this nonsense. Is that everything? Can I start my work now?" "Oh, I wouldn't want to keep you from your precious work," Viola groaned, ending the call with a much firmer tap than normal on her wristband screen. She gazed at Jillian. "He's obsessed with work, just like Holly is becoming obsessed with being in control of every little thing. You must see that, right? You're the psychologist here." "You know I'm somewhere in the middle," Jillian said, consistent if nothing else. "What I would say is that you have to be careful not to build this thing into something bigger than it is. Bo was right. Holly does have a lot on her plate. The last thing you should do is build this into some grand personal issue. At the end of the day, her mind has been made up for a while, and she's probably been stressed about today's changes going without a hitch. In her shoes, with the decision already made, would you want to go over the same old arguments with people who disagree and aren't going to change their minds? I'm not saying you didn't have good points, but I am saying that I understand why she didn't want to hear them last night." Stuck for a reply, Viola glanced at the time. She then stood up to walk the short distance to the CDD's main gate to greet the children who would be arriving soon. Before leaving Jillian's office, she swiped a replay of Holly's restrictions announcement onto the room's viewing wall. It was a short message and straight to the point. It began with an explanation of the basics and informed everyone how to access their personalized impact report, which would cover in detail any potential restrictions they could conceivably encounter based on their previous movements. Holly then assured the colonists that almost no one would ever encounter a restriction, and that access to newly secured areas they didn't normally visit would be granted via a very simple request process, provided that the reason for their visit met one of several very broad justification categories. At the end, however, Holly offered a fairly strongly worded defense of the overall concept of restricting colonists' movements via a system which could ultimately deliver a painful jolt to the wrist should a series of instructions and warnings be ignored on approach to a boundary. "This is not a dictatorship," Holly said, "but it's not a democracy either. Terradox is our home, your home, and my home. I want it to be a happy home and a productive home, but first and foremost, we have to remember that Terradox is a place of work. As I have always strived to make clear, these new security safeguards will have no negative effects on your day-to-day life. There may be some minor teething problems, particularly today while individual access entitlements are ironed out, but before too long we will look back on today as a defining moment in the young history of our colony, as the day when we safeguarded its future while ensuring our own continued safety and prosperity." Despite their disagreement on the merits and likely effects of the changes, every part of Viola wanted Holly to be right. Terradox was Viola's home, a happy and productive one, and she wanted nothing more than for it to thrive long into the future. But while Holly was correct that this new day would indeed go down as a defining one in Terradox's history, neither she nor Viola could have known that it would live long in the memory for all the wrong reasons.
Chapter 14. Of all the research zones on Terradox, the one filled by Christian Jackson's botanical gardens was unquestionably Holly's favorite. Christian, the colony's head of botany, worked tirelessly alongside a team which included everything from conventional gardeners to genetic engineers. And despite being the subject of less general interest than other zones like Little Venus and the Primosphere, more tangible breakthroughs had come from research within these gardens than anywhere else. Moreover, it was also the site of the most advanced novel Romotech applications which had been authorized to date. The vast majority of the garden's land was filled by outdoor plants. A small vineyard lay near the zonal boundary in the direction of Holly's approach from her home at the edge of Sunshine Springs, with the low morning sun casting long shadows. The wine produced by these grapes commanded truly eye-watering prices from rich collectors on Earth, partly because of the novelty factor of where it had been produced, but also because the growing conditions were absolutely perfect, and thus conducive to producing the best wine anyone had ever tasted. None of it was consumed on Terradox, per a strict directive from Ekaterina Rusev, and there was a hard limit on the amount of space which could be used for commercial cultivation of any kind. Naturally, however, the resultantly low volume of wine only served to drive up the per-bottle price and led to fierce competition every time a batch was shipped to Earth. Other outdoor areas were devoted to the study of Terradox's native plant species, which had been present upon Holly's group's discovery of the romosphere, having been engineered by Roger Morrison's own botanists as part of the initial and secretive Terradox project. The thorned plant which once surrounded the original security bunker and caused a violent reaction on Bo Harrington's young foot was not among the species cultivated, but earlier study had revealed that the dangerous compound it contained was in fact a cocktail of organic irritants extracted from earthly plants and mixed with genetically modified scorpion venom. Before the last of these plants were destroyed following the completion of their genetic mapping, Christian presented Bo with a fully sterilized thorn which Bo had since taken to wearing as a pendant. The four edges of the gardens were marked by a landscaped moat rather than a high wall. Holly crossed the footbridge at the main entrance after disembarking from her transport capsule. She then headed straight for the cylindrical laboratory tower, where Christian Jackson spent most of his time overseeing his team's research and monitoring conditions within the invisible microspheres which had recently been introduced in accordance with blueprints drawn up by Bo Harrington and with the assistance of his father Robert's team in habitat management. The gardens now held the honor of being the only single zone on Terradox within which conditions varied tremendously from place to place, and this development had already considerably sped up Christian's research in several areas. Bo had likened the microspheres to bubbles when he first pitched the idea, explaining that a Romobot cloak would essentially turn each microsphere into its own small-scale artificial environment. Most excitingly for Christian and his colleagues, the flexibility of the technology had since allowed the introduction of microspheres which were almost as small as he could imagine, with some being no more than 10 meters wide. This enabled him to optimize growing conditions for all manner of plants by isolating individual variables, using one field to grow the same crop under dozens of slight atmospheric variations, and then analyzing the results to see which variables had the greatest positive and negative effects. Because these recent developments occurred within the gardens, perhaps the least intrinsically exciting research zone in the eyes of the average colonist, and indeed the average person on Earth or the Venus station, few appreciated just how significant a breakthrough the safe introduction of working microspheres really was. The greatest research development so far came from Christian's ability to shorten the day-night cycle within individual microspheres, simultaneously shortening the life cycles of certain plants and leading to increased rates of minor evolutionary mutation. He spoke with great confidence in telling Holly that the field of regenerative medicine would never be the same once these new mutation-inducing techniques were fully utilized on as-yet unmodified plants which already provided compounds capable of partially but imperfectly curing serious ailments. Holly's reporting of this breakthrough during her quarterly Ruzentra board meeting had since been the catalyst for Monica Pierce's disruptive behavior, after a loose-lipped TV executive from Earth broke a confidentiality agreement and blabbed about the report to Monica so she could attempt to corner Christian about it for an exclusive feature on Terradox Live.
Christian was so far none the wiser that the Monica-related drama had in fact had anything to do with him, since Holly and Peter had opted to disclose as few details as possible in an effort to avoid prolonging anyone's interest in an issue which had been sufficiently dealt with. "Morning, Holly," a young botanist smiled as she entered the multi-story laboratory at ground level. "Morning," she replied. "Has everything been running smoothly since the access changes were introduced this morning?" The researcher nodded with a slightly upturned lip, as though surprised to hear that Holly had been in any doubt. "There aren't many restricted areas in here, anyway. Just the control center, really. Only Christian can go in there because that's where all the dials and controls are. You know, for changing conditions inside the microspheres. Well, I guess you already know all of that." A smile crossed the young woman's face. "And I guess you can get in too, right? I guess you guys have to be able to access everywhere." "Only 3 of us," Holly said. "Myself, Grav, and Peter. I can override the system to amend anyone else's access privileges at any time, and that ability would automatically pass to Grav if I was ever incapacitated." "Cool. Well, if you're looking for Christian now, he just left his office to head out to the tropical nursery. A word of caution? That place is hot." Holly grinned. "I guess the clue's in the name." She then waved goodbye and left the lab to walk the short distance to the largest of the garden's new microspheres. She soon saw Christian on his knees, poring over a new crop of seedlings. He was wearing a denim shirt with the sleeves rolled up and was chewing on a long paper straw, a habit he still hadn't kicked a full 3 years after quitting smoking as a condition of his application for a place on the colony. It was an open secret that Christian enjoyed a nightly glass of wine from his vineyard, but no one seemed to mind. He was an excellent researcher who was as popular with his subordinates as he was with Holly and other senior figures, and no one could deny that his contributions far outweighed even the astronomical on-Earth value of the small amount of wine he consumed. "Anything exciting growing in there?" Holly called, taking him by surprise.
"Careful," he called. "The change can be unsettling."
Holly crossed the boundary before Christian completed this sentence, and she immediately knew both what he meant about the change being unsettling, and why the young researcher had tried to stress how hot it was within the tropical nursery. She instinctively stepped back to the normality of the other side of the invisible line. It was one thing to know about microspheres, or indeed the primary zonal divisions which had been present on Terradox even before its public discovery, but it was something else entirely to experience the sensation of crossing an unmarked threshold between 2 highly distinct artificial atmospheres. Most impressive was the complete lack of a physical boundary. There wasn't so much as a line, let alone a wall. Holly somewhat understood how this worked in a loose technical sense. The sub-microscopic romobots which composed the boundary were arranged in a double-layered adaptive cloak, not unlike that which kept thousands of people alive by holding the entirety of Terradox's artificial atmosphere in place. As she stepped forward across a threshold, one layer moved forward with her while the other parted and reformed behind her. The inner layer then followed suit, fully enveloping her within the zone. A dial in Christian's control center could change how porous any given boundary was, with the tropical nurseries set to allow humans to pass unperturbed, but not to allow the entry of anything significantly smaller, such as the butterflies or other beneficial insects which roamed freely in other open areas of the gardens. As Holly shied away from the tropical heat, Christian laughed heartily and walked towards her.
"It's pleasant once you get used to it," he said. "Are you coming in, or do you want me to come out? Bo told me you were coming by to pick my brain about these microspheres. If you're looking for an endorsement, I got 2 thumbs all the way up."
Very suddenly, a shrill alarm began to emanate from both Holly and Christian's wristbands.
"What the hell is this?"
Christian asked, taking the words right out of her mouth. Holly looked at her wristband screen and saw 6 ominous words. Emergency lockdown, Little Venus buffer zone. "Chase!" Christian yelled, seeing the same thing on his own wristband and immediately sprinting off towards the nearest bridge which would take him out of the gardens and towards a waiting transport capsule.
"Holly, come on! Something must be wrong in the compound!"
But why would they lock down the buffer? Holly thought to herself. A new sound then took over from the shrill alarm, the more standard and far less unsettling sound of an incoming call. It originated from Bo. Bo is calling! Holly shouted to Christian, sprinting to catch up with him before he reached a transport capsule in his panic. He was around her age at 44, but was less accustomed to running and thus quite easily caught. Holly took Bo's call immediately and reached Christian before Bo had finished telling her that she had to get to the buffer as quickly as she could. As soon as Christian heard Bo's voice, he yelled over Holly's, directly into her wristband. "Bo, what's going on? Is Chase okay?" "We had to lock everything down," Bo replied, clearly out of breath from whatever had happened or whatever was still happening. "The compound is okay. Something happened here, in the buffer. It's nothing to do with Chase or Nisha or any of the other test subjects. Holly, it's Sakura." Although Christian visibly relaxed, the momentary relief Holly felt upon hearing that Chase and his colleagues in the Isolation Kompound were okay faded instantly when Sakura's name came up. She had hoped to catch up with her close friend sometime later in the day, having been unable to do so recently. But Bo's tone was highly unsettling. "What's Sakura?" she asked. "What's she doing? Where is she?" "She was here," Bo said, his voice both panicked and weak. "She is here." "Bo, spit it out. What the hell is going on?" Holly yelled, trying to be patient, but finding it difficult to deal with Bo's long and pained pauses. But when his answer came, she wished it hadn't. "Holly," he gulped, audibly fighting back tears as he prepared to force it out. "Sakura's dead!" Part 2. Chapter 15. Shortly after breakfast in the Isolation Kompound, Steve Shepard's borderline obsessive behavior spilled over into real interpersonal strife for the first time. Sitting under the light a full hour before it was due to flash to signal the changeover of the latest 6-hour shift among their external observers, Steve took exception to a comment from Marcel Platt that he was only going to drive himself crazier by watching the light for longer and longer each day. Marcel, a close friend of both Chase Jackson and Nisha Coley, who, like them, had always gotten along well enough with the other 3 subjects of the isolation test, intended no harm or criticism in his words. He apologized when Steve took exception and repeatedly tried to calm him down, but Steve's angry reaction to being called crazy, as he interpreted it, ultimately beckoned Chase from the kitchen area. Chase rebuked both Marcel and Steve in no uncertain terms, insisting that he didn't care who had started it, he was stopping it. The hubbub also attracted the attention of Lee Kim and Sarah Helms, the 2 would-be astronauts who rounded out the group and had done their chances of selection for future missions little good by largely keeping to each other's company. Neither woman had ever been overtly distant or isolationist, but neither Chase nor any of the external observers expected that either would even pursue future selection. Both had conducted productive research in their fields, Kim in botany and Sarah in biology, but both had been fairly open in telling the privacy room's camera that they couldn't wait to get out almost as soon as they went in. Until now, no one in the group had ever posed any kind of problem. Chase encouraged Kim and Sarah to leave the central corridor while he dealt with the situation, and his tone was firm enough to ensure their immediate cooperation. He asked the same of Nisha, who was only peeking into the corridor before authoritatively telling Steve and Marcel to shake hands and apologize to each other. "Now go and apologize to the others for disrupting their morning with your bullshit," he said, taking them by surprise. It was a deliberate tactic to unify the 2 in arguing against the necessity of such an action, thus giving them a common ground which couldn't help but push their prior disagreement to the back of their minds, and even more importantly, to move the issue of the light from the front of Steve's. "I hardly think that's necessary," Marcel replied to his good friend, assuming Chase would be more responsive if he spoke up first than if Steve made their case. Chase didn't blink. "Did I ask what you think?" Marcel and Steve looked at each other in even greater surprise at Chase's tone. Again, just as he intended. He remained focused on Marcel and subtly raised his eyebrows when Steve momentarily looked away. Marcel eventually understood what Chase was getting at and let out a passably legitimate sigh. "If it'll shut him up," he said to Steve. "Come on, then," Steve groaned. "Let's get it over with." As the 2 set off, Marcel glanced back and smiled at Chase while giving him a thumbs up for dealing with Steve so effectively. Chase gestured for Marcel to turn back around before Steve noticed. In Chase Jackson's mind, there was nothing to smile about, because with 6 days of their year-long isolation test remaining, Steve Shepard was becoming a real problem. Chapter 16. In the editing suite at the heart of Terradox Studios, inside the only operational zone she was currently permitted to venture, Monica Pierce sat bolt upright in her chair as a smile grew across her face. "And this is confirmed?" she asked, speaking into her wristband. "Something is definitely happening?" "Absolutely confirmed," a male voice replied, speaking from a room elsewhere in the studio complex. "A message went out to all departmental heads that the buffer is in lockdown, and we can see that nothing major has happened in the compound. Chase just finished dealing with the Steve and Marcel thing, but there's no way that's worthy of a lockdown." "It could be," Monica sighed, slouching in disappointment at no longer being quite so sure that something had gone wrong. "You know how cautious they are about everything. Do we know where Holly is? That could be a clue." "In a transport capsule with Christian Jackson. They just left the gardens and it looks like they're heading for Little Venus." Monica scratched her chin. "Wait a second. I've just received a message," said the man on the other end of the line. A slow gasp followed his words. "Medics have been called. Monica, they've been told that Sakura Otsuka just collapsed outside of her office. She's dead." "Holy shit," Monica replied, eyes widening. "Get a crew to the perimeter, right now! This is gold!" Chapter 17. Sakura Otsuka's death, as yet unexplained, represented the first on Terradox since the harrowing day when Remy Bouchard and too many others had died because of David Boyce and his cowardly takeover of the ill-prepared and ill-fated Terradox Resort. Holly and Christian's transport capsule stopped at the site of Remy's death, the old security bunker which had been converted into the romosphere's state-of-the-art security center, a stone's throw from the Yuri Gardev Memorial Garden, to collect Grav on their way to Little Venus. His face said it all, and he couldn't say anything to soothe Holly's feelings of loss any more than she could say anything to soothe his. Both had known Sakura for several years. Both had risked life and limb alongside her on the surface of Netherdox, and both had grown extremely close to her in the intervening time. Grav was a man respected by all but truly friendly with few, and the news had left him looking more upset than Holly could ever remember. Yuri's death had been hard for Grav to take, of course, but it had been nowhere near as untimely as this. Christian Jackson, without doubt Grav's closest male friend on Terradox, knew better than to break the oppressive silence inside the capsule with any attempt at comforting either him or Holly. Prior to picking up Grav, Holly had communicated extensively with Bo and learned only that Sakura had collapsed for no obvious reason and that Peter Ospinov had unilaterally and wisely decided to lock down the entirety of the buffer. Christian had meanwhile called his wife, Jillian, and passed on the news that the lockdown was unrelated to Chase's group in the Isolation Kompound. He heeded Holly's request to avoid mentioning Sakura just yet, understanding that it was important for the news to be broken as delicately as possible. Christian didn't quite know how Holly was able to retain such clarity of mind in the moments after receiving such traumatic news, but he also knew better than to share this thought. It was only when the wall came into view that Grav spoke.
"So," he began, clearing his dry throat with a rough cough. "Are we telling Chase and the others anything, or does the test go on?"
Christian glanced inquisitively at Holly, understandably keen to know the answer. "No one is telling them anything," she said, softly but decisively. "Uncertainty and fear can spread like a virus and infect a crew in no time. I don't care how long is left. The last thing the crew needs is something to worry about or something bad to talk about amongst themselves." The initial gut-wrenching shock of Sakura's death had worn off after a matter of minutes, but this had only left more room for grief in Holly's heart and mind as the realization that she was gone began to sink in. Answering Grav's question, however, redirected her focus once again by dredging up memories of a best-forgotten episode, which still influenced her decisions and bore much of the responsibility for her abundantly cautious approach to managing the colony, an approach which sometimes saw her desire to manage risk mistaken for a lust for control. Her physical scars, including the loss of an eye, had proven much easier to live with over the decades than the memories which still haunted her dreams every so often, despite her having tried all kinds of therapies and techniques to consign them to the past. Everyone was familiar with the story of Holly's participation in a maniacal psychological fitness test conducted by the equally maniacal Roger Morrison, back in the days before his rise to political power within the now-defunct Global Union. Morrison had recruited a crew of astronauts from the bankrupt public space program, including Holly, and used incredibly convincing simulation technology and sensory manipulation to hoodwink them into believing that their craft had crash-landed on an alien world, when in reality they were being monitored within a controlled environment on Earth. The test, designed to measure the reactions of a select group of astronauts who truly believed they were stranded, led to the deaths of 2 individuals, both of whom Holly reluctantly killed in self-defense when they attempted to eliminate her in a bid to preserve resources for themselves. She understood more than anyone that even trained professionals could revert to base instincts when the circumstances became bleak enough, and these experiences had fed into the design of the isolation test currently underway inside Little Venus. The primary difference, of course, was that Chase Jackson and his colleagues understood perfectly well that they weren't truly stranded. However hostile their immediate surroundings, they knew that the civility and tranquility of the colony was only a few miles from their compound. The crew of 6 had been thoroughly evaluated prior to the test's commencement, and were monitored round the clock for any signs of aggression or emotional frailty. Minor concerns had recently emerged over one test subject's unhealthy focus on a light, which existed as much to encourage disciplined attentiveness among the observation team as it did to give the subjects an assurance that they hadn't been abandoned, but Holly had been assured that there was nothing serious to worry about on that front. Although she had heard about it shortly after waking up, Holly hadn't yet seen the previous night's episode of Terradox Live, which happened to feature an interview with the Earth-based family of Steve Shepard, the crew member in question. Steve's parents expressed serious concerns about his well-being, but stated that they were glad he had Chase in there to keep him calm for the short time that remained. Holly wasn't completely relaxed about Steve's growing erraticism, but she fully shared his parents' relief that Chase was there to stop things from boiling over.
"I think we should pull them out," Christian Jackson said, very suddenly and very bluntly pulling Holly's mind right back into the present. As Chase's father, his position was understandable, but that didn't mean it was one Holly had any time for.
"They're 359 days in," she said, "and they don't even have a reason to suspect that anything is wrong on the outside. If we ended the test because of something that doesn't directly affect them, they would never forgive us. Don't forget that the board made the successful completion of this isolation test a condition of moving on to the next stage in our plans for a program of exploration. The details don't matter. If we pull them out, they fail because of us. Christian, I can't pretend to know exactly what you must be feeling with your son inside that compound. But if I thought he was in any danger, I would have already called off the test."
"It is true," Grav said. "And Christian, please. Once we cross the wall, do not mention the idea of pulling the plug on the test. Just like Chase's crew, the last thing our team in the buffer needs is uncertainty."
Christian nodded slowly, appearing more or less convinced. The transport capsule drew to a halt in the shadow of the wall.
"Will I be able to get in here?" he asked as they all climbed out of the capsule. "Do I have clearance?"
Holly tapped through several options on her wristband. "You do now," she said. Christian looked at his own wristband and saw a flashing message, "Universal access enabled." Satisfied with that, he walked forward with Grav and Holly. A security officer, hired and trained by Grav, then surprised the trio by stepping directly in front of them with his palm out.
"Grav, sir, your condition. You know you can't come inside."
Grav waved his hand dismissively.
"I am fine."
"Holly, tell him," the concerned officer pleaded. "It's fine. That's an overly cautious restriction," she said, briskly shaking her head in a way that made it quite clear she'd previously forgotten about the diagnosis of a lymphatic condition,
which had led Terradox's medical team to firmly encourage Grav to steer clear of atmospherically modified areas such as the Little Venus Buffer and the Primosphere. He had never had any real reason to visit those places since the diagnosis, but today his calling was too strong to care about such excessively precautionary measures. "Right, Grav?" Holly added.
"Of course," he said. "But good work, Junior. I commend you for stopping me so decisively. But in this instance, well, I am going in."
The young officer stepped back. "Of course, sir. Peter is on top of things for now, but as you can imagine, people are getting restless and pushing to come out." Grav patted the officer on the back and continued inside. A cacophony of noise hit the trio as soon as they crossed the line into the buffer. The chaos quickly quietened, filtering through the area as people became aware of their arrival. Grav wanted to roar at the researchers who were hassling his security officers near the entrance, but was loath to do anything that would publicly undermine Peter's authority as the colony's official head of security. Although the researchers backed away from the officers as soon as they saw Grav, the disrespect they had been showing for Peter's staff angered him greatly. He briefly and quietly commended the officer's restraint before following Holly over to an area which had been taped off. She couldn't see any medical staff or any sign of activity aside from the people who had been trying to leave. Bo Harrington appeared seconds later, hurrying out of his workshop as soon as he heard the hush which signaled that Holly and Grav had arrived. "Are you okay?" he asked, directing the question to Holly. "What's going on?" she replied, nodding to answer his prior question as she spoke. Bo pointed to the area beyond the tape. "I don't know. She just collapsed. I got everyone out of there and put up a visual cloak so no one would see her. The medical staff are still there. They tried to resuscitate, but she was dead when they got here. I know I'm not supposed to use Romotech like that without specific clearance, but people are antsy enough at being stuck in here. If there was no cloak and they could all see her body, I don't know if Peter would have had enough numbers to keep everyone in." "Don't worry about the cloak," Holly said. "That was smart. But where is Peter?" Bo pointed again. "Still talking to the medics?"
"Peter," Grav called. "Come here."
Seconds later, Peter emerged from behind the visual cloak. It would have looked like magic if everyone hadn't seen similar things before, and even with that prior experience, it was still an odd thing to see.
"Holly,"
Peter said solemnly, speaking as he walked over to the relatively private area where they were standing.
"I am so sorry. Grav, you too. I know you were close."
"Do they have any idea what happened to her?" Holly asked.
"I don't have to tell you that it is very early to say much, but they don't think anything is suspicious," Peter said, his weary expression more sorrowful than concerned. "They say it looks like a heart attack, but she is not old, and we test for everything, so I don't know how that can be."
Holly turned to Bo. "Didn't she go home early yesterday because she felt ill?" "A headache," he nodded. "She was never ill, so it can't be unrelated. But they know what kind of things to look for, right? So if they're saying it's not suspicious—"
"My gut says it's not," Peter said. "So does mine," Grav added, fully meaning it.
Holly nodded. Throughout her journey to the buffer, when she had known very few details, she had momentarily thought about which potential cause for Sakura's tragic death would be the least troubling. Suicide, sabotage, human error, and system failure were among the worst she could think of. And although hope was an imprecise and rather inappropriate word in the current situation, something along the lines of an undiagnosed medical condition or a sudden and unpreventable cardiac arrest, though hardly palatable, was just about the least undesirable cause of death anyone could have hoped for. Holly was impressed by Bo's decisive handling of the situation and by Peter's security team's success in containing, if not fully controlling, a highly unsettled crowd. She was far from thrilled with those researchers who had defied orders and attempted to leave, but that was an issue for another time. "Peter," she said, "I want you to make a colony-wide announcement that there's been an emergency medical incident in the buffer. Make sure you use the word medical. Say that all research throughout the colony will be suspended for the day, and request that all parents collect their children from the CCD as soon as possible, okay? Ask everyone to go home and stay home once they finish their work and collect their children. Not because there's any danger,
but because all of our operational resources and attention have to be directed towards dealing with this incident. This is a precautionary measure in case something else is going on here, but we don't need the public to know that. We need them to think it's strictly operational. And once you've made the announcement, I want you to go out to the CDD to assist with the unusual situation of all the parents arriving at the same time, and I want you to stay there with Viola and Jillian until the last child is collected. There's no reason to think anyone is anything but completely safe, but I want you personally stationed at the CDD.
Absolutely, he said. Right away.
Come to my workshop to record the message before you go, Bo said. It's quiet in there.
Once Bo and Peter set off, Holly and Grav crossed the visual cloak towards the medical personnel who were solemnly gathered around Sakura. Her body had already been bagged.
We'll deliver a full report as soon as we can, one of the medics said, a man of around 30 years. There was a tear in his eye. Although they were all excellent professionals, the colony was a small world, and Sakura had been well and widely liked. But right now, nothing leads me to think this is suspicious.
Before Holly could reply, Bo's voice filled the air as he bellowed in an uncharacteristically angry tone. Who the hell is supposed to be on the light? You're 40 seconds late!
Oh shit!
A young woman shrieked, sprinting towards the unusually vacant observation room. A second followed behind, less sprightly but moving as quickly as she could.
Idiots, Grav moaned. How fucking basic.
Christian, immediately concerned about his son Chase, called out for someone to pull up a live feed from inside the compound. He didn't know which of the walls around him were viewing walls, so couldn't do so himself using his own wristband, but fortunately Holly was on it. Even more fortunately, when the feed appeared, it revealed that only one person was uneasily waiting for the light within the compound to flash as it should have done almost a full minute earlier, and it wasn't Steve Shepard. Chapter 18. Chase Jackson stood alone under the light, his heart rate quickening with every passing second. It was already more than twice as late as it had ever been in the past, and he couldn't help but think that someone on the outside was toying with him. "Is this someone's idea of a joke?" he said, quietly enough to make sure that no one else in the compound heard him through any closed doors, but loudly enough to be picked up by the microphones he knew were all over the place. "I deal with Steve. I get Marcel to occupy him over this shift change window so he forgets about it for once. And so we can tell him, see, nothing bad happened just because you weren't watching. And now you do this? Because I dealt with him, you're messing with me?" In 359 days, Chase had never spoken directly to the observers except when sitting in the privacy room which had been designed for that very purpose. This moment represented a change in his one-way relationship with the observation team, and it wasn't a move in a positive direction. "A minute?" he said, throwing his hands up in exasperation. "A whole damn minute?" Another 6 seconds later, the light finally flashed. Chase closed his eyes and breathed a deep sigh of relief. As angry as he might have sounded moments earlier, his emotions had been driven primarily by fear. The flash of the light was all that told the group they were still being watched. It was all that told them they hadn't been abandoned, or that a horrible fate hadn't befallen the rest of the colony. And Chase had just become aware that its punctuality was something his own sanity depended on a lot more than he'd previously realized. He looked around the corridor, unsure where the nearest camera was. "Seriously, if that happens again," he said, trailing off not for effect, but rather to think of how to best finish the sentence. His gaze then intensified as he stared at the light itself, correctly guessing that there was a 360-degree camera hidden within it. "Please, just don't let that happen again." Chase then walked away, ready to put on a brave face and tell Steve the light had flashed as usual, and that nothing bad had happened despite Steve missing the whole thing. Marcel had done an admirable job of distracting him for the requisite time, but now that Chase could no longer count on the punctuality of the flash, something he had always taken as a given, he really did have to make sure that Steve wouldn't keep obsessively watching it every time. "Oh, Steve!" Chase said in a mocking tone, opening the door to the room where he and Marcel were playing cards.
Look at the time, genius. Steve glanced at his wristband and grinned. You lousy sons of bitches, he laughed. Flashed right on schedule, Chase lied, forcing it out as convincingly as he could. Thanks, Steve said, his laugh dying down. Seriously, I appreciate what you did there. I kind of lost myself in the routine over the last few days. So yeah, thanks, man. Chase nodded, hiding a gulp as he tried to look relaxed. No problem.
Chapter 19. Having recorded a message which has since reached every single colonist on Terradox, Peter Ospinov stepped into a transport capsule with Christian Jackson and set its course for the CDD. It arrived quickly, at which point Christian headed straight inside to assure Jillian that their son Chase was safe. Peter, meanwhile, made a point of looking calm as he strode through the main gate and towards the front door. Many of the kids from the year groups who used this entrance were waiting around for their parents to arrive, but a handful of parents who had been working in nearby research zones were already present to collect their children. When they saw him, several parents approached Peter to ask for more details of what was going on at Little Venus. He ushered them away in no uncertain terms, telling them that his recently broadcast message contained all of the currently available information and that there was no reason for alarm. When some persisted, he firmly told them that all they were doing by crowding around him was alarming their children. As he neared the door, Peter caught sight of young Vijay Kohli sporting an astronaut-themed outfit, a regular shorts and t-shirt combo with highly detailed printing in the style of Ruzentra's standard-issue EVA suits. The boy was sitting on a low wall waiting for one of his parents to arrive, gazing at his feet and looking more than a little concerned. Peter took a moment to sit down next to Vijay. "Hey, big guy," he said, trying to raise a smile. Vijay looked up, but his expression didn't change. Peter tried again. "So, you want to be an astronaut one day, like Nisha?"
"More like Chase," the boy said. "Chase is strong."
"They're all strong," Peter replied, laughing slightly at the boy's straightforward words. "That's why they've made it this long inside that little compound. And that's why they're all going to walk out of there with smiles on their faces in a few more days."
"I meant strong,
Vijay said, standing up and flexing his 6-year-old arms to illustrate. Peter responded in kind.
"Some of us security officers are pretty strong too, you know."
Vijay smiled at last, shyly hiding a chuckle.
"But astronauts get to go into space," he said.
"I'm a security officer and I'm in space," Peter said. "We're all in space, remember?"
This time Vijay laughed.
"I meant real space."
"How old were you when you left Earth?"
Peter asked, beginning to wonder if Vijay had any recollection of walking onto a spaceship and traveling well over 100 million miles to his new home.
4.
"Do you remember much about Earth?"
Vijay shrugged.
"Yeah, but I prefer it here. The people are nicer."
"They sure are,"
Peter said as he rose to his feet to go inside.
"And I don't know what everyone might have been saying before I got here, but Nisha and Chase and everyone else in the compound are totally fine. Someone had a problem in the buffer, but it had nothing to do with the isolation test."
"Who had the problem?"
the boy asked in a naturally curious tone.
"One of the staff, but I'm not supposed to talk about it yet."
"Why not?"
"Well, my boss was pretty clear on that. I'm allowed to tell people who it wasn't, so they don't worry about their family members who work in the buffer, but that's all."
"Who's your boss?"
"Holly."
"Really?" Vijay asked. "I didn't know Holly was your boss. What about Grav?"
"Grav is officially retired," Peter grinned. "And even when he wasn't, Holly was his boss, too. Holly is everyone's boss."
"Not Rusev's,"
Vijay replied without missing a beat.
"Rusev is Holly's boss."
"Rusev's not here," Peter said, smiling slightly at the boy's sharpness.
It shouldn't have been a surprise. He had the same parents as Nisha, after all, but it was, nonetheless. Peter said goodbye to Vijay for now and entered the building to find that Christian had already explained everything to Jillian and Viola. Jillian looked pensive,
while Viola was sobbing at the news of Sakura's untimely death. Peter walked towards Viola to comfort her, but she beat him to it, rising to her feet as soon as she saw him and meeting him halfway. Above and beyond what the death might do for the colony, and above and beyond his own sadness, Peter knew that Viola had lost a very good friend. After a rocky start, their dangerous mission on Netherdox had led to Viola and Sakura growing extremely close, and the level of sorrow in Viola's expression led Peter to immediately regret not having come right inside with Christian, so he could have been there when she heard the news. Viola was crying hard, only able to utter a few words at each attempt.
"Part of me was glad it wasn't Bo,"
she choked out, the guilt of such feelings only making her grief stronger.
"I felt exactly the same way about Chase,"
Jillian interjected, trying to ease Viola's unfounded feelings of guilt.
"That's the most natural feeling in the world, but it doesn't mean you care any less about Sakura. She knew how much you cared about her."
Many miles from the chaotic situation at Little Venus, Peter spent the next several minutes comforting Viola, with more than a little help from the Jacksons. When the tears dried up and Viola sat down again with Jillian and Christian, some 5 or 6 minutes later, Peter excused himself to check how many children were still waiting for a parent or authorized guardian to collect them. He knew that none could leave the area without an approved adult. A fingerprint-operated lock had been present on each of the CDD's gates long before the newly introduced access restrictions had ever been considered. But he was keen to check on VJ Coley in particular.
"There are only 2 children left in this sector,"
Jillian said, pointing to a map on the wall which displayed the current location of all present children.
"Actually, there's no one left from any of the age groups that use the other entrances, so these are the last 2 in any sector. VJ Coley and Simon Fish."
"I'll just make sure they're okay," Peter said, even more keen to do so now that he knew VJ was still there. When he stepped outside, the first person he saw was Simon Fish's older brother, Leon. Now 19, Leon Fish was the closest thing to a deadbeat the colony had to offer. Having traveled as a semi-willing 17-year-old when his father was recruited to join the Habitat Management Division, Leon had long since lost interest in even pretending to care about being a productive member of the community. Peter's father-in-law, Robert Harrington, who led that division, had more than once spoken of the challenges Leon had posed for his own father in recent months. After failing to hold down any of the several clerical and administrative roles he'd been assigned, Leon was now set to return to Earth on the next departing farrier. Since learning of this, his demeanor had morphed from indifferent to positively abrasive. Now more than ever, precious few colonists would be sad to see the back of him. Peter knew why Leon was here at the CDD. He had an 8-year-old brother who fortunately seemed to have little in common with Leon, according to Viola's reports. But that didn't make him any happier to see him. Leon had a dumb grin on his face, and Peter's annoyance at seeing him turned to full-blown anger when he saw and heard what he was doing. The area was now all but empty, with Leon's brother climbing the tall climbing frame a few hundred meters in the distance, and VJ Coley the only other child still waiting for a parent to arrive. It looked like Leon was talking to VJ and was amused by something. Peter paused, just out of Leon's sight, but close enough to hear everything and to see VJ.
"Say it again," Leon said.
"The whole thing."
Go.
Leon upturned his palms.
Co,
he parroted mockingly.
VJ Cauliflower, see? How hard is that? Say it.
VJ gulped.
VJ Co.
Peter had seen and heard more than enough. It was bad enough to see someone picking on any child like this, but his anger was heightened even further than would otherwise have been the case given that Viola had told him all about the persistent stuttering and confidence issues that VJ had recently begun to overcome. "Hey, big guy," Peter said, winking at VJ as he stepped out of the shadows. He then walked over to Leon and lowered his voice. "What the hell do you think you're doing?"
"What's it to you, asshole?"
Leon shot back. "Lower your voice and clean up your words," Peter snapped under his breath.
"Fuck off."
Peter calmly took hold of Leon's arm to lead him out of VJ's sight and earshot. Get your hands off me! Leon protested, flailing himself free and rubbing his upper arm as though it had been shot rather than grabbed. You're going to pay for this! You think just because you're Grav's golden boy and you decided to sleep your way into power around here, that means you can push me around for having some fun with this little retard? Before he had any chance to talk himself out of it, Peter delivered a sudden and forceful punch to Leon's jaw. Leon hit the deck, more of a crumple than a fall, and lay utterly motionless. Peter glanced towards the distant climbing frame and was relieved to see that Leon's younger brother wasn't looking. He leaned over the fallen bully and tapped his cheek. Get up. Nothing. Peter then instinctively pulled the unconscious belligerent several meters toward the low wall so that his brother wouldn't see anything whenever he might ultimately turn around in their direction. You okay, big guy? He then asked, turning to VJ. VJ smiled one of the broadest smiles Peter had ever seen and nodded decisively. Good. Stay there for 1 second, Peter said as he opened the main door and popped his head inside. V? Having been engaged in conversation with Christian and Jillian, Viola turned to the door.
Yeah?
Slight problem, Peter said, mouthing it almost silently. Viola excused herself from the others and walked to the door. When she stepped outside, the first thing she saw was VJ Coley grinning as he sat on the wall. The second thing was Leon Fish, motionless on the ground. Her reaction was simple.
What did you do?
I know this looks bad, but he was asking for it.
Asking for it?
She echoed in a disbelieving tone.
He was asking for you to cause everyone more problems by acting like a...
VJ interrupted, not with words, but by gently pulling on Viola's hand, having quietly stood up and moved to her side. She looked down at him, forcing a warm expression and gentle words.
Could you wait inside for a few minutes? Mrs. Jackson is in there.
He nodded slowly.
But don't give Peter a row. He was sticking up for me. That man was being mean again.
What do you mean, again? Peter asked.
VJ, please. Could you go inside for just a few minutes?
Viola said, still speaking gently, but now slightly more insistently. She saw Leon beginning to stir. He wasn't too badly hurt at least, and she didn't want VJ to be there when he came around. VJ followed the request this time. As soon as the door closed behind him, Viola turned to Peter. Her expression was one of disappointment more than anger.
What part of your brain told you it was a good idea to knock someone out in front of a child?
She asked, almost incredulous that she had to ask such a thing. Peter said nothing.
You're going to have to think of a better answer than that before Holly asks you the same question,
Viola said, setting off towards the climbing frame.
I'm going to try and keep his brother occupied, so why don't you make yourself useful by at least calling their dad to come and pick them up? And call Grav to tell him about this while you're at it. If Holly hears it from him first, maybe she won't fire you.
She's hardly going to fire me, Peter said, but Viola was already too far away to hear it. Chapter 20. To everyone's relief, preliminary toxicology reports supported the notion that no foul play was involved in Sakura's death. Further off-the-record comments from the medical team strengthened Holly's existing belief that the cause truly had been nothing more mysterious than a heart attack. The timing was abysmal. Unfounded rumors had already spread throughout the colony that the new access restrictions had somehow played a part in whatever the emergency situation was, and this speculation only served to heighten concerns that more such incidents might follow. The great tragedy of Sakura's passing weighed heavily on her close friends Holly, Grav, and Bo, the three individuals who had remained within the buffer. But all three of their minds were necessarily focused on ensuring that things didn't get any worse, and that the colony would resume all normal functions as soon as possible. Having pored over security footage, the trio were confident that Sakura hadn't interacted unusually with anyone in recent days. Given their understanding that the incident really did have nothing to do with the new access restrictions, the trio's greatest concern was that fear and uncertainty would take hold and cause problems of their own. The best way to deal with this was to ensure that as many people as possible were in the safety and refuge of their own homes, And so it went that all research zones and operational buildings were now empty of all but a tiny number of essential staff. The CDD was no exception, and now stood completely empty. Jillian and Christian Jackson, keen to help in any way they could, had immediately headed for the buffer with Holly's permission, while Viola and Peter Ospinov had recently joined them, Peter at Holly's insistence and Viola at her invitation. The Ospinovs arrived around 3 hours after Peter's regrettable incident with Leon Fish, once Leon's father had eventually been reached following his completion of an immersive experiment in habitat management. He took Peter's word over his own son's without a second thought. Leon had been so disruptive and uncooperative in recent times, Mr. Fish was less surprised to hear that he had talked himself into a punch than to hear that he had actually turned up to collect his brother when the emergency call for collections went out. Humbled, Leon hadn't tried anything funny when Peter told him to sit tight in the interim. His younger brother, meanwhile, had been too busy playing and studying with Viola to realize what had happened. Despite the apparent lack of any serious fallout, the Fishes were keen to draw a line under what had happened rather than push for Peter to be punished. Holly was decidedly unimpressed with his conduct. The first thing she did when Peter arrived was tell him to go back outside and stay there until she called him in. She then spoke with Viola for the better part of half an hour as their recent arguments fell quickly by the wayside, with both accepting that they could have handled things better and agreeing that their core disagreement had been blown out of all proportion. Sakura, a close friend with whom they had both shared good times and bad, was gone. Petty squabbles didn't just pale in comparison. They now seemed almost indulgent in their meaninglessness. When Holly and Viola emerged from their private talking place, both were surprised to see Peter standing inside.
"I brought him in," Robert Harrington said from out of their view, announcing his presence. "This isn't the time for division."
"This isn't the time for disobeying orders," Holly said, speaking only to Peter. She pointed to the buffer's entrance. "Outside."
Peter glanced at Grav, hoping he would intervene as a voice of reason. Grav stood like a statue, giving nothing away. Peter then turned to Viola, hoping that her evident reconciliation with Holly would mean that a supporting word from her would mean something. Viola mouthed the words, "Just go," accompanied by an expression that was far less harsh than the words themselves. Holly was going to give Peter a dressing down for his actions at the CDD, quite justifiably, and Viola knew it was better for that to happen outside rather than in front of the others. Aside from the Jacksons, those others amounted only to Robert, Bo, and Grav. Along with Holly and Viola, this meant that 5 of the original crew of 7 who discovered Terradox were now present, with only Ekaterina Rusev and the late Yuri spaceman Gardev absent. Counting Peter, the present group also amounted to 6 of the 8 crew who bravely ventured to the surface of Netherdox. Dimitar Rusev had been number 7, with the recently deceased Sakura having proven her loyalty and commitment to the cause during that mission by risking her life to save Bo's, and by providing crucial expertise when the group found themselves up against a hostile gang of pack defense romodroids. Like an extended family accustomed to gathering only for funerals, the whole group only ever seemed to be together like this in moments of crisis. This sad thought was in Viola's mind, but she didn't bring it up. As soon as Peter went back outside, which his deeply entrenched respect for the chain of command ensured that he did promptly, if not gladly, Holly followed right behind him. Her anger at Peter stemmed from the fact that he had acted irresponsibly at a time when cool heads were needed, and when she had counted on him to perform his duties with dispassionate professionalism, and she wasted no time in letting him know.
"You could have killed him," she began, visibly exasperated.
"Holly, if I had wanted to kill him, he would be—"
"Just don't," Holly sighed. "If you think I care about Leon fucking Fish, you're wrong. I care about how this reflects on you, and, yeah, I care about how this reflects on me. When you screw up, you have to deal with me. But do you think that's the end of it? Do you think I don't have to deal with the board when they start asking why my security staff are assaulting colonists? Because it doesn't matter what the asshole said to provoke you. That's how this will look on paper. You assaulted a man who was collecting a child from the CDD, and you did it in front of another child. That's how things like this look to the lawyers and the sharks in the boardroom. And do you think for 1 second that they go as easy on me as I go on you?
Look, Holly, if this brings you that kind of trouble, I will step down immediately, Peter said, his tone suddenly solemn. And if there is a case to answer, I will take full responsibility in answering it. But I'll tell them what I'm telling you. In the eyes of a child, things look different. When a creature like Leon is picking on a little kid like VJ, think about how that looks from VJ's height. What should I have shown VJ today? That when a bad person hurts him, a good person will quietly ask the bad person to leave, and then lodge a behavioral review through the so-called proper channels? Would that help the kid sleep tonight? Would that show the kid that someone has his back, and that people who hurt him will pay for it? I think we both know the answers.
The fishes aren't lodging any complaints, so there aren't going to be any external consequences this time, Holly replied. But if you're going to continue in your position, what I need you to understand is that nothing is gained by losing your cool, no matter the provocation. And this wasn't your only possible course of action that didn't amount to making VJ think Leon's actions didn't deserve punishment. So don't frame it like that. You could have rebuked him, made him apologize, or even humbled him with the quiet suggestion of violence if you had to. But physical assault? Peter, on any other day, right now, I would be revoking your access rights and suspending you indefinitely. Count yourself lucky that I've got more important things to worry about.
I didn't mean to add to your problems, Peter said, stopping just short of an apology for an action he didn't quite regret. Holly pointed towards the door. She had said and heard enough. Back inside, the incident was quickly forgotten over the course of the next few hours. Further updates from the medical staff came in every so often, with each new communication further reaffirming the staff's belief that Sakura had indeed died of a tragically sudden, but ultimately natural cause. Robert Harrington, widely seen as one of the colony's most important figures, diligently assessed all recent variations in the buffer's conditions and found nothing of note. He paid particularly keen attention to recent readings from the sensors in and around Sakura's office, which directly bordered the core Little Venus zone where conditions were murderously inhospitable. As the long-term head of habitat management, Robert had undying faith in the hard zonal division which separated the two zones. Leakage was a hypothetical concern to some, including a medic who raised the notion that Sakura's regular proximity to the border might have somehow weakened her heart. But Robert knew that the sensors didn't lie. He also knew that his son Bo worked just as close to the border as Sakura, often for almost twice as many hours per day, and he would never have allowed such a thing were his confidence not total. Sometime later, a 2-minute warning alarm roared through the built-in speakers of Bo's wristband to remind him of the imminent need to press the button which would flash the light inside the Isolation Kompound. In the absence of the regular observers, this would be Bo's first time doing so. When the others encouraged him to get into position, he heeded their call without pointing out that the control console was a mere 15-second walk away, and that there was no mad rush. Indeed, 2 minutes proved far more than enough, and Bo was standing in front of the control console with plenty of time to spare. It almost felt like too much time to spare, giving his mind the opportunity to overthink the extremely simple instructions he had been given by the regular observation team. With 10 seconds to go, Bo shook himself out of it and focused on the incoming feed from the compound. He placed his finger over the button in anticipation of the key moment. Time seemed to slow down as the final few seconds ticked by until the clock on the screen finally hit the hour mark. Right on cue, with no hesitation or last-second nerves, Bo pressed the button. Time seemed to slow down even further as he lifted his finger and watched for the flash. But watch as he might, no flash came. His finger desperately pressed the button again. Nothing. With his heart pounding, Bo pressed the button for a third time. As he did, and as the clock on the screen ticked to just 4 seconds past the hour, the light flashed. Bo breathed his deepest sigh of relief in a long time. But then, barely a second and a half later, the light flashed again.
Oh no,
And again.
Oh, shit.
Bo stared dumbstruck at the screen and then glanced at the time on his wristband. The realization of what he had done hit him like a truck. The production feed was on a 3-second delay, and while a single flash 3 seconds late might have raised some eyebrows in the compound, the triple flash caused by Bo's uncertainty as to whether he had pressed the button hard enough the first 2 times was absolutely unprecedented. Christian Jackson was the first of the others to arrive, bursting through the door in a fit of panic. He stared at the screen, at what was happening, and at what else was surely about to happen, and said the only thing he could think of. "Bo, what the hell have you done?" Chapter 21. "I didn't tell you this earlier, but it was a few seconds late last time," Chase said, underselling the minute-plus delay he had witnessed during the light's last flash 6 hours earlier in a bid to keep Steve calm. "It could have been our clock, or just a technical hiccup, so don't get all crazy weirdo on us if that happens again this time, okay?" Having been successfully distracted by Chase and Marcel on that occasion, this time Steve was wise to their tricks. As indicated by Chase's tone, though, they were all in reasonably good spirits as Steve eagerly awaited the next flash and counted down the last few seconds before the hour ticked over. For the first time, everyone within the compound was watching on this occasion. Although the afternoon's delayed flash had passed without incident as only Chase looked on, everyone's work for the day was now finished, and they were keen to see what happened given that the morning's flash had been marked by a heated disagreement between Steve and Marcel, witnessed by the others. Nisha Coley now stood with Chase, while Lee Kim and Sarah Helms peeked curiously through a door at the other end of the compound's main corridor. Marcel was lightheartedly nudging Steve and predicting that the light wouldn't flash, gladly following Chase's advice to make a joke of it in an effort to continue Steve's slow but sure recovery from full-on obsession over the light. "I heard that if it doesn't flash, our oxygen gets switched off," Marcel said. Steve laughed slightly at this obvious attempt to wind him up, another clear sign that his thoughts regarding the light really had shifted and become less all-consuming.
"I heard the system would flood this place with lava," Nisha chimed in, offering a rare joke of her own.
Everyone was upbeat, sharing a general understanding that seeing the light flash this time would probably be enough to cleanse Steve's mind of its unhealthy focus once and for all. With 5 seconds left, everyone stopped laughing and joking and focused intently on the light. At the hour mark, Chase again reiterated that it had been slightly late on the last occasion. Steve shushed him and kept staring with an intensity etched on his face like nothing the others had seen in the past. Just a few seconds later, his entire body relaxed as the light belatedly flashed. "Just like last time," Chase said, breathing a sigh of relief even deeper than Steve's. But then, for the first time ever, the light flashed again. And again. No one moved or spoke for several seconds until Steve's head suddenly shot round and he locked his eyes on Chase. "It's a warning," he said breathlessly. "Chase, it's a warning." Chase stood momentarily stunned as Steve ran off in the direction of the compound's control center. Marcel set off after him first, at which point Chase shook himself out of the shock and followed in their footsteps. He quickly overtook Marcel and caught up with Steve as he entered the control center. "We'll talk to them," Chase said. "There has to be a simple explanation for this. We just need to—" Steve interrupted by tossing an emergency EVA suit in Chase's direction. "Talk to them? We don't know what the hell has happened out there," he cried. "We need to get out of here while we still can." Chase looked down at the EVA suit draped on his arms. "Steve, we have one emergency rover and it's been sitting at the airlock for a year. Look at the status warnings. It hasn't communicated with the system for months. If you go outside in that thing, EVA suit or not, and we're talking about if it even starts up, we don't know if the shielding will hold up. None of the new rovers were ever tested after a year of inactivity. You could die out there, man. And for what? If something was actually wrong, they would talk to us. Look around you. There are speakers they could use if there was something we had to know. All we know is—" "What I know is that we're not safe here," Steve interrupted, his tone and expression both as unsettling as any Chase could remember.
He was now beyond paranoia and uncertainty, with laser-like focus on a solution that might well amount to nothing more than an unwitting and painful suicide. Or maybe something bad has happened out there and that's why they're not talking. Or maybe the triple flash was an automatically triggered SOS call because the flash was late. Those are things I don't know, and I'm not sticking around in some faint hope of finding the answers before it's too late. So you can come with me or you can stay in here, but I'm leaving. Chase dropped his EVA suit to the floor and inched closer to Steve. His reply was simple and authoritative. No, you're not. Steve pushed him firmly in the chest and headed back out of the control center towards the others. Watch me, he said, answering without so much as a backwards glance. Chapter 22.
I thought maybe I hadn't pressed it hard enough the first time, Bo said, nervously panning out the words as he tried to explain his serious error to the whole group who had now joined Christian in rushing to find out what he'd done. The observation room's many monitors and speakers allowed everyone to see and hear what was happening between Steve and Chase, and their collective concern was palpable. System preparations for an emergency evacuation of the compound, even if Chase ultimately permitted Steve to initiate the process, would take around 30 minutes. This gave the group in the buffer a short window to draft an audio message intended to ease Steve's fears and return a degree of calm to the station, which Holly now announced as her planned course of action. Everyone agreed that it made sense.
The isolation test is over, Holly said. The late flash earlier today was an unintended intervention, and so was this triple flash. The purity of the test is already out of the window, so communicating directly isn't going to change anything for the worse. What we can do now with a third intervention, this time a deliberate and corrective intervention, is nip this in the bud. Speaking of which, Grav, Peter, I need you both to go to Terradox Studios immediately and shut it all down. Everything. I don't want anyone outside of this room to see what's going on in the compound. Clear the premises and lock it down.
We can kill their feeds and lock the studio's gates from here,
Bo said, his voice weak, and his skin paler than normal following his grave error. No one seemed particularly angry at him. Their concern for the crew in the Isolation Kompound left little room for anything else. But his feelings of guilt were near paralyzing.
Okay, do that,
Holly said. She then quickly turned back to Peter and Grav.
But I still need you two to head to the studios, because they already have footage of everything that's happened up until now. The last thing we need is everyone worrying about this, so we need to stop Monica's team from disseminating it. Bo will lock the gate once you're out of there, and I'll cut their outgoing comms right now. Everyone else, while I do that, please share any ideas you have for the most decisively calming words we can use to get this under control. If Steve had any family here, we'd ask him to speak, but seeing as he doesn't, I think it should probably be my voice that he hears.
Once again, everyone agreed. Nisha is the only other one of them with family on Terradox, Christian said, uneasily watching his son Chase on a giant screen to the left of the main control deck. If I wasn't here, I would want to be. So I think we should call Ramesh and Farah. Farah is still at Gardev Heights, Peter replied. She's one of the essential staff who we need to stay in place. The transport capsule network has seen major and atypical surges in simultaneous use with everyone moving around at a normally quiet time of the day, and that spike in volume triggered the need for manual oversight. Now that we've enacted full emergency protocols, we absolutely need her there.
Well, Ramesh collected VJ from the CDD, Viola said. So we know he's at home, but we also know he's with VJ.
Christian's eyes flicked between Viola and Holly. All I'm saying is that if he knew what was happening, he would want to be here. His daughter is in there.
Call him, Holly said. We're going to need to make some big decisions very soon, so make it quick.
Chapter 23. 36 minutes after the triple flash which panicked Steve Shepard and greatly unsettled even the calmer members of the test crew in the Isolation Kompound, a direct message was about to be broadcast to them for the first time in 359 days. In a minor stroke of luck for Holly's group, Steve had spent the intervening time gathering his things and readying himself for his walk through the compound's service bays and ultimately to the waiting rover in which he planned to traverse the hostile environment outside. He was yet to initiate the 30-minute process to prepare for an emergency evacuation, with a confrontation with Chase seeming all but certain when that time came, and he had meanwhile been trying to talk the others into going with him. Steve looked and sounded determined without being outwardly hysterical, but he utterly blanked all of Chase's attempts to talk him out of the insane idea. Marcel and Chase had since agreed that they would both do whatever it took to restrain Steve should he ignore their warnings all the way to the point of trying to initiate the evacuation procedure, but they really didn't want it to get that far. For his part, Chase had reluctantly come to accept that there would be no intervention from the observers on the other side of the Little Venus border. Whatever had happened to cause the triple flash, he figured that the fact they hadn't intervened so far, even with Steve acting so crazily and seriously preparing to leave, was a strong sign that they never would. It even crossed Chase's mind that the flash might have been some kind of test to judge how the crew would react to a wholly unexpected stimulus so close to the end of their test. He knew Holly and other high-ranking Terradox personnel too well to truly believe that this could have been what was going on, but that didn't mean the idea wasn't there. Needless to say, he knew better than to share it with anyone else. Christian and Jillian Jackson watched in rapt and pained attention as their son Chase and his close friend Marcel did all they could to halt Steve's exit preparations without resorting to physical restraint. With 6 days left, and no reason to expect any help from the outside until the experiment reached its planned endpoint, keeping Steve locked in a secure room was a last resort which neither man wanted to fall back on. Grav and Peter reported success in their mission to shut down Terradox Studios, and were already back in the buffer, having wasted no time at all. Their transport capsules made the journey extremely speedy, and on arrival they completed their task equally briskly. All Terradox Studios staff were now locked out of the main production building and locked in to the broader production zone courtesy of a modification Bo made to its 3 entry gates. Monica and her staff were unhappy with this, naturally enough, but the fact that their homes were all within the production zone meant that they weren't being denied access to any essentials, and that they would remain comfortable enough. Holly also revoked the communications privileges of all production staff, ensuring that they couldn't sow dissent by misrepresenting the actions taken by Peter and Grav, and that, just as importantly, they couldn't spread fear by detailing the current situation inside the Isolation Kompound. No footage from the past hour had been shared prior to the shutdown of Terradox Studios, and the production team's lack of access to their core facilities meant that it never would be. This was a very small victory in the scheme of things, but it at least prevented the situation from getting any worse than it already was. Robert Harrington, the quiet man of the group, provided most of the wording for the contact message Holly and the others were putting together. The message was very short and very simple, designed to get the core points across as quickly as possible, given that it was reasonable to expect the crew to react in shock to hearing any message at all. Holly's words would first explain the mix-up with the light and reassure them that everything on Terradox was under control, with all systems operating as normal. Equally importantly, they would reaffirm Chase's warnings to Steve by stating in no uncertain terms that the outmoded emergency rover stationed outside the compound could categorically not be counted on to withstand the conditions of Little Venus even if it was able to start up. Bo was crystal clear on this. Any reliance on that rover would very likely lead to disaster. Crucially, the message would also alert the crew to the opening of a 2-way communications channel, which would enable them to talk to the outside world while a plan for their early departure was put in place. This part made Holly feel confident that Steve would relax, because a conversation in which he could ask questions and immediately receive answers would naturally offer her an opportunity to handle any unexpected objections or concerns he might raise. The difficulties and risks involved in expediting the crew's departure would be significant, with Robert insisting that it would take days rather than hours to moderate the atmospheric conditions to a level he would be comfortable with. The pre-exit atmospheric moderation process was already scheduled to begin 72 hours before the planned end of the test, so that a team from the outside could venture into the heart of Little Venus in their transport rovers to gather the crew without taking on any enormous risks of vehicular malfunction. Unfortunately, Robert explained that the nature and extent of the atmospheric differences meant that while the beginning of this process could be brought forward, it couldn't be safely sped up. Everyone in the buffer conducted themselves with as much outward positivity as possible following the recent arrival of young VJ Coley, who sat by his father's side without full knowledge of what was going on, but with a clear understanding that everyone was worried about his sister and her friends in the compound. Ramesh Coley's work in the Primosphere, the research zone with the second most altered atmosphere after Little Venus, meant that he was acutely aware of the kind of atmospheric differences Robert was referring to when he explained the difficulties of an early exit. He provided some useful input to the final wording of the message Holly was about to read, then leaned back pensively in his chair when she finally spoke into the control console's microphone to record the all-important message. It was short, 2 loops of the same message, each no more than 30 seconds long, and it was straight to the point. "Do you want to press the button to send it?" Holly asked VJ as he looked on uneasily. The young boy shook his head. Holly looked around for a volunteer. Bo stepped back, still shaken by his earlier button-pressing mishap, and no one else seemed enthusiastically keen to take on the responsibility. "Okay," Holly said, reaching for the button. She pressed the right one, and within a few seconds the message was heard throughout the previously eerily quiet Isolation Kompound. Steve Shepard stopped what he was doing and listened carefully to the message. In a technical sense, things had gone well. The good news, however, ended there. Chapter 24. "Bullshit!" Steve yelled as the message began its second loop. Having been in his bedroom gathering his things and continuing to try to talk some of the others around to joining him in bailing out of the compound, he suddenly leapt to his feet. "It's not even her! That's not Holly's voice! They're trying to infect you all with lies! Someone is pretending to be Holly and trying to keep us in here because—" "Listen to yourself," Marcel said, stepping in Steve's way. "Steve, you're losing it!" Steve knocked Marcel to the ground with a forceful barge and continued on his way. "Hey!" Lee Kim called from the doorway of her own room. Steve shot her a look that needed no words. Chase and Nisha, who had been discussing their options inside the control center so that Steve couldn't enter it and do anything without them noticing, were as surprised as anyone else by the sudden message. They stepped out into the corridor to hear what the new commotion was all about, and neither liked what they saw. Steve sprinting purposely towards them. Chase moved himself into Steve's path to slow him down, but his stationary position offered little resistance to Steve's forward momentum, and the impact sent him backwards to the floor. He immediately got back up, unhurt, and pursued Steve into the control center. "Get the fuck back!" Steve boomed, raising his fists and frantically glancing around for a stronger weapon. His eyes fell on a fire extinguisher, which he picked up and brandished in Chase's direction. "We're all on the same side here," Chase said, inching forward as calmly as he could with his palms facing outwards in an attempt to look unthreatening. Nisha stepped back, knowing she was hugely outmatched if things turned physical, as was looking only too likely. But as Chase inched forward, Steve turned around and eyed the communications console. "No," Chase begged, unhappily realizing what was in Steve's mind. He lunged forward, but it was already too late. Steve Shepard lifted the fire extinguisher above his head and forcefully smashed it against the console, instantly destroying Chase's only means of two-way communication with the outside world. Chase tried to stop him from delivering another blow, hoping the damage wasn't done, but Steve spun around to greet him with a ruthless thrust of the makeshift weapon which caught Chase square in the temple and knocked him unconscious to the floor. Steve, a man possessed, resumed his previous task of hammering the fire extinguisher against the console until sparks flew and wires became visible. As his former friends and now fearful colleagues watched on helplessly from the doorway, he turned towards them and brandished the weapon with a menacing scowl. "What the hell are you all staring at?" he asked. He walked to the spot on the floor where Chase was out cold and menacingly held the fire extinguisher over his supine body, warning them of what would happen if anyone stepped forward. Still facing the others, he pulled Chase further into the room, then sidestepped away from the now shattered communications console. Steve moved purposefully and ominously to the emergency control console on the other side of the room. Once there, and with frequent paranoid glances at the others,
he initiated the 30-minute evacuation procedure. In half an hour, the compound's airlock would open. This event, intended to allow a waiting rover to venture outside in a genuine emergency which might have rendered the compound's atmosphere unbreathable, would in fact have the tragically ironic effect of overwhelming a stable atmosphere with the hellish toxicity of the air outside. And in an equally dire twist of fate, as well as ending the possibility of two-way communication, Steve's destruction of so much of the control console had also severed the core system link-up, which normally would have enabled the buffer-based group to override the evacuation procedure. With the dormant rover in no condition to shield anyone from the nightmarish conditions on the surface of Little Venus, the situation looked irreversibly grim. A slow alarm tone began to echo through the compound, signaling the beginning of the countdown to the opening of the airlock through which Steve Shepard over-optimistically believed he could successfully exit in the waiting rover. "There," he said, grinning maniacally. "Done." Chapter 25. "Options," Holly said, frantically gazing between Robert and Bo Harrington, the two individuals she saw as most likely to come up with something workable. "Steve is way past the point of reason here, and we have less than half an hour until he tries to leave." Jillian and Christian Jackson were understandably distraught by the plight of their son, having watched Steve knock him out with a fire extinguisher and then threaten further damage to ward off the rest of the test crew. Young VJ Coley had begun crying hysterically as soon as Steve turned violent, which led to Peter carrying him out of the room. The boy had no desire to see any more, and felt safe in Peter's arms, which allowed his father Romesh to remain with Holly and the others.
"Let him leave," Grav said. "When Steve leaves that compound, our problem solves itself. I say we do nothing. I say we let him die. Why not?"
"Because they'll all die!" Robert Harrington yelled, breaking a very short but momentarily optimistic silence. "He just initiated the emergency evacuation procedure, and we can't stop it, because he destroyed our core system link-up when he smashed everything to pieces. If we can't somehow make him halt the procedure, if that airlock opens in 30 minutes, no one is getting out alive." Jillian began to sob uncontrollably. "This is your fault," Ramesh snapped at her. "You're the psychologist who signed off on that maniac. He's in there with your son, but he's also in there with my daughter. And the difference is, I wasn't the one who signed off on his state of mind being stable."
"That's enough,"
Christian said, stepping in to defend his wife as her head fell under the weight of the guilt. His voice was shaky as he spoke, for however much he hated to acknowledge it, a similar thought to Ramesh's had automatically crossed his own mind. "Enough! I haven't even started!" Ramesh yelled. He glared at Jillian with something close to hatred in his eyes. "That stupid light was your idea too! Don't think I've forgotten that! You didn't just sign off on Steve. You signed off on the whole reason my daughter is—" "I signed off on everything," Holly interrupted. "I made the final calls, and I'll take the responsibility when the time comes. But we're not having that discussion right now. This isn't the time to talk about how we ended up in this situation. It's the time to talk about how we get out of it. Jillian provided data-backed suggestions, and I took them into account, along with advice and suggestions from plenty of others. So if you want to blame someone, blame me. But do it some other goddamn time, okay?" Ramesh turned away, still scowling, but now doing so at no one in particular. Grav was the next to chime in.
"If we cannot hold the procedure, and if Chase does not recover in time to do anything, we have to focus on finding a way to convince Steve to halt it. There has to be a way. There has to be."
"What about writing a new message on the visual cloak that blocks out their view of this buffer and makes it look like they're on an empty plane?"
Viola suggested, desperately trying to come up with ideas.
"We can do that, right?"
"But how do we get them to look outside?" Grav replied. "We cannot communicate any more instructions."
"And Steve didn't believe that the last message was from me, even when he could hear my voice," Holly said. "So we definitely couldn't count on him believing a written message. Come on, everyone. Keep thinking." "Everyone just think," Viola pleaded. If it's going to take 2 or 3 days to clear up the atmosphere enough for it to be safe outside the compound, there has to be something we can do to deal with Steve until then. Holly, can we change the access mechanisms on any of the compound's internal doors? Maybe revoke some of Steve's access privileges via the Terradox-wide system and lock him in somewhere?
After the nature of her recent disagreement with Holly, there was certainly a degree of irony in Viola's suggestion, but with everyone both firmly on the same page and firmly focused on the jeopardy of the test crew's situation, this point understandably went unacknowledged. Holly shook her head briskly.
I don't think so. Bo? Definitely not, he confirmed. The compound is a world of its own, off the grid. But that's exactly the kind of thinking we need, Holly said, approvingly glancing at Viola before turning to the others and rolling her right hand in a circular motion. Anyone else?
Wait, what about a microsphere? Christian exclaimed in high-pitched excitement. Bo, just like in the gardens, put a bubble around the compound and make it hospitable to life. How long would that take?
Bo's expression did the answering. Too long.
I could put up the cloak, he expanded, but reverting the atmosphere would take days. It's so alien, making it hospitable would...
Safeguards should have been put in place,
Romesh lamented, sounding primarily rueful, but with more than a hint of anger thrown in.
We should be able to flick a switch and purify the atmosphere in there immediately.
Romesh, we're not bloody magicians, Robert snapped, stepping in with uncharacteristic annoyance in his voice. Romotech affords us some incredible capabilities, generating and maintaining such an alien atmosphere for one thing. But what you're suggesting doesn't just involve making Little Venus a few degrees cooler and adding some oxygen. The pressure in there didn't rise to its current level at the flick of a switch, and we can't reduce it any more quickly than we raised it. And on the point of temperature, do you understand just how hot it is in there? Ramesh shook his head, not in answer to the question, but rather in an expression of general and understandable frustration.
What if we unsealed Terradox's inner cloak, but only above Little Venus?
Christian offered, thinking out loud with awkward phrasing that reflected how far from his area of scientific expertise he was currently venturing.
Wouldn't that equalize everything really quickly? Because there's a whole ring of perfect atmosphere between the two cloaks and everything in Little Venus would mix with that?
Holly, who understood a lot more of the technical aspects of Terradox's artificial atmosphere than Christian, but a lot less than Bo and particularly Robert, deferred to them.
There's no way we could even think about testing a theory like that on a scale like this, Robert said. If we did open the inner cloak over Little Venus, and the effects were what I imagined they could be, the worst-case scenario isn't that everyone inside that zone would die instantly. The worst case is that everyone in every zone would die instantly.
In that case, it's off the table, Holly confirmed. I would risk my own life to save them, but I can't risk everyone else's.
So how the hell are we going to get them out?
Christian asked, directing the question to everyone and no one at the same time while forlornly shaking his head at the ceiling.
Well,
Bo said, breaking an uncomfortable silence and raising his eyebrows as he looked only at Holly.
We could always go in.
Chapter 26.
Hear me out,
Bo said, reacting to the understandably shocked expressions that greeted his suggestion of a rescue crew venturing into the most hostile artificial environment ever created.
Their emergency rover is more than a year old, and I wouldn't count on it to keep anyone alive out there.
In fact, at this point I would count on it not to. But the rovers Sakura and I had been using to test her new AI developments. The rovers my team have progressively improved over the past year. There's one of them in the test zone right now with live insects inside it, crawling around as we speak. They've been in there for days, withstanding the conditions, and we only need an hour to get in and get out.
Robert was first to reply. Bo, listen.
No, Dad, you listen, he shot back. We don't have any time to waste, and this will work. Christian talked about a microsphere around the compound, and I said it would take too long. But I'll tell you what wouldn't take any time at all. Creating a very small microsphere around a rover before it leaves the buffer, and moving the microsphere as the rover ventures inside. Think of it as an air bubble, a Romobot cloak around the rover, shielding it from the external conditions.
Would that really work? Christian asked.
his voice tinged with a level of fresh hope and enthusiasm that was also reflected on the expressions around him.
Would the bubble stick around the rover and move with it automatically? Holly added, indicating for the first time that she wasn't intrinsically opposed to the drastic and risky idea. I would have to manually control it, Bo said, deliberately using 6 words where no would have gotten the same message across in an effort to make this sound like less of a problem than it was.
So let's do it, Christian said. Trying anything is better than trying nothing. Reluctantly, Holly shook her head.
Look, I want to get them out of there, but there's no way someone can drive in there protected only by something Bo is controlling by hand. We saw what happened with the triple button press for the light, let alone if we're asking him to control a rover and a bubble at the same time, independently of each other. I won't be controlling the rover, Bo said. And as long as whoever drives the rover keeps it steady, I won't even have to change the bubble's pace. But listen, that really doesn't even matter. I'm telling you, Holly, the rovers are safe in there, bubble or no bubble. They could drive straight in and make it the whole way there and back, so even if my controls slipped for a second, so what? Seriously, you know how conservative I am with our rover testing. Sakura wanted to personally cross the border inside the previous rover iteration so she could test its AI override features in the obstacle area, to see if it would correctly override potentially dangerous commands and only those commands. I didn't let her, because at that point we hadn't even tested invertebrates, and I wanted to test some more complex life forms for reasonably long periods before I started to think about letting people go in. She wanted to ask for approval to drive one of the latest iterations inside in the next few days, before the isolation test ended, and I was ready to let her. I told her you would never say yes, but I wouldn't even have been willing to let her ask unless I knew it was safe. Not thought. Knew.
Trust him, Christian pleaded. Holly gazed at Bo, in whom Rusev and later herself had placed so much faith at such a young age. His work in the rover division had been extraordinarily productive, and his successful side project of introducing atmospherically independent microspheres, primarily in the botanical gardens, was something which could benefit the colony in countless ways that hadn't yet been considered. Aside from his admittedly disastrous slip-up when trying to flash the light, a task he had been performing for the first time, Bo Harrington had never let anyone down. But this was on another level entirely, and Holly knew it only too well. Ramesh Kohli, having listened to everything, turned up the heat even further with an incisive comment. Holly, not 5 minutes ago you said that you would risk your own life to save them, but that you couldn't risk everyone else's. This option does not risk everyone else's. Before Holly could reply to this, indeed, before she could even consider the nature of her reply to what was a cutting but accurate observation, Grav tapped her shoulder and pointed to the largest screen in the observation room. Hollywood, he gulped. You might want to take a look at this. Chapter 27. Goddamn liars, Steve muttered to himself as he walked under the light on his way to his room, ready to put on his EVA suit's helmet now that the emergency evacuation procedure was underway. He then looked directly into the inactive overhead light and raised his voice. Whoever has taken over out there, you're going to pay for this. We're coming. In truth, no one else was going with Steve. The crew's situation felt utterly hopeless, with each of the other test subjects understanding that the compound's evacuation procedure couldn't be aborted without angering Steve to the point of likely killing them, and that a temporary override would be meaningless. Their only rover's remote status reports also made it clear to everyone except Steve that all but certain death awaited if they ventured outside, where their EVA suits would do little more than offer breathable air for the few moments before the atmospheric pressure killed them. Their only hope, as they all reluctantly recognized, was of overpowering and permanently neutralizing Steve. But with Chase unconscious, the group sorely lacked natural leadership as well as anyone capable of physically standing up to Steve, let alone taking him down. Nisha remained at Chase's side in the control center, frequently tempted to press the button to halt the evacuation procedure. She reluctantly but wisely stopped herself each time, and instead tried to think of a more workable plan for surviving beyond the time it would take for Steve to reach her and forcefully express his displeasure before restarting the procedure. What was made abundantly clear by Steve's careless decision to leave Chase unrestrained was that his mind truly was gone. Given that Chase showed no sign of coming around anytime soon, however, Nisha saw Steve's irrationality as nothing to be pleased about. All it meant was that Steve's actions were likely to remain dangerously erratic. On the other side of the compound, Kim Lee and Sarah Helms took futile shelter, even more insulated and distant from the others than they had been for most of the last few months. Marcel, on the other hand, stubbornly persisted in his lost cause of an effort to talk some sense into Steve. Like Nisha, he had no idea just how badly or permanently Chase might have been injured, but feared there was nothing the rest of them could do to prevent Steve from having his way unless they could come up with a plan to trap him somewhere and ideally eliminate him altogether. But as he looked again at Steve's muscled frame, Marcel began to seriously doubt the chances of success for any plan that involved physicality. And the more he looked, the more he understood that his best hope of protecting his own life, as well as every other in the compound, rested upon somehow changing Steve's mind about leaving. "No one has taken over," he said, trying to sound relaxed, and as though he was on Steve's side rather than thinking of ways to overcome an obvious physical disadvantage and somehow restrain him until Chase recovered from a brutal impact to the head. "Ollie and the others are out there, Steve. Everything is okay. They were trying to calm us down by explaining the mix-up with the light, and they'll still be watching now, trying to think of ways to make sure that we don't make any costly mistakes. Everyone is on the same side." "They are," Steve said. "You're right." "Exactly. We're all on the same—" "No, not that. The other part. Whoever is out there, they're still watching. They're still looking for ways to stop me," Steve said. "You are smart," he grinned, patting Marcel on the back before turning around and sprinting off towards the control center once more. Marcel stood dumbfounded for a few seconds. "What are you doing?" he called, belatedly setting off and trying to catch up. "Killing the cameras," Steve said. "Thanks for the tip." Chapter 28. Holly and the others watched in utter shock as the screens before them showed Steve Shepard re-entering the compound's control center and destroying everything he could see. He thrust his fire extinguisher into every section of every console and recklessly grabbed at exposed cabling with his bare hands. While Chase Jackson remained unconscious on the control center's floor, the camera feeds, all of them, died in an instant. "Oh, shit," Grav groaned. Although Steve was now out of sight, his movements continued to be relayed on another screen which showed a live location map of the compound. He was still moving around inside the control center, and the next development revealed that his destruction was far from over. In an instant, the screen containing the live map turned as black as the dead camera feeds. More seconds later, a third screen, which had been relaying extremely detailed and crucial atmospheric data from inside the compound, followed suit. Before long, every single screen in the buffer's observation room showed nothing, only black.
"We won't know if Chase is able to stop him," Bo said. "We won't know if he opens the airlock. We won't know anything else until it might be way too late."
Hands were on heads and eyes on the floor. The Jacksons and Romesh Kohli, aching with helpless fear over the safety of their son and daughter respectively, were now barely consolable. "Junior," Grav barked at Bo, his voice rising high above the sobbing. "It is time. Get the rover ready." Bo and everyone else turned to Holly, hanging on her word. Her gaze fell on Bo.
"Are the EVA suits in the rover?" she asked.
He nodded.
"Okay,"
Holly said, gulping away her hesitation.
"Show me the way."
Ramesh leaned back in his chair, suddenly overwhelmed with relief that they were going to take direct action at last. Others exhaled audibly, some sharing in the relief, and others, primarily Robert, expressing a more conflicted kind of surprise. Holly then looked at Viola, who was one of the visibly conflicted. Do you remember what I said before I stepped out of our lander and onto Terradox for the first time? She asked. Viola smiled slightly through her trepidation.
Wish me luck?
Yeah, Holly said, raising her eyebrows before following Bo towards the door. Well, that. Part 3. Chapter 29.
It will take two of us, Hollywood, Grav said. Steve is powerful, angry, unpredictable. I am coming too.
Christian Jackson then stepped forward, literally as well as metaphorically.
You shouldn't even be in this zone with your condition, he said. And you want to go in there? You're right about the need for two people, but I'll go with Holly. My son is in there. I'm going to get him out.
You've never been in any kind of hostile environment, Holly said to Christian, having momentarily paused in the doorway. You've never been in any kind of combat situation. Have you ever even worn a full EVA suit? I understand why you want to go in, but you would be a liability.
Christian had no reply. So, it is settled, Grav said.
Holly turned to him and shook her head. Christian is right about your condition. Even if Bo's rover and bubble are as effective as he says they'll be, you know that the atmosphere inside the compound itself isn't exactly like the atmosphere out here. You could end up being just as much of a liability as Christian. From outside the room, Peter Ospinoff conspicuously coughed.
I'll do it,
he said, walking toward the others with young VJ Coley at his side.
Peter is strong,
VJ said, simple and straightforward in tone as well as words. Instinctively, Holly turned to Viola. She expected a protest against Peter's potential trip into Little Venus, but instead saw a painfully conflicted expression. Viola in turn gazed at Peter and VJ, at her husband, and at the innocent young boy whose sister was trapped in the compound with a madman. Unlike Chase's father Christian, VJ and Nisha's father Ramesh hadn't put himself forward to volunteer as Holly's backup. Viola understood very well that despite how desperately he wanted to protect Nisha, Ramesh couldn't possibly consider leaving VJ. And given that Ramesh was as undertrained and inexperienced as Christian, there was no chance that he would have been permitted in any case. Peter, on the other hand, ticked every box. He had the kind of physically imposing frame required to stand up to Steve Shepard should it come to that. He was fully trained, and he had real-world experience of enduring a hostile environment courtesy of his presence on Netherdocs, where both an EVA suit and a well-equipped rover had proven crucial. Perhaps most importantly of all, Peter also had experience of handling a delicate hostage situation. No one suggested that Steve Shepard was anything like David Boyce, the violent maniac who attempted to seize control of the Terradox Resort several years earlier. But there was a certain similarity, in that innocent lives were being threatened, intentionally or otherwise, by the actions of someone who had to be tackled with great care to avoid collateral damage. "Okay," Holly said. "Peter it is."
3 is better than 2, Grav said. Hollywood, how about you stay in the rover while Peter and I go into the compound to deal with Steve and gather the others? Grav, I can handle him, Peter said very firmly. And why would we want someone to stay in the rover?
Communication, Robert Harrington answered, his hand resting against his chin as he sat in deep and previously silent thought. Grav is onto something there. Everything in the compound is offline, but someone stationed in the rover could communicate with us via the rover, and with Holly and Peter via their EVA suit's comms link.
In that case, Ramesh mused, couldn't someone in here just put on an EVA suit and communicate with Holly and Peter that way?
The suits operate over a short range, Holly said, answering bluntly but without any evident impatience for what was a reasonable enough suggestion despite being an obvious non-starter to most of the others. The compound is several miles away, but with a rover right outside, that would be the intermediary we need. If something changes, like any of the compound's data or even the video feeds somehow coming back online, it would be crucial for us to know that. Grav, it's a good idea, but it doesn't change the fact that you're not fit to go in there. I'm sorry, but that's where we are. Grav blew air from his lips and slowly shook his head, more disappointed than angry. That he was disappointed at not being allowed to risk his life, and that Holly thought it necessary to apologize for the fact that he couldn't, said everything about Goran Vuletich's undying commitment to ensuring the safety of Terradox's innocent colonists.
"So who?" he asked.
"Me," Viola volunteered, looking at Holly as she spoke. "I was on Netherdox too, and once we got back here, I was the one who operated everything in the old control bunker by myself when you needed me to distract Boyce's guards with the falling drones. I might not be able to fight off Steve like you two, but I can do this job better than anyone else."
"No," Robert said, visibly regretting having backed up Grav's idea of a third rover passenger now that his daughter was in pole position to fill the role.
"I didn't mean... Viola, it's not safe." "If Bo says it's safe, she insisted. "And if it's safe enough for Peter and Holly, it's safe enough for me."
Robert's expression remained uneasy.
"Peter..."
"Well," Peter said, momentarily weighing it up. He would never have stood by while Viola entered Little Venus without him, but there really was no doubt that she was the most qualified person for the important communications relay job, just as he was the most qualified to provide Holly's backup in dealing with Steve.
"Robert, if Bo says it's safe, it's safe."
Bo returned as Peter finished speaking, just too late to have heard what he'd said.
"We were just telling Dad that your idea is safe enough for me to be the one who goes in the rover,"
Viola said, filling him in immediately.
"It's safe enough for anyone,"
Bo said, so matter-of-factly and absent of hesitation that it couldn't help but reassure the others.
"Dad, you must know that I wouldn't send anyone inside if I didn't know this would work. Never mind Holly, or especially Viola. Their problem isn't getting to the compound safely. It's dealing with Steve when they get there." "Exactly," Viola said. "And you're not thinking of actually going into the compound anyway, are you?" Bo asked. "I take it you're going so you can talk to Holly and she can talk to us through you? Because if someone else is going all the way in, surely Grav or Peter would—" "It's Peter," Holly said, taking the EVA suit from Bo's hands. "Are there 2 more suits in the rover?" "All of the other suits are hanging in the exit bay," Bo replied, "right beside the rover. Everything is ready when you are." "We are," Holly said. Peter, standing next to VJ Coley with a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder, nodded decisively. "Don't worry, Dad," Viola said, no hint of trepidation in her voice. "We're ready."
Chapter 30. With no visual feeds or data to keep an eye on, everyone other than Christian Jackson made the short walk to the exit bay to watch the trio of Holly, Viola, and Peter depart the safety of the buffer in an effort to save the crew in the Isolation Kompound. Christian remained in the observation room just in case some functionality returned to the compound's outgoing communications system. Prior to the others temporarily leaving for the exit bay, he had quietly reassured Robert, father to father, that Bo's idea to surround the rover with a small, life-supporting bubble really would work. Size was not an issue, given that far larger microspheres were already functional in his botanical gardens, Christian stressed, and Bo's idea of assembling a new one around the rover before it left the comfortable surroundings of the buffer meant that it would be even more stable than those which kept areas of the gardens extremely hot and humid. Now, as everyone but Christian stood beside the imposing rover, Bo patted the bottom of its door. "The microsphere is an insurance policy we won't need," he said, his tone as reassuring as it could be, as his eyes and other hand focused on the large tablet-like screen via which he controlled the fabrication and sealing of a Romobot cloak around the sturdy vehicle. "How will we know when the bubble is ready?" Robert asked. "It's already ready," Bo said. "I initiated it when I came to get the suit, and at this size it only takes a few minutes for the cloak to establish. All it has to do is retain the atmosphere that's already in here. That's why I could make one here, but couldn't make anything out there quickly enough for it to be useful. In Little Venus we could set up a bubble like this just as quickly, but it would take a long time for the atmospheric conditions inside it to change enough to make it usable." Robert stared at the rover, looking for clues. "How do we know that the bubble is working? How do we know it's really even there?"
Everyone stand back, Bo said, ushering them further away until he was satisfied. He then tapped an option on the tablet. Grav, tipping his head back and laughing in amusement, was the only person to react with anything other than open-mouthed wonder as both Bo and the rover disappeared in an instant. This tech was nothing that any of them were unfamiliar with, but up close and personal it was still an incredible sight to behold.
Fucking Romotech, he chuckled before remembering VJ's presence. I mean, crazy Romotech.
VJ grinned, appearing more relaxed about everything than his father or any of the other grown-ups.
Do we want it to be invisible?
Jillian asked. This was her first vocal input for a while and her voice remained weak with worry.
I think we do, so that Steve won't panic if he looks out of a window and sees something approaching once it crosses the existing cloak. Because without knowing who's inside, he might think he's going to be attacked.
He is, Grav said. But you make a good point. I also say yes. And if Holly and Peter want the rover to be made visible, they can tell Viola and she will pass it on to us.
Agreed, Holly said, holding her helmet in her hand.
We go in invisible. That way we can always change our minds if we need to. If we go invisible, there's no undoing that.
And you are driving? Grav asked.
She nodded.
And there's no more time to waste. Peter, Viola? I'm counting on you like I've never counted on anyone,
Viola said, walking towards Bo and hugging him tightly. There were no tears forming in her eyes, only adrenaline pumping through her veins.
And this is when your brains finally pay off, okay? All those times I let you do my homework?
Bo cracked a smile for the first time in hours.
Don't worry, he replied. The tech is sound, and none of this is theoretical. This rover has a proven capability to withstand the atmosphere if it has to, but the bubble will shield it anyway.
While his children were seemingly confident enough to share jokes, Robert Harrington's expression reflected the weight of his fears.
Do you think Chase and Nisha would want you to do this? He asked Viola, his voice trembling. Or Marcel, Kim, Sarah? Do you think they would want 3 lives to be seriously risked in the hope of protecting theirs?
Viola shrugged.
I wouldn't want you to do it for me, any of you. But I know that you all would, without a second thought.
Robert didn't have a reply.
That's what makes this colony work, Viola went on. That's what makes it thrive. All for one and one for all isn't just a catchphrase. It's what makes us who we are. And don't get me wrong, we're doing this because they need us right now. But this isn't just about keeping them safe. This is bigger than them, and it's a lot bigger than us. This is about Terradox. This is about the colony and everything we've all worked for. If they die, inside or outside that compound, everything is over. Whatever happens to us. Spaceman risked his life for this place when we were dealing with Morrison, and we did the same thing when we were dealing with Boyce. I'm not about to give all of that up because some meathead lost his mind over a flashing light. Thank you, Jillian said, stepping in over Robert's silence and taking hold of Viola's hand. The two had grown close in recent years, sharing a workplace and devoting themselves to providing the best possible start in life for the colony's children. But Jillian had never foreseen a situation in which she would feel so indebted to Viola for selflessly undertaking such a risky mission. I can never thank you enough for what you're doing here. Peter, Holly, you too.
We'll get Chase out of there, Peter promised. But we need to do it now.
Holly tilted her head, encouraging him to enter the rover.
We'll see you all again before you know it, she said,
surveying the understandably gloomy expressions around the exit bay before turning and walking to the rover. She then paused, as though debating something, before ultimately removing the symbolic commander badge she had been given by Yuri and handing it to Grav. Grav, physically aching with the frustrating helplessness that came with being outvoted by friends concerned with his physical condition, and now being left to watch them attempt a risky mission without him, stood stoically with his arms loosely crossed and refused to accept the badge.
You will be back, he said. 6 words, Hollywood. Get in, get out, Get back.
Holly nodded curtly and lowered her hand, still holding the badge. The nature and complexity of her relationship with Grav was something most others struggled to get their heads around, especially Viola, as she had made known to them on many occasions. There was an obvious and deep affection, and while they didn't always seem to be together, they were certainly never with anyone else. Despite some recent disagreements, Viola had been extremely close to both of them for many years, and was intimately familiar with the stories of the immense and costly challenges they had overcome long before they had all unwittingly crash-landed on the then-undiscovered Terradox. She knew that prior to that day they had each seen things and done things, had to do things, that she couldn't even comprehend, and she knew that their bond was built on forces she never would. Sometimes a nod said more than 600 or 600 words ever could. Before leaving, Peter approached Vijay and crouched to his height.
How high can you count, big guy? He asked.
Vijay shrugged.
Do you think you could count to 10,000?
Easy peasy.
20,000?
Vijay nodded, still confident.
In that case, why don't we have a race? Peter suggested, ruffling the boy's hair. You try to count to 20,000, and I'll be back here with Nisha before you get halfway.
Vijay smiled.
1, 2, 3.
Give me a chance, Peter jokingly complained, holding his hand out to let Viola into the large rover before moving towards the stairs himself.
Viola stopped briefly on the steps and looked down at Vijay. He looked okay for now, eased by Peter's words. But she knew things were unlikely to go without any hitches, and that having to endure some hairy moments along the way was a strong probability.
We really will bring her back, she said. I know,
Vijay replied, high-pitched and totally confident.
Steve is strong, but Peter is stronger. Leon Fish is strong too, and Peter knocked him down with one hit.
When no one else was looking, Holly handed her badge to Viola. Viola took it without initially realizing what it was.
Just in case I don't make it back out,
Holly whispered. Vijay's excited comment, meanwhile, lifted the air slightly for everyone else, drawing brief grins from even Jillian and Robert.
Just remember that violence isn't the answer, big guy, Peter said, sending a wink Vijay's way before stepping onto the rover stairs. Most of the time.
Chapter 31.
This is like bungee jumping off a cliff and hoping the rope doesn't snap,
Viola said. She was fully suited up, helmet and all, as she sat in the middle of the rover's 3 front seats.
But in this case, the ground is a giant mattress,
Bo replied from his seat in the observation room, his voice reaching the trio clearly via their helmets.
If the bubble is the rope, it wouldn't even matter if it snapped. The rover is going to keep you safe.
Bo's finger hovered over the button to open the exit bay, which would allow the rover to pass through the first airlock at one side of the tunnel-like passageway, before continuing to the final airlock at the border between the buffer and Little Venus.
Besides, Peter mused, this is more like Russian roulette. When a bungee rope snaps, you have a moment of knowing you are falling. When there's a bullet in your chamber, instant.
On that note,
Holly said, breaking a momentary silence.
Bo, open the way so we can head into the chamber.
A thick, wall-like barrier in front of the rover began to slowly recede into an even thicker wall.
Done,
Bo said.
Okay, Holly. What I want you to do is move forward at a steady speed. I'll practice moving the bubble at the same rate. There's nothing out there on the surface that could possibly cause you to slow down or speed up, but I'm going to need you to tell me before you adjust course even slightly. Did you just say practice? Viola asked. You need to practice?
I should have said rehearse, Bo said. Viola sighed.
Because that's so much better.
Holly started the rover's engine, keeping Bo informed of everything she did, then slowly moved the rover forward. She built up to a brisk speed before allowing it to cruise.
This passageway isn't wide enough for me to veer left or right, but I'm not planning to do that out there anyway, she said. Well, not until the very end when I'm parking. Until then, straight as an arrow.
And so the rover continued, straight as an arrow, for the short time it took to reach the final airlock.
"Ready when you are," Bo announced. "Before you press it,"
Holly said, breathing slowly.
"For the love of God, make sure the first airlock and the exit bay's door are both sealed."
"They're sealed," Robert Harrington's voice called back. "All of the backup locks that we opened before you reached them too. All sealed." Robert's input eased Holly's mind, reminding her that Bo wasn't alone in the observation room, that he had Christian and Robert at his side, two men highly knowledgeable in atmospheric manipulation. Romesh's area of expertise in the biochemistry of primordial life was less immediately helpful, as was Jillian's psychologist's skill set, but both were there, and both were willing the rescue crew to succeed with every fiber of their being. VJ, meanwhile, was still counting.
"On 3,
Bo said. He then pressed the button, this time right on cue. "It's already opening," Peter called. "Bo, I can see outside. That means it's all clear, or the bullet would be out of the chamber and lodged in our brain by now."
"And look at the rover's readings," Bo replied enthusiastically. "Green all over. The bubble is working. So the rope held and there's a mattress on the ground. No more leaps of faith, Holly. Just drive."
Despite the green readings and the comforting size and sturdiness of their rover, the trio inside couldn't help but feel uneasy as they ventured across the barren and hostile landscape of Little Venus. They had a drive of several miles ahead of them, but it wouldn't take long.
"How are you doing with the bubble?"
Holly asked after a few minutes. The compound, always visible through the one-way cloak which hid the buffer from the test crew's perspective, now loomed large through the rover's front window.
"Nice and easy?" "I'm just sliding my finger along the path of your rover on the control map," Bo replied. "You'd know if I slipped up because your external readings would all go red, and you'd see warnings in your HUDs about the atmosphere outside the rover. But the rover would keep you safe. The only potential challenge comes after parking, because you have to manually open the compound's hatch with the access code. There's no way you'll be able to get inside unless the bubble holds up. And if you left the rover without the bubble in place, you'd be dead as soon as you open the door. So we're counting on the bubble for saving the others, but you three are in no danger as long as you stay in the rover."
"Holy hell," Robert moaned very suddenly.
"What?"
Holly, Bo, and just about everyone else asked in unison. Fortunately, both Holly and Bo were able to maintain their steady focus on the rover's journey while asking. "I can't believe I didn't make this clear," Robert went on. "Holly, Peter, when you get inside, do not take your helmets off. The air inside the compound is not air you want to expose yourself to without gradual acclimatization. It's the composition. It's perfectly breathable and tolerable for extended periods, obviously, but it's not what you're used to."
"So what would happen if they did take their helmets off?"
Viola asked. "At best they would faint," Robert answered without missing a beat. "At worst, well, it could be a lot worse than fainting. The compound is a conventional structure with a conventional life support system. There's no microsphere, no artificial atmosphere, nothing like that. There are operational and research-based reasons for the lower oxygen concentration in the compound, and the test subjects know all about the gradual reduction over time and have been closely monitored throughout. But all you need to know is that the variation exists and that it would be catastrophically dangerous to ignore it. It's—" Robert paused, searching for the words. "It's not exactly like diving, and I'm not an expert on diving terminology, but if you think of someone coming back up too quickly, they're fine at the bottom, and they're fine on the surface, but the change can be what gets them. Decompression sickness, that's what they call it in diving. Like I said, it's not exactly the same. The oxygen concentration isn't a problem for any of them because the change has been gradual and carefully monitored. But if you took off your helmets in there, it would be like teleporting to a point higher than the summit of Mount Everest. The sudden change would cause a real shock to your system, and even brief exposure could pose serious problems. We could effectively be looking at asphyxiation, hypoxia, things we really don't want to see. Just don't test it out, okay? Your voices will come through the compound's internal speakers via your helmets, and we have no reason to believe that Steve knocked the speaker offline, only that he killed the data links to the outside. But remember, there's no room for even thinking about taking your helmets off." Holly and Peter looked at each other.
"Kind of glad you remembered to tell us that, Robert," Peter deadpanned.
"Better late than never," Holly added, with the compound now no more than a quarter of a mile away. "Bo, I'm going to slow it down, okay?" "Okay, nice and steady. Whoa, Holly, slowly." All of a sudden, an ominous red warning light began to flash inside the rover. There was no alarm, but the readings on the dashboard were alarming enough. Everywhere the trio looked, they saw only red. "What are you doing out there?" Holly yelled. "Bo, where's the bubble?" "Exactly where it should be," Bo replied, uncharacteristic anger in his tone. Fortunately, the flashing light then ceased as quickly as it had begun, the readings immediately turning green once more. "Since when does 'I'm going to slow it down' mean I'm going to slam the brakes and start crawling?" Bo asked. "You have to talk to me here, Holly. I'm manually controlling this thing. I need a warning if you're going to stop." "I'm sorry," Holly said. "The brakes are a lot tighter than I expected. That was my fault. But on the bright side, the rover held up," Viola concluded. "It always will, but that doesn't mean I want you to test it again," Bo said. "2 safety nets are better than 1. Just keep going at this pace until you reach the parking spot at the service bay. From there, the bubble is all you'll have. Needless to say, you have to enter the code and get inside as quickly as you can." "I'm guessing there is more of a plan than that, right?" Viola said, directing the inflected question at no one in particular.
"We know what we're doing," Peter replied. "You are staying in here, of course, and Holly and I will do whatever it takes to halt the evacuation procedure. We'll have around 10 minutes, which is enough. Depending on how easily it all goes and how Steve reacts, one of us might have to stay with him while the other joins you in bringing everyone else back to the buffer. But don't worry, V. This isn't like when me and Holly burst into the room where Boyce was holding Grav, while you were doing your part in the bunker. We are not confronting an armed man who woke up this morning with murder on his mind."
"But isn't that the whole thing?" Viola asked. "Steve isn't like Boyce, but doesn't that make this even harder? Steve has legitimately lost his mind. He didn't wake up this morning and decide to go on a killing spree, but he's not acting rationally, and that makes him unpredictable. We don't know what Steve is doing right now, or what he wants to happen to the others, let alone how he'll react to seeing you."
"Relax," Peter said, trying to sound soothing. "He has no real weaponry and no allies. If this kind of thing was happening in a regular environment, with the same perpetrator and similar schematics, it would be a walk in the park. What we are really up against here isn't Steve Shepard. It's the complications of the atmosphere and the system functions we can't override from the outside. And those are things we do know about. Those are things we do understand. Whatever Steve wants to do, he couldn't get past one of us. So with 2, Steve is not a problem, and the conditions are not a mystery."
Over the sound of silence, Holly continued to direct the rover to the service bay, with Bo watching like a hawk and tracing the expected path with his finger. "I'm going to slow it down again," she told him. "I don't want that to be a mystery this time either." Bo didn't laugh, too focused on keeping the bubble around the rover until both were stationary. Moments later, the rover safely drew to a halt. "Well, Bo," Holly said, "I guess you've done your part." Chapter 32. Unseen by anyone in the observation room or anywhere else on Terradox, Steve Shepard finalized his personal preparations to leave the compound. Time had failed to temper his irrational determination to do so, and if anything, the countdown to the evacuation procedure's completion had only strengthened his resolve. As soon as that countdown reached 0, and the airlock opened to allow Steve's exit in a rover he believed capable of traversing the hellish landscape outside, he would be gone without a backwards glance. 9 minutes until emergency evacuation procedure completion, an automated voice announced. Ensure all personnel are securely within the exit vehicle before procedure completion. With each announcement, which had been airing at 3-minute intervals, Nisha Coley grew ever more tempted to press the button to cancel the procedure. But each time she held herself back in the desperate hope that Chase would soon awaken from his unconscious and likely seriously concussed stupor. Without him there to contend with Steve, any obstructive actions or delaying tactics would only push Steve towards an unstoppable, violent reaction and an inevitable second initiation of the evacuation procedure. She couldn't imagine that Steve would be as sloppy as he had been last time if he had to return to the control center. He was bound to deal with Chase more decisively and potentially with deadly finality, and this was self-evidently something Nisha wanted to avoid. Her hopes were pinned on Chase waking up. If the countdown reached 3 minutes, she would have no choice but to hit the button and invite whatever retribution might follow. But until then, where there was life, there was hope. And then, at last, came an idea. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't even particularly good, but it was better than nothing, and it was all she had.
"Marcel!"
she yelled, having no difficulty in tinging the call with fear and urgency.
"He's not breathing!"
Marcel, still keeping a close eye on Steve and trying to think of ideas of his own while pretending to slowly grow receptive to Steve's plan to leave, immediately sprinted towards the control center. Steve followed, walking slowly and ponderously. His initial expression upon hearing the words, as Marcel noticed, was one of a man hearing unwelcome news. Evidently, while he had been trying to stop Chase, he hadn't been trying to kill him. Marcel wore a pained expression of sorrow as he sprinted toward his friend's lifeless body. But as he grew near, he noticed that Nisha's expression didn't match his own. Instead, she sat next to Chase with raised eyebrows and performed a subtle, cutthroat gesture. Combined with the wink that followed, this got the message across. He's not really dead, but don't let on. Marcel slowed to a walk until Nisha beckoned him to hurry up and get down on the floor beside her and Chase.
"Pretend to check him over and pretend he's dead,"
she whispered, leaving no gap for Marcel to reply at all, much less ask any questions.
"I'm going to pretend to be reluctantly willing to leave, and I'll ask Steve to help with my suit. We need to lock him inside the privacy room, because that's the only room with a door that isn't recessed. It opens outwards into the corridor, so we can do it."
"Ow," Marcel asked under his breath, pretending to listen and feel for a heartbeat. Steve was walking so slowly that he wasn't yet in sight, but they could take no chances.
"How do we get him in? And how do we lock him in?" "We can barricade the door with our own bodies at first, and then get the others to push a bed or the kitchen table into the corridor."
"And the part about getting him in there?" Marcel pushed. He wasn't against the idea, but there were large gaps to be filled.
"I'll go in there to get into my suit," Nisha said. "Modesty. I'll say I have to take some of my clothes off before I jump into the undersuit. That should work, and small details won't trip us up when his mind is totally in the clouds. Then I'll pretend to have trouble getting it on. He'll come in to help, and I'll maneuver myself to be nearer the door than he is. As soon as I make my move, you'll be ready to slam the door closed. I'll count down from 5 with my fingers while he's trying to fix my suit, and on 0 I'll push him backwards and jump out. You'll be waiting to slam the door closed as soon as I'm out. As soon as I'm out. Okay? Are you with me?"
Marcel hesitated.
"He's coming," Nisha said.
"I'm in," Marcel gulped. "He thinks I'm coming around to the idea of leaving anyway, so I'll make it seem like I've talked you into it. And when you put your suit on, tell him your helmet's HUD has detected a tear or a hole in the back. He'll be looking for a problem that isn't there."
"Steve!"
Nisha called, dialing up the emotion in her voice as well as the volume as the cause of all their problems stepped toward the edge of the control center.
He's
dead," Marcel interjected, finishing the sentence. "Listen, Nisha, this isn't easy, but if we're leaving, we have to leave now." Steve surveyed the situation. Chase was motionless, appearing dead enough from his doorway vantage point. Nisha looked utterly dejected, and Steve considered the point that she had spent the past 20 minutes sitting over Chase's body, at no stage pressing the nearby button to halt the evacuation procedure on one of the surviving parts of the console, as anyone who was truly against him doubtless would have done by now. "What's done is done," he said, firmly but without sounding overly blasé. "We can't change that, but we can get out of here. We can get out of here and deal with the pieces of shit who have taken over in the buffer. Whoever flashed the light, whoever pretended to be Holly, we can make them pay for this. They did this. They turned us against each other." With all that had happened since, it had been easy to forget the seemingly small events that had pushed Steve's state of mind over the edge and into the dangerous abyss where it currently resided. Nisha's mouth wanted to scream about how crazy he sounded, about how crazy he was being, but she had to restrain herself. The briefest of glances at Marcel told her that he was struggling with the same thing. Even at the news of Chase's apparent death, the elusive duo of Lee Kim and Sarah Helms remained hidden behind the doorway of one of their rooms as they had been since Steve's irrationality reached its peak. In terms of improving their survival chances, they may as well have been children closing their eyes in the hopes that it would make them invisible, but they were currently as far out of the others' minds as they were out of their sight. "Whoever is out there would pay for this," Marcel snarled. Nisha wiped away a tear and rose to her feet, accepting Steve's offer of a consoling arm.
"Let's go," she said. "I need my suit."
Chapter 33.
"Whatever happens, you do not come inside,"
Holly said, turning to Viola.
"Seriously," Peter added. "V, unless we explicitly ask you to come inside, I need you to promise that you won't. And I'm not saying, even if it sounds like we're in trouble. I'm saying, especially if it sounds like we're in trouble. Okay?"
Viola hesitated.
"If you run into trouble, I'm not going to sit here and—"
"Bo, can you remotely lock the rover?" Holly interrupted. "Yes," he replied from his seat in the buffer, several miles away. Holly looked at Viola. Behind the helmet of the most protective EVA suit ever produced on Terradox, it was very difficult to make out her expression or even see her face.
"Get in, get out, get back," Grav boomed through the rover's radio. "And God damn it, you two, get on with it."
"Bo," Holly said, barely above a whisper.
"Is it safe to open the door?"
In lieu of a verbal answer, Bo remotely opened the rover's door.
"That will be a yes, then,"
Peter laughed, seeing the funny side while Holly and Viola were only relieved.
"The bubble will very safely cover your few steps to the service bay's door,"
Bo said.
"It will also cover the door, so when you open it, there will be no problem of atmospheric leakage in either direction. There wasn't enough space in here to set up a bubble big enough to cover the compound's primary airlock, which obviously would have been ideal for protecting everyone inside, and I couldn't have set it up out there on the surface because obviously the air would have been no good. What we do have will work, but we still don't want to take any unnecessary chances. Make sure to close the door behind you as soon as you get in, and from there you'll be safely inside. The button to close the door is huge, like a fire alarm. Hit it as soon as you get in."
"Get in, get out, get back, Hollywood,"
Grav repeated, leaning directly over Bo's microphone to make sure she heard it loud and clear.
"As always,"
Holly replied. Once she and Peter were outside and the rover's door closed behind them, they would only be in direct communication with Viola. This was when Viola's presence would become crucial, enabling them to stay in touch with the buffer once they entered the compound thanks to their helmet's excellent short-range communication abilities, which could penetrate even the compound's heavily reinforced walls. Before leaving, Peter then clasped Viola's hand. Their suit's dexterous finger coverings allowed at least some degree of shared feeling.
"Bye for now,"
he whispered.
"Bye for now,"
Viola replied, fighting not to cry and unable to wipe away the stubborn tears forming inside her helmet. Holly encouraged Peter to feel free to go down the steps first. Walking on the hostile surface of Little Venus was a regrettable necessity rather than a giant leap for anyone, and then paused briefly next to Viola before following him out.
"I want to say sorry for how things have been lately," she said. "Everyone always says that power corrupts, which it hasn't, but no one ever tells you that responsibility isolates. And trust me, it does. I'm sorry, too. I overreacted to a few things, Viola admitted. We'll talk about it later, okay? I just want to say one more thing before you go. What? Viola spoke slowly, over-enunciating her next two words for emphasis. Remy Bouchard. Remy? Why would you mention Rem? He was a good man, but he was standing between us and everyone else's safety, Viola interjected. You did what had to be done when Remy wouldn't get out of the way, and you saved a lot of lives by doing it.
We'll do whatever it takes, Peter said, impatiently replying on Holly's behalf, having heard everything thanks to their helmet-based comms link. But come on, Holly, I'm ready to enter the code. Holly stood up.
I still see Remy's twin daughters when I close my eyes at night, she said. Cece and Dee Dee. I wonder where they are, how they're doing without him, how Charisse is doing without him. And then I try to think of all the other children who jumped around when Sakura told them that their parents were okay. And now Sakura...
Holly, hurry up! Peter boomed.
Sakura is one of too many good people who have died here already, Viola said. But Steve, the way he is now, he's a Boyce, he's a Dante. He's a threat to the innocent, and no more innocent people are dying here. No more, Holly. Whatever it takes.
Holly nodded slowly to psych herself up, too slightly for the motion to perceptibly move her heavy helmet. She stepped outside and joined Peter at the locked door, taking her safety for granted inside Beau's miraculous bubble.
Have you typed in the code? She asked.
I was waiting for you, Peter said.
Holly stepped directly in front of the keypad and entered an emergency access code which was familiar from previous vehicles and structures. 282802.
We're in,
Peter exclaimed as the compound's outer access hatch began to recede.
Viola, Holly said, do you read? Whatever it takes, Holly, she replied affirmatively.
Holly exhaled slowly and deeply.
Whatever it takes.
Chapter 34. While Steve led Nisha to her suit and talked her through his plan for tackling the enemies he believed to have seized control of the buffer and everything else on Terradox, Marcel let the others in on the plan. Both Kim and Sarah nodded meekly. Rather than resent their lack of assistance, Marcel felt a degree of sympathy. Like Steve, in a sense, they were out of their depths in a situation they weren't built for. No one was truly built for anything like this, and Marcel himself had struggled to come up with any workable ideas. But in Chase's effective absence, Nisha had proven herself keen of mind and clear of thought even when all hope seemed lost. Her plan didn't just have a chance of working. It struck Marcel as almost foolproof. The hardest part was done now that Steve believed she was willing to leave, and the second most difficult part would be convincing him to enter the privacy room. Sarah and Kim followed Marcel to get their suits, and their presence was greeted warmly by Steve.
They killed Chase,
he said, absolving himself with a remarkably straight face.
And they're not getting any more of us.
While they and Marcel stepped into their suits with no difficulties, Nisha kept a laudably straight face of her own when she announced that she had to excuse herself to change into the skin-tight undersuit she had to wear for medical reasons, citing a blood condition which could lead to clotting and which Steve believed without any need for elaboration. Having sprinted the very short distance to her room and back, Nisha returned to Steve's side little over a minute later, with both suits on and her helmet in her hands. She also held a towel, which she then handed to an initially confused Steve.
We should cover Chase, she solemnly explained.
That Nisha suggested Steve should be the one to do this removed any potential for skepticism over the motive, and he again nodded in agreement.
Chase wasn't a bad guy. He just made a bad decision,
he said, displaying a genuinely remarkable lack of self-awareness and an undying commitment to this interpretation of preceding events. The others knew that the plan involved a decisive stop-off in the privacy room before anyone reached the control center, and they put their helmets on before setting off in the hope that they would be safely removing them in a matter of moments once Steve was trapped behind the door. No one spoke until the crucial moment arrived,
when Nisha said the all-important words she'd been endlessly thinking about how to phrase most effectively.
Did anyone else's HUD just start showing a breach in their suit? At the back?
As planned, the others vocally expressed their concerns. All of their voices came through each other's helmets via their communications link-up, with several voices talking over each other.
Everyone be quiet, Steve ordered. Nisha, what does it say?
That there's a breach. Can you check it out? It's saying it's right here,
she said, touching a spot on her upper back. Steve took his helmet off to look more closely.
I can't see anything.
Check the inside, Marcel suggested, once again exactly as planned. Nisha removed her own helmet, prompting everyone else to do the same. They all took turns looking for the hole.
I only have my undersuit on, Nisha said. I don't want everyone else to see everything. Steve, could you come in there with me for a second to take a closer look at the inside of my suit?
An announcement filled the air. 6 minutes until emergency evacuation procedure completion, the automated voice boomed. Ensure all personnel are securely within the exit vehicle before procedure completion.
Okay, get inside, he said. We don't have long. And Kim, run and get another suit in case she needs to change into it.
As Kim Lee set off in one direction, Nisha and Steve took a few steps in the other until they reached the privacy room.
Look away, but keep the door open,
Nisha said to Marcel.
We don't want to get locked in here by accident.
Good thinking, Steve said.
Nisha then placed her helmet down on the chair in front of the camera she had spoken to for so many lonely hours over the course of the past 359 days, 358 of which had been decidedly uneventful in comparison to this one.
Right around there,
she said, after nervously stepping out of her suit and handing it to Steve. She pointed to the spot on the inside of the suit where her HUD had supposedly detected a fault. Steve looked closely, and Nisha successfully positioned herself between him and the doorway without arousing any suspicion. She winked at Marcel, who winked right back. So far, it was all going to plan. Chapter 35. It's all going to plan so far, Holly reported to Viola. There was no atmospheric leakage into or out of the service bay, and we're about to open the inner airlock. Bo is asking about the readings on your HUDs, Viola relayed, well into her role as communications intermediary. Peter answered quickly.
Pressure is orange, gravity is green, temperature green, toxicity green. Oxygen concentration is on the border between orange and red. Like he said, our suits and helmets stay on.
Okay. And my dad wants to remind you again that as soon as you go through the airlock, a notice will be played throughout the compound speaker system, and your helmets will link up to it. That's unless Steve killed that with his fire extinguisher too. But if he didn't, everyone will know someone has arrived, and they'll be able to hear everything you say. They won't hear me, obviously, but they will hear everything you say to me. So bear that in mind, especially at first when it's most delicate. Steve has to think you're there to help him, not stop him. I'll do the talking, Holly said. Peter nodded in full approval. Even when looking straight at Holly, his view of her face was anything but clear, given that they were both wearing by far the thickest EVA helmets that Rucentra had ever produced. The rest of their suits were just as bulky as their reinforced visors, allowing little more freedom of movement at any time than previous iterations had with their protective C-suit modifications enabled. Should things come down to a physical confrontation with Steve, which no one hoped for, Holly and Peter's near-impenetrable suits would be akin to medieval armor, protective, but very limiting in terms of flexibility and dexterity. The necessary thickness of their gloves' fingers greatly impeded dexterity, precluding the potentially decisive use of firearms, for one thing, but Holly and Peter had dealt with adversity before, and were ready to do so again.
And we'll be out soon, Vi, Peter reaffirmed.
Counting on it, Viola said. But no more talking, okay? Good luck.
Nisha, facing Marcel while Steve searched for the non-existent flaw on the inside of her suit, subtly held her palm in front of her stomach with 5 fingers outstretched.
It was a little bit higher,
she said, now wearing only a black, full-body undersuit.
Slightly to the left.
4. Are you sure? Steve asked. Maybe the problem was with your HUD finding a false positive? Put this back on and look again. I can't see anything. 3.
Have you tried holding it up to the light? I'm with you, Steve, and I want to get out of here right now. But if I go outside with a hole in my suit, however tiny it is...
2. Marcel took a careful step forward and placed his hand on the door, readying himself for the crucial second when Nisha would spin around and push Steve to the back of the small room, at which point it was Marcel's responsibility to slam the door closed and immediately barricade Steve inside. The next few moments were absolutely pivotal, and Marcel Platt's heart was beating like never before. But as Nisha dropped her middle finger to leave only her index finger outstretched, 1, everything changed. Steve's head shot to the ceiling, reacting to an unwelcome notification tone which emanated from overhead speakers both inside and outside of the privacy room.
Authorized entry via service bay, 2 persons, a gentle robotic voice announced. Airlock resealed. Atmosphere stable.
At this news, Steve moved Nisha out of his way and rushed to the door. His eyes then fell on Marcel's hand, holding the handle and evidently ready to close it. Marcel pulled his hand away, but the damage was done.
So that's how it is?
Steve yelled. He turned back around and grabbed hold of Nisha before she could flee. He placed one of his muscular arms around her chest and told Marcel in no uncertain terms to get out of his way. All 3 faced the direction from which the recent arrivals would soon come into view when they emerged into the corridor. Nisha fought bravely and tirelessly to free herself, but Steve's firm grip made such efforts futile and convinced Marcel that any attempt to assist her would do more harm than good. Nisha's EVA suit was on the floor, leaving her whole body exposed with only a thin, wetsuit-like garment covering her skin. It didn't take an astronaut in training to know that mass moved mass, or that Steve could swing her like a cat or snap her like a twig at any given moment. Steve was evidently holding her as a means of discouraging anyone else from approaching him, and giving him what he wanted was all Marcel could do for now. Marcel took a degree of hope from the fact that 2 colonists had just arrived to deal with the chaotic mess of a situation in which the compound's inhabitants currently found themselves. He knew they would be people chosen specifically for the job of dealing with Steve, with one of them quite possibly being Peter or even Grav. But his primary feelings towards them at that moment were ones of frustration rather than gratitude.
Why couldn't you get here 2 seconds later?
He silently scorned, closing his eyes as he rued the timing.
It was all going to plan.
Chapter 36. When Holly reached the compound's main corridor and her eyes fell upon Steve and Nisha, the unpalatable reality of the situation was immediately apparent. Not only was the group's predicament worse than she feared, it had been worsened by her arrival.
Steve, it's me, Holly,
she called, walking forwards at a steady pace and with her hands up in an effort to show that she meant no harm. Her voice filled the corridor, crystal clear through its many discreet inlet speakers.
We're here to help you get out of here safely.
Although the initial relief on the faces of the other test subjects was palpable, Steve remained unmoved. Standing just outside of the privacy room, he tightened his hold on Nisha.
Take your helmets off,
Steve ordered. Marcel, a habitat management expert, interjected.
No, don't! Steve, the air in here is not what they're used to. The oxygen concentration has been gradually lowered to almost the minimum.
We can't even see their faces,
Steve grunted before turning back to them.
And if you're Holly, where's Grav? He barked,
knowing by the considerably greater height of the so far silent second intruder that it couldn't possibly be Grav.
He would be here. And your suits aren't even right. Who sent you? What do you want?
Peter raised his hands.
Steve, this is Peter Ospanov. Grav is retired, and his body is not fit for traveling through the conditions outside. These new suits are the thickest and most advanced Rucentra has ever produced. We have one with your name on it, and you'll be able to see us from up close. Come and take a look. It's really us.
Steve moved his arm from around Nisha's stomach area, placing it higher up her chest.
It wasn't quite around her neck, but he was making a clear point.
"Do you think I'm stupid?" he hissed. "That's close enough."
Holly put her arm in front of Peter to make sure he heeded Steve's warning.
"Steve, we won't take another step," she said. "Just let go of Nisha and halt the evacuation procedure. Then we'll have as much time as you want for questions and answers, and we'll all get out of here safely. In a few hours, we'll be laughing about this misunderstanding. No one has to get hurt, okay?"
Instinctively, upon hearing the word hurt, Steve turned to glance at Chase's fallen body in the control center. His expression fell. At last, Chase was stirring. Steve unceremoniously dropped Nisha to the ground like a dog abandoning an old stick, then rushed to the control center. This was the strategic high ground, the only place that mattered, and an awakened Chase was an unacceptable threat of far more importance than retaining Nisha as a bargaining chip to ward off unwanted advances. Inside, he wasted no time in delivering a firm kick to Chase's ribs. As Chase doubled over and the others kept back in fear of inviting an even harsher attack on their helpless friend and colleague, Steve picked up a chair from the control center's floor and slammed it into the ground. He grasped one metal leg and repeatedly thrust the chair against the floor with as much impact as he could generate until it was damaged enough for the leg to easily detach. After discarding the rest of the chair, Steve held aloft its severed leg. The edge was jagged and sharp, and for all intents and purposes akin to a spear-like spike. He dragged Chase towards the control deck, menacingly holding the spike over him as he'd done with the fire extinguisher a short while earlier. Satisfied that the others would stay back, he momentarily turned around to press a few buttons and typed a short authorization command. He glanced backwards twice to make sure no one was approaching and that Chase wasn't getting up, and within 10 or 15 seconds his work was done. An automated message filled the air. "Speaker system fully deactivated. No further announcements will be transmitted."
"How long do we have?" Peter asked as quietly as he could.
4 or 5 minutes, Holly said, trying to sound bullish despite the answer in her mind being far gloomier.
Not long enough.
Chapter 37. "He has Chase in the control center and he's disabled the speaker system," Holly breathlessly relayed to Viola. "We won't hear any more countdown warnings or any other system notifications." "None at all?" Viola asked. "None at all," Holly confirmed. "At some point, we're going to have to rush in. The two of us can take him down easily, but with the way the schematics are and where he is, I can't see how we can get in there to stop the evacuation procedure without risking him doing some serious damage to Chase when he sees us moving. He has a weapon, but we're stuck for options." "Don't rush in yet," Viola said. "There's still a little bit of time." Back inside, Marcel stepped directly in front of Holly and gestured frantically while expressively miming the words, "We can't hear you." Marcel's gestures and expressions suggested that he mistakenly believed that Holly and Peter could no longer hear him either, when in reality the compound speaker system had no bearing on their suit's ability to pick up and relay external sounds. More understandably, Marcel also didn't know that the new suits were equipped with the ability to project their wearer's speech. He reacted with suitable surprise when Holly issued the verbal command to engage this feature, then spoke directly to him. "I know, but we can hear you, and we can project our speech." Peter issued the same command.
"It's not too late to make the right decision," he then yelled to Steve, knowing that his voice wouldn't be relayed as audibly as it had been through the speakers, and making a successful effort to make up for this with extra volume.
"Shut up and stay back," Steve snapped in reply. "I'm not buying any of your lies. If you were really Holly and Peter, you would show yourselves. Voice disguisers are children's toys."
"So what's the plan here?" Holly asked, changing tack. "You have to be in the rover before the evacuation process kicks in, or you're just as dead as we are. Staying in there isn't going to save you."
Steve hesitated, confused into silence for the first time.
You...
Stop trying to fuck with my head! Get into the privacy room, all of you, now!"
"He's forgotten about Kim," Marcel said quietly, close enough to Holly and Peter for them to hear. "He sent her to get another suit, and she must be hiding somewhere. If he leaves, even if he does lock us in, she could run in and halt the evacuation procedure.
Holly shook her head.
We can't count on Kim, she whispered, loud enough for her suit to project the words for Marcel's benefit, but not Steve's. If she's hiding, there's no way we can count on her to come out at the right time, or even to know how much it would help if she did.
Despite not agreeing with Marcel's particular reason for optimism, Holly knew that the chance of drawing Steve out of the all-important control center couldn't be missed, not with so little time left. And her own reason for optimism lay in the belief that dragging Chase would give an outwitted Steve far less time to inflict any telling blows with the makeshift pipe-like weapon than was currently the case with Chase lying flat on the floor. Stepping into the privacy room, then rushing at Steve before he locked them inside was the last hope her group had, and the numbers were on their side.
Okay, she said, fully projecting her voice. We'll all go in. Come on, everyone, you heard him. Into the privacy room, now!
Although Peter and Marcel were on Holly's wavelength, Sarah was considerably more reluctant. So reluctant, in fact, that Peter had to marshal her quite forcefully into the claustrophobic privacy room. This was for her own good, well and truly, which made it easy for him to ignore her pleas and complaints.
Close the door, Steve ordered.
This time, Peter was reluctant.
We'll rush him if he tries to lock us in, Holly whispered. If he gets something to barricade the door, that means he's dropped Chase, and that means he has no leverage. His metal chair leg isn't going to do anything to these suits, so we can take him down easily.
Peter had heard enough. Holly's words made sense, so he pulled the door closed.
What's going on in there?
Bo asked, desperate for an update after a full 20 seconds of radio silence.
Are they making any progress?
Eagerly and worriedly gathered around Bo's chair, everyone in the buffer then heard something that sounded like a click. Each of them hoped beyond hope that it wasn't the sound of a door opening or closing.
Viola, are you there?
Bo yelled at even greater volume. But shout as he might, no reply came. And no reply would come, because the rover was empty. Chapter 38. Marcel's spoken hope of Kim returning to disable the evacuation procedure had planted a seed in Viola's mind, and her knowledge that the compound's speaker system was completely offline had sealed it. No announcement would alert Steve of her entry via the service bay, leaving her free to sneak into the control center when he was on the way to his escape rover at the other end of the compound. Bo's bubble was still in place, allowing Viola to comfortably reach the service bay's doorway and enter a code that was imprinted in her mind forever, 282802, before passing through the bay's airlocks in a matter of moments. She stayed utterly silent. Unsure of everyone's relative positioning inside, she didn't want to say anything that risked eliciting some kind of reaction from Holly or Peter which Steve might see or hear. Viola surprised herself by feeling relatively composed despite how much was riding on her success, with just a few minutes remaining until the ordinarily overridable evacuation procedure was set to open the compound's outer airlock and instantly kill everyone inside. She entered the main corridor furtively and stuck to the wall. This composure died a quick death, however, when she fell upon the sight of Steve still approaching the privacy room. Due to Steve having moved significantly slower than she expected courtesy of his decision to drag Chase's substantial weight, a problem exacerbated by Viola herself having moved slightly quicker than she realized, the timing was off by at least 20 seconds. Steve's eyes remained utterly fixed on the privacy room's door, providing at least a ray of hope that he might not see her. But at this point it remained unclear what he was going to use to barricade the door, assuming that this obvious move was indeed his intention. But with Holly and Peter having been waiting to pick their moment, and now standing with their heads in their hands as they watched Viola through the room's large one-way peephole, one thing was only too clear. Not for the first time, a workable plan originating from the privacy room was in grave danger of being derailed by a well-intentioned but unfortunately timed arrival. Viola tried to manage her breathing and inched bravely towards the control center, slowly growing in confidence with every quiet step. It was working, until it didn't. It was all going well, until it wasn't. As Steve neared the door empty-handed, he belatedly turned around to scan the area for a suitable and reliable barricade.
Inevitably, he saw her. Like a deer transfixed by the headlights of an unstoppable truck, Viola Ospinov froze in the dangerous no-man's land between Steve Shepard and the control center. Rage crossed Steve's face. Eyebrows down, nostrils flared, gaze piercing. Still holding Chase, he spun around and took several large steps towards the control center, where he recklessly threw him back inside. Pointing his makeshift spear at Chase's exposed neck, Steve this time drew blood with a light contact which promised something much more final. This time, he didn't just mean business. This time, he was ready to do it. Steve held the spike under his shoulder for a brief moment as he tore off his helmet and recklessly threw it across the corridor. "One more step, and he's fucking done!" he yelled at Viola, keeping the jagged metal implement tight against Chase's neck. His voice and expression made it abundantly clear that Viola truly was one wrong step away from having Chase's blood on her hands and his life on her conscience.
"Steve, it's Viola!"
Holly called, throwing open the privacy room's door in a move that was less of a calculated risk than an act of utter desperation. "Lies!" Steve yelled back from the threshold of the control center. "All lies!"
"Viola, speak!" Holly implored her. "Tell your suit to activate voice projection and speak to him."
"No," Viola said, her shaky voice heard only by Holly and Peter.
"Holly, Peter, get ready. I'm going to hold my breath and take off my helmet so he knows it's really me. So he knows it's really us."
"No!" Peter screamed, heard by everyone.
"Whatever it does, it's going to interrupt his focus," Viola said. "Whether he's shocked or calmed, that's the chance for you to pounce and take him out. He might drop the weapon he's holding. He might move away from Chase. Whatever he does, he opens himself up for you to take care of this. So on one, okay?"
"No!" Peter boomed, even louder than before. "Do not do this!" He moved to take off his own helmet to save Viola from herself, but Marcel grabbed at his arms and prevented him from doing so. "Get the fuck off of me!" Peter snarled, but Marcel held tight. He was no match for Peter's size or strength, but his positioning was awkward enough to delay Peter for a few seconds.
"4?"
Viola said, still heard only by Holly and Peter. Looking rattled by the sudden chaos, Steve clocked what was happening. He didn't drop the spike, but his grasp loosened sufficiently to remove the pressure from Chase's neck. Viola lifted her hands.
3?
And at that, clear that Viola was serious, and with only 3 seconds remaining, Holly ran out of the privacy room in Viola's direction, filled her lungs with air, and removed her helmet. Long before those 3 seconds were up, she was lying motionless on the ground. And despite Viola and Peter's dearest hopes, she was not bluffing. When Holly's face became visible, Steve dropped his spike and rushed to her side. He fell to the ground and frantically put her helmet back on her head.
"Peter, go!" Viola yelled. "I'm fine. Get in there and do it!"
Peter did not have to be told twice. He dashed past Viola and straight towards the control center. "Holly," Steve said, shaking her body, and suddenly distraught to learn that it really had been her all along. He still couldn't hear anything Viola said and was too focused on Holly to know that Peter was well on the way to breaching the control center and assuming full control of the compound. "Holly, please be okay. Please be okay." But then, like a switch was flipped, Steve very suddenly let go of Holly's unresponsive body and turned to Viola. Sorrow disappeared from his expression, rage taking its place once more. Standing between Viola and the control center, where her only possible protection in the form of Peter was currently and frantically trying to halt the evacuation procedure, Steve Shepard inhaled deeply and glanced at his makeshift weapon. He shifted his weight and gazed menacingly at Viola. "Look what you made her do," he growled. "Look what you did to her!" Chapter 39.
"Peter!"
Viola called desperately. "Grab the short pipe thing he dropped," Peter replied, still desperately trying to halt the evacuation procedure and finding the thickness of his suit's fingers to be his greatest obstacle. "Hold on." "It's done!" he then yelled in sudden victory. Peter hadn't wasted any precious time re-enabling the compound speaker system, so no announcements played to confirm his success. Needless to say, however, no such announcements were necessary to send the majority of the compound's current inhabitants into rapturous delight. With one urgent task completed, he immediately turned to run out of the control center and protect Viola from the looming and still irrational Steve. But as he neared the door, Peter tripped over, not by losing his footing or running into an inanimate object, but courtesy of Chase Jackson. Chase, seriously injured but now at least somewhat conscious, clamped onto Peter's leg like a limpet and refused to let go. "Vi, you're on your own," Peter warned her. "Just grab that weapon before he does and take him out!" Steve watched in a momentarily dazed confusion while Chase and Peter wrestled on the floor. He didn't know why Chase was hostile to Peter, but he would take such assistance wherever he could find it. Viola took advantage of this distraction by reaching the jagged, pipe-like weapon first. Steve noticed it in her hand and took 2 tentative steps backwards. Unlike her, his helmet-free head was fully exposed. If the implement in Viola's hand was an equalizer for his huge size advantage, the protective suit covering her whole body tipped the balance decidedly in her favor. Steve's retreat didn't last for long, however, and, as though sensing the hesitation in Viola's grip, he inched forward once again with menace and malice and madness in his eyes. Peter could see all of this, and was aching to get out to eliminate Steve's threat altogether. In his current battle, Chase's eyes were concerning in their own way. There was no visible malice or anything of that nature, but there were telltale signs of a bad concussion. Disoriented and with blurry vision, Chase seemed to either think that he was grabbing hold of Steve, or that the man in the helmet was a second enemy. "Chase! I'm Peter Ospanoff, you idiot! Let me go!" Chase's eyes opened and closed distantly. He licked and bit his lower lip rapidly and incessantly, clearly having no idea what he was really doing. And despite shouting loudly and ensuring that his suit was projecting his voice, Peter couldn't even be sure that Chase could hear him at all. "Why did you come here?" Steve boomed at Viola, catching Peter's attention again. He was now only a few steps away from her, and had just formed his hand into a large fist. Although Viola had faith in her suit's excellent protective abilities, the thick gloves of Steve's own heavy suit gave her reason for concern that he might be able to generate a strong enough blunt impact to both knock her down and knock the equalizing weapon from her hand. In the face of these thoughts, Viola fought to stabilize her shaking arm. All she could think about was Holly being faced with a similar confrontation with a former friend and colleague so many years earlier during her own ill-fated isolation test, when reasoning with the assailant proved futile, and the only way out was unwavering and unflinching self-defense. With that, and nothing else in her mind, Viola raised the weapon and swung, closing her eyes before it made contact. But she did make contact. Brutally decisive contact. And the sound alone was sickening. "Yes!" Peter yelled, not in celebration but rather relief and encouragement. He continued fighting to free himself from Chase, who, unlike Marcel, very much was his physical equal. Peter tried to spread his knees to free them from the grasp of Chase's tree-trunk-like legs which were clasped around them, but Chase was having none of it. However far away his mind might have been, Chase's body was fully operational. It delivered a fruitless bare-knuckle punch toward Peter's rock-hard helmet, then quickly tried for a second without flinching despite what Peter thought must have been a finger-breaking impact. As Chase went for that second punch, Peter saw his chance. Reluctantly, and with no more force than necessary, he delivered a stiff blow to Chase's gut, taking all the care in the world to avoid worsening his concussion. He didn't want to think there would be any lasting brain damage, but Chase was in a bad way, and the last thing he needed was another blow to the head. Free at last, Peter ran to comfort Viola while Nisha and Marcel ran in the opposite direction to help Chase. Viola, sobbing quietly in regret at what she'd had to do to Steve, rested her helmeted head on Peter's shoulder for only a few seconds before standing up straight once again.
"You need to get Holly into the rover and back to the buffer," she said.
Both of their HUDs reported Holly's basic vital signs, all of which appeared stable despite her disconcerting and continued unconsciousness. Neither knew exactly what her problem was, but they did know that the only place she could be helped was in the buffer.
"You too," he replied. "There's no way I'm leaving you here."
Viola looked around the chaotic scene, but the adrenaline pumping through her veins provided a surprising clarity of thought. "I'll drive Holly back," she suggested. "You need to stay here to keep Steve under control and monitor Chase." Peter now glanced towards Chase and saw that Marcel and Nisha were already checking him. Nisha was crying over him in an unusual mixture of relief and concern, while Marcel talked directly into his ear in an effort to both bring him around as quickly as possible and ensure that he was calm when he did regain his bearings.
"Does anyone have a belt or something else I can use to restrain Steve while I carry Holly to the rover?"
Peter called, loudly enough for all to hear. Marcel immediately jumped to his feet and grabbed an emergency kit from underneath the primary control console, quietly asking Nisha to keep talking to Chase in an effort to bring him around, as Marcel himself had been doing for the last few moments. He then carried the emergency kit to Peter, who met him halfway and quickly opened it to find a rope which was ideal for the task.
"Marcel," Peter said when he was finished, "you all know first aid. Could you clean up Steve and check he's okay?"
Again, Marcel did as he was asked. Peter had a similar air of natural authority to Chase, whose polite orders Marcel was used to following. And regardless of what Steve had done over the course of the last few hours, when Marcel looked at him, he still saw a friend, and certainly didn't want him to die a preventable and unnecessary death.
"We'll get everyone back to the buffer as soon as we can," Peter said, picking Holly up.
He felt the strain of the combined weight of her thick suit and muscular frame. Carrying Nisha, Viola, or even Marcel would have been much easier, but he powered through.
"It won't be long, and I'll be back in a few minutes."
"Viola, are you sure you can drive?" Marcel asked. She replied affirmatively, but soon realized that Marcel couldn't hear. Belatedly, she instructed her suit to project her voice and tried again. "I can do it. I have to do it. We have to get her back, and Peter has to stay here." Peter led the way back through the corridor and ultimately the service bay, where Bo's bubble once again did its job of holding the hostile Little Venus atmosphere at bay. Viola stepped into the rover and hovered her finger over the button which would re-establish the dormant communication line to everyone in the buffer. They had no idea what had happened since she left the rover, and she could think of no easy way to explain or describe it. "Is Steve going to die?" she asked Peter, looking forlornly at him as he gently placed Holly in the back.
"You did the right thing," he replied, placing a hand on Viola's shoulder. "Sometimes there is no good thing, Vi, but you did the right one."
Chapter 40. "What the hell happened to your comms?" Bo asked as soon as Viola re-established contact with the buffer. "And what the hell is happening in there?" Several other voices asked the same question at varying volumes and in varyingly panicked tones, with Ramesh Kohli's and Gillian Jackson's being the two Viola heard most clearly. "Peter stopped him, but I have to get Holly back to the buffer," she replied breathlessly. "Bo, get ready to move the bubble, okay?" "Okay." "Where's Nisha?" Ramesh yelled. "And Chase?" Gillian added, speaking for herself and also Christian, who stood alongside Robert Harrington as both men hovered directly over Bo's shoulder to make sure nothing went wrong with the bubble.
"Everybody be quiet!" Grav boomed. "They are trying to concentrate. Junior, do your thing. And Viola, just drive steady. Not slow, but steady. What is the status? Is Holly hurt?"
Bo entered a zen-like state of focus as the trickiest part of the journey commenced, when he had to trace the initial movement of Viola's rover before she settled into a steady pace. All around him was panic and chaos, but his mind was calm and his fingers steady. Viola pulled away suddenly and with unintentional rapidity, almost catching Bo out. The rover continued at full speed. "Make sure a full medical team is there when we arrive," she said, speaking only when she was sure the rover's pace was steady and she was able to let it cruise. "I don't know what's wrong with Holly, but she hasn't moved since she took her helmet off."
"Since she what?"
Robert asked incredulously, speaking for the group. Viola, what happened?
He had a hold of Nisha and was threatening to kill her,
she said, fighting back tears.
There were only a few minutes left, and I didn't think anyone had any chance of getting to the control center to halt the evacuation procedure in time. I couldn't just sit here and listen to everyone die.
Viola, Robert said. Did you go in?
The speaker system was down, and I had a chance to sneak into the control center when Steve went to the rover, she said. I had to try. It would have worked, but he didn't move as quickly as I thought.
In the buffer, Grav held up a hand to ward off questions from anyone else. Go back a few steps, he said, keeping his cool more successfully than anyone else besides Bo. What was the situation when they arrived, and how did it play out?
Steve didn't believe it was really them, just like with the audio message, she explained. He couldn't see their faces, and he wouldn't let anyone close enough to show him, and he thought they could be using voice changers. His head was completely gone. And when Holly and Peter got inside, Chase was already knocked out in the control center. He's concussed or something, really bad, and Steve was using Nisha as a shield until he saw Chase moving and went back to him. Nisha got away, but Steve was holding some kind of jagged pipe against Chase's throat. Grav, I didn't mean for this to happen. I was going to take my helmet off so that he would see me and let Chase go, and then Holly and Peter could have taken him out and rushed into the control center while he was looking at me. But Holly did it before I could. She didn't want me to endanger myself, so she did. And it did distract him. Peter did halt the evacuation procedure and restrain Steve. But Holly still isn't moving. Grav, I don't know if she's going to make it.
Grav didn't have to raise his hand this time. Most of the others, while naturally concerned about Holly, were all breathing deep and instinctive sighs of relief that their own immediate family members were still alive. Can you see her vitals? Grav asked. What exactly is her current status? Viola glanced again at the data in the corner of her visor's HUD.
It all looks fine, but it looked fine as soon as Steve put her helmet back on. I don't know what's wrong with...
Steve put her helmet back on? Grav asked. Viola, it really feels like there are parts of this you are leaving out.
When he saw it was really her, he was shocked. But then he turned to me and it was like his eyes just went again and he was back out of his mind. He was coming at me, Grav. I had to do it. I had to.
Grav didn't ask the obvious question of just what she'd had to do. With Viola in the middle of a delicate and dangerous task of traversing the hostile surface of Little Venus, now was not the time to upset her with prying questions about things that couldn't be undone.
Around 40 more seconds at this speed until I'm going to tell you to slow down, Bo reported. V, I'll tell you when, and I'll need you to do it gradually, okay? The medics are on their way. You're almost home, both of you.
Viola looked back at her motionless friend and was again reminded of two terrible situations Holly had faced in the past, one distant and the other relatively recent. It was now far less difficult than it had previously been for Viola to imagine how Holly felt when she, at around Viola's current age, had been confronted by an irrational and situationally insane former friend who lunged at her with a knife and the intent to kill. The more recent moment when Holly had been forced to kill Remy Bouchard had always haunted Viola given that she witnessed it firsthand, but she now had a new appreciation of how much worse it must have been for Holly. But more than anything, Viola could finally understand why Holly had become so single-mindedly focused on the integrity of Terradox's security. Her absolute priority was ensuring that nothing like either of those situations could ever happen again.
Okay, V, Bo said. Easy does it.
Viola gradually slowed the rover as it approached the buffer. Her ability to communicate with Peter in the compound had ceased several minutes ago when she moved beyond their suit's range, so she couldn't let him know that she had made it. She knew that plans to get everyone else safely back to the buffer as soon as possible would be enacted before long, but her mood was far from celebratory. Holly's vitals were encouragingly steady, at least, but they didn't cover everything, and Viola's guilt over causing her to remove her helmet had no chance of fading even slightly until Holly's eyes were open. Unshakable and unrelenting, there was also guilt brewing inside Viola over what had happened with Steve. However real his threats had been, and however equally necessary her preemptive strike, violence did not come easily to Viola Ospinov, and the feeling of the impact reverberating in her arms would not easily be forgotten. There was no firm reason to think Steve would die from his injuries, but Viola's mind lingered on the possibility. Whatever it takes was easier said than done, as she had just become acutely aware, and thinking of Grav's kill or be killed mantra did equally little to ease her conscience. Viola knew that her history of non-violence was a privileged one made possible only by the strength and selflessness of people like Holly, Peter, and Grav, who had always been there to do the dirty work needed to keep everyone else safe in untroubled comfort. But no such perspectives meant anything when the feelings were so raw. Peter was still in the thick of it, handling things in the compound, while Grav was waiting at the other end of the buffer's entry chamber to lift Holly from the rover in the hope that she would make it. Hope was all Viola had. There was no sense of relief that Steve had been stopped and the others were safe. There was no sense of achievement, and there was no sense of satisfaction. If this was a victory, it sure as hell didn't feel like one. Chapter 41. Grav lifted Holly from the rover as soon as Viola finished driving through the inner airlock and parked inside the storage area where it had all started less than an hour earlier. It felt more like a year, such was the magnitude of the situation. Viola stayed in the driver's seat. "I'm okay," she said, loudly projecting her voice through her still-on helmet but gesturing with her hand for the others to give her some space. Grav carried Holly to the gathered team of emergency responders, and the sound of approaching feet indicated that an army of their better-equipped colleagues would be on the scene imminently. There were no problems with these medics gaining access to the high-security buffer. As intended, all access restrictions to enter a given area were disabled for relevant personnel when an emergency was officially declared. As the medical staff removed Holly's helmet, Grav returned to the rover and encouraged Viola to remove her own. She did. It couldn't stay on forever, and in doing so revealed a face tear-marked by long mascara trails.
"You acted with courage," Grav said.
He placed a gentle hand on Viola's cheek, then tapped her temple twice.
"Brains? Fuck no. But courage? For sure. I am proud of you, Viola, and she will be too."
Viola wiped her eyes.
"One thing I cannot help but wonder is where Peter was when you said you were going to remove your helmet," Grav said. "I would have expected him to—"
"He tried," Viola interjected in her husband's defense. "Marcel stopped him. He was the only person apart from Holly and Peter who was telling me not to do it, and Peter was the only one of us he could reach to stop."
"And Marcel is okay?"
Grav asked, taking care to speak quietly.
"All of the others, they really are okay?"
Viola nodded. "Steve did a real job on Chase. He's concussed and really didn't seem to have any idea of what he was doing. But he was kind of conscious, at least. Nisha and the others weren't really hurt at all. Nisha is shaken up. Steve had her like a rag doll. But physically, they're all okay."
"You saved a lot of lives," Grav said, glancing briefly at Holly and then back to Viola. "Whatever else happens, you did that."
When Grav succeeded in talking Viola out of the rover, the others took turns to express their gratitude for the risks she had taken. Jillian Jackson was the most effusive, repeatedly saying through tears that she could never repay her for saving Chase's life. Christian and Ramesh thanked her equally profusely, albeit with more emotional restraint. Viola threw herself at her father Robert as soon as she saw him, resting her head on his stoical shoulder. "Marcel will be dealing with things in the compound as we speak," he said, trying to reassure her and keep her thoughts away from Holly's condition. He knew Marcel well, being his boss in habitat management, and knew that he really would already be at work preparing everyone to leave and return to the colony without experiencing the kind of shock to the system that Holly had just experienced in the reverse situation. "And Holly is probably just in shock," he said, explicitly addressing this point only as he noticed Viola looking right at her over his shoulder.
"So is that just oxygen they're giving her?" she asked.
"They know what they're doing, whatever it is," Robert replied. The next voice Viola heard was Ramesh's, calling VJ back and telling him to give Viola some space. Viola turned around and saw the boy coming. She crouched to his level and smiled.
"How did you manage to knock down Steve?"
he asked with wide-eyed wonder.
"I thought only Peter would be able to do that."
Viola looked at the boy's face, so pure and innocent, and took care not to say the wrong thing.
"Steve thought that too,"
she said, forcing a wink.
"So you surprised him?"
She nodded.
"I surprised myself."
VJ put his arms around her neck and hugged her as tightly as he could.
"Thanks for saving my sister,"
he said. Before Viola could tell him it was no problem, another voice captured her attention and everyone else's.
"Her eyes are opening!"
the medic called. And at that very moment, Viola's own eyes closed tightly. The slow tears that followed were not tears of joy, but rather of pure and unadulterated relief. When she reopened her eyes, she saw Grav kneeling on the ground next to Holly as a medic gently helped her to raise her hand.
"Hollywood," he said. "You did it."
He raised a thumb towards Bo, who was standing way back near the door, and then looked over to Viola.
"You all did it."
Chapter 42. 48 hours later, Holly's solitary stay in an emergency ward finally came to an end when she was moved into a designated recuperation ward down the hall. Yuri's old badge was pinned to her medical gown, having been given to the medical staff by Viola and passed on to Holly as soon as she woke up. She didn't feel like much of a commander inside an almost empty medical center where she wasn't even allowed access to her wristband, but a welcome surprise greeted her when she entered the recuperation ward. Chase Jackson was already there. Immediately, he pushed himself to his feet, slightly less steady than Holly was on hers, and smiled broadly.
"There she is," he said.
Holly laughed. "Here I am."
"Words will never be enough, Holly. But thanks for what you did in there."
She shrugged it off and sat on the bed next to Chase's. Both were ready to leave the medical center, by their own assessments and their doctors', but their eventual return to the colony apparently had to wait for some final test results coming through clean. For the next several hours, they talked about what had happened and what would happen next, with their conspicuous lack of visitors ironically being due to the access restrictions Holly had instituted just a few days earlier. Somewhat unsurprisingly, Chase was acutely concerned that the isolation test's early end would harm the chances of further training programs being authorized by Rucentra's board. It had been made clear a year earlier that the beginning of the next stage in Holly's plans to initiate a functioning space program were dependent on the test's success. No ifs, ands, or buts. All Holly could promise was that she would argue their case until her voice was hoarse, and that other influential figures like Grav and the Harringtons would do the same.
"And let's not forget how influential your voice is," she said. "When everyone except a few bean counters want us to expand our horizons, I don't think we have too much to worry about. This wasn't written in stone like the pregnancy or antisocial behavior edicts. It was just that the plan I presented was approved on the basis that each stage could only begin once the previous one was complete. If anyone wants to be bureaucratically obstructive, I'll just make a new plan that starts at step 2. Really, that's not anything to worry about."
Holly then filled Chase in on what had been happening outside of Little Venus over the past year, while he filled her in on what had happened inside the compound after she was carried out and driven back to the buffer. He explained that he and the others had remained there for many hours, with Marcel insisting that they should spend some time in the transition chambers to reacclimatize themselves to the regular atmosphere they would encounter when they reached the buffer. This precaution was necessary in order to avoid anything like the kind of shock Holly had experienced when suddenly exposed to the relatively low oxygen atmosphere of the compound, to which Chase and his colleagues had been gradually and safely acclimatized over a period of time. The answer to Holly's question of who drove the rover back to the compound, Viola, both surprised and impressed her. Chase also confirmed that he had indeed been concussed,
but revealed that he was more or less fully lucid before he left the compound and had learned the details of all that had happened while he wasn't. Steve had been profusely apologetic when he came around, Chase said, but Peter steadfastly refused to free him from his restraints.
"And I know exactly what you did to distract him," Chase said. "So when I said thanks, I wasn't just thanking you for coming to save us. I was thanking you for the selflessness of that risk you took."
"Viola's idea," Holly said with a half-chuckle. "I only co-opted it to save her from herself. And I'm not angry at her. But the frustrating thing is that we had it covered. We had a plan to rush at Steve when he tried to barricade the—"
"Let me stop you right there," Chase interrupted with a grin on his face. "That might all be true, but Marcel and Nisha said exactly the same thing. That they had it covered with a plan to lock Steve in the privacy room, right before you guys' arrival derailed it at the worst possible time. The problem was that you and Peter went in blind, just like Viola did a little while later."
Holly was quiet. She thought she had arrived at an inopportune time, given the looks on Marcel and Nisha's faces, but she hadn't previously had the suspicion confirmed.
"But I guess all's well that ends well," Chase said philosophically. "And all things considered, I'd say this ended pretty well. I have a few broken fingers from trying to punch a hole in Peter's helmet, but I'm sure he'll find it in his heart to forgive me for that slight misunderstanding." At last, a doctor entered the room. "Do you have our results?" Chase asked. "Are we good to go?" The doctor shook his head. "Not quite yet, but you do have a visitor. I'll send her in now." Holly and Chase instinctively looked at each other, sharing silent surprise.
"Did Grav give her clearance?" Holly asked, thinking this was the only way Viola, who she assumed the doctor had to be talking about, could have accessed the medical center.
"No," the doctor said. "I don't think he knew she was coming, but she was utterly insistent that I find a way to let her through. In the end, we gave her an off-duty staff member's wristband so she could pass the barriers."
Holly's eyebrows were now raised halfway to the back of her head. She knew that Viola could be convincing, but this was on a whole different level.
"It must be important for her to do something like that," Chase mused.
"It better be," Holly laughed. Facing Chase, she then watched him gasp as he was first to see the figure in the doorway. When Holly turned around, her confusion and mild concern faded immediately and were replaced with a warm serenity. "Fancy seeing you here," she smiled at the frail figure in the doorway, none other than Ekaterina Rusev herself. Chapter 43. "So what brings you here?" Holly asked, more glad than inquisitive.
"Sakura's funeral,"
Rusev replied with more than a hint of sorrow.
"What we know now is that she definitely suffered a massive cardiac arrest, with no obvious external cause. It's an unspeakable tragedy, but she would be proud that your courage prevented that tragedy's knock-on effects from devolving into a full-on disaster. Dimitar was desperate to come for the funeral too, but with everything that's happened with the production studio being closed down and all the other ongoing issues, one of us really did have to stay behind on the station."
Despite appreciating Rusev's kind words, Holly regretted asking why she had ventured to the station. In hindsight, the answer was the most obvious one in the world, and delivering it only looked to have upset Rusev. As much as Holly missed Sakura, and as hard as she would work to ensure that her legacy lived on, she tried to quickly change the subject for Rusev's sake. "Did you announce that you were coming?" Rusev took a seat next to Holly.
"We thought it would be good for morale," she nodded. "And it was. You should have seen the crowd at Central Station when our carrier came in. 3/4 of the colony must have been there. Children, parents, Grav," she chuckled. "You know, he insisted on escorting me on the 10-meter walk to a transport capsule."
"Sounds like him. And what did you think of the capsules?" Holly asked, a hint of pride in her voice.
"Incredible," Rusev said. "Everything is. Incredible and immaculate. I stopped off at Yuri's Memorial Garden, next to the new security center and the old bunker. Just to take in the changes. I haven't been here since Boyce's coup attempt, and it's barely recognizable. The Gardev Heights Tower blocks alone are some of the most impressive architectural structures I've ever seen, without even considering the groundbreaking research that's going on inside them. I haven't been to any of the other research zones yet, but the atmosphere of progress, and of everyone pulling in the same direction, is everywhere. It's just... Well, I understand now that you really do have to see it and feel it in person to understand. You've excelled yourself, Holly.
The ensuing humble silence on Holly's part was broken before long by Chase, when he rose to his feet and moved to shake Rusev's hand.
Chase Jackson, he said. It's an honor to finally meet you in person.
Thank you,
Rusev replied, appearing surprised that Chase was able to walk following the injuries she'd heard about.
I've been very impressed with what I've seen from you. Earlier on, I asked Grav if he thought the isolation test had been worthwhile. He said it was because, and I quote, "It weeded out Steve, and it gave us Chase." And with that sentiment, I agree entirely.
Wow. I don't know what to say, Chase blushed. Thanks.
It is odd, though, Rusev went on. Although we've never met, I've been watching you on Terradox Live every night for almost a full year, so it really does feel like I already know you well.
Chase laughed heartily.
Oh, I don't know about that. From what I've been told about Monica Pierce, we probably can't count on her editing being particularly honest.
Monica, Holly hissed, speaking this name for the first time in a while, having been concerned with more important thoughts.
Is she gone yet?
Her whole team, Rusev nodded.
The whole studio crew? Holly asked.
Yes. From now on, only people you are 100% comfortable with, and only people who are 100% committed to the colony will be here. Their farrier left a few hours before my carrier came in from the station. Steve Shepard was on board too, and Leon Fish.
How is Steve? Chase asked, clearly genuine in his concern. The two had been good friends for a long time, and until a few days ago, Chase had thought they always would be.
He's okay. Well, he will be okay. His jaw was severely shattered when Viola... you know. And I believe it's going to be treated with some kind of corrective plate once he gets back to Earth.
Did you see it? Holly asked Chase. When she swung that pipe?
No. I think that was when I was busy getting in the way by wrestling with Peter, he said, trying to laugh it off as he hid his face and shook his head in embarrassment.
Lee Kim and Sarah Helms left too, Rusev went on. They wanted to leave, and we didn't want to stand in their way. Unfortunately, 2 other colonists are also on the farrier. The Hawthorns.
Holly's back straightened in total surprise. What? Kayla and Vic? Why? We need Kayla. She's one of our very best physicists.
And wasn't Vic one of Peter's deputies? Chase asked, equally surprised and saddened by this news. Those are 2 important positions. Why did they have to leave?
Rusev took a second to think of the most tactful way to say it, then upturned her hands and plumped instead for succinct simplicity.
They got pregnant.
No reply came from either Holly or Chase.
Exactly, Rusev sighed. There's no comeback.
A rueful silence ensued, lingering for at least 20 seconds. There's something I want to ask you, Holly said to Rusev. And I want to ask it while Chase is here.
Go on.
Well, Dimitar told me about something when I was on the station last week, and I spoke to Bo about it when I got here. It was interesting, but I thought it was too far beyond us to be worth giving much thought right now. But the things I saw Bo do with the pop-up microsphere, you know, the bubble he used to protect our rover and enable our short walk to the service bay, well, that was so far beyond where I thought we were right now. It's made me think that, with the right resources and free rein, they might actually be able to make it real one day.
I'm completely lost, Chase admitted.
Rusev, meanwhile, wore an expression of total concentration.
Holly, are you talking about the cosmosphere?
Cosmo what now? Chase asked. I've heard about Bo's microspheres, but cosmosphere? Holly answered Chase while looking at Rusev.
It's a theoretical idea based on fabricating a new romosphere and essentially using it as an enormous, self-propelled, well, mobile planet, I guess.
Whoa, nice, Chase replied. Still looking at Rusev, Holly now aimed a question at her.
When did you find out about this?
At the same time as Dimitar,
Rusev laughed.
The cosmosphere was Yuri's idea. He shared it with both of us in a routine meeting, not long before he passed.
Spaceman came up with it? Holly asked. Dimitar definitely left that part out. Why didn't you ever tell me? And why didn't he?
Yuri didn't want to bother you with it, because you already had so much on your plate. But he made Dimitar promise that nothing like this would ever go ahead without your support. As for why I kept quiet, Rusev said, sighing slowly. Well, I wasn't flat out opposed to the idea, but it didn't exactly strike me as a viable proposition. It wasn't even really a proposition. It was more of a thought experiment.
Chase, evidently, was not so immediately dismissive. I take it you guys know that Nisha has been working on some kind of secret new propulsion method, right? He said. Do you know if they gave her a general problem to solve because they want a specific solution for this? Holly shrugged, honestly rather than evasively.
I only learned about this a few days ago, the night before everything happened. Nisha doesn't know about the idea, I know that much. It's no secret that we're always looking into new developments in propulsion, though. Do you know if she did come up with something while you were all in there?
That theoretical side of things isn't exactly my area of expertise, Chase said with a shrug of his own. But she has definitely been happy with her progress.
There's more than just the technicalities, though, Rusev interjected. Yuri saw the cosmosphere as a potential new world, not just a colony, but a full-blown new society, inspired by Terradox, but more than Terradox. That's how he framed it. But worlds and societies need leadership. Yuri knew that he didn't have long enough to see it come into being, and I know I don't either. Dimitar will never leave the station, and Holly, I knew that you were
happy here, she butted in.
Exactly,
Rusev said, very pensively. I'd be up for it, Chase said. I'm not saying I would be in charge or anything, but I would go. I mean, hot damn, talk about new frontiers. If Nisha has been working on part of this, even without knowing it, she might be up for it too. And if she is, count me in.
Rusev smiled gently. Chase, if this was happening, it wouldn't be soon. This would be the greatest undertaking in the history of mankind, by far.
So how long are we talking? He asked. Rusev shrugged.
5 years? 10 years? It's guesswork, really.
Let's call it 5, Chase optimistically replied. I'd be 100% up for that. The Harringtons might be game too.
Something tells me that wild horses couldn't keep Bo back from joining you, Holly said. But you're not getting Viola. Peter wouldn't want to leave here for anything, and neither would she.
Maybe Grav? Chase suggested. At this, Rusev and Holly roared with laughter.
And maybe instead of using embryonic romotech, you can build the whole thing out of cheese, Holly joked. More chance of that than Grav being involved, that's for sure.
When the laughter died down, Rusev looked around the otherwise empty recuperation ward.
Why are you two still here anyway? She asked. You're not even hooked up to any equipment.
I think we're just waiting on some final test results, Chase said. We were fine last night when they did all of the same tests before they at least let us come in here, so I guess they're just making sure. Rusev pushed herself off the bed, leaning on her stick.
That's it?
She said, rolling her eyes as she stood up.
If all you're doing is waiting for results, let's get you both out of here and wait somewhere else.
Chapter 44. As they left the medical center under the evening sun, Rusev revealed that the one area she wanted to visit more than any other was Christian Jackson's botanical gardens, where she was keen to experience the change of conditions between the microspheres she'd been told so much about. Terradox's zonal divisions were something she was intimately familiar with, of course, but Bo's recently proven ability to fabricate far smaller and more flexible zone-like areas with independently controlled atmospheres had the makings of a genuinely game-changing breakthrough, with further-ranging possibilities than even he realized. Rusev, Holly, and Chase had politely asked the doctors to let the two patients leave early and return to get their results when the final analysis was complete. The doctors seemed happy enough to go along with this, rather than simply overwhelmed by the identity of the individuals asking them to bend the rules. When Holly got her wristband back from the doctors, she no longer felt naked. She immediately used it to grant universal access to both Chase and Rusev, who put her own wristband back on and returned the one she'd been loaned by a generous medic. Outside, Holly called a select group of people to come and join them at Rusev's chosen spot. This group was composed of the Jacksons and the Coleys, the Harringtons and the Ospinovs, and, of course, Grav. With VJ tucked up in bed, Nisha was the only Coley who made it. Chase was likewise the only Jackson, with Christian and Jillian having encouraged him to go without them upon learning that Robert Harrington was busy working, while the Coley parents were at home, and Viola, Peter, and Bo were already on their way to the gardens.
"We'll leave the night for you youngsters," as Christian put it. "At least I know Holly will be there to make sure you don't step on any of my plants."
In truth, he and Jillian were still mentally exhausted from the chaos in Little Venus, and were now readying themselves for Sakura's funeral the next morning. Rusev, excitedly controlling the trio's transport capsule, instructed it to take the long way to the botanical gardens, so she could have another look at the older memorial garden which would host the funeral. Preparations were well underway for what would be a large-scale gathering of mourning colonists, and much had been done in the hours since Rusev passed in the opposite direction. The centerpiece fountain at the heart of the site would be named in Sakura's honor, and a statue had already been commissioned for the main transport capsule pickup spot at the Childhood Development Division. There, everyone hoped, her legacy would be immortalized, and her likeness would remind the colony's children of the risks she had taken to protect the innocent, both in bravely venturing to the uncharted hellscape of Netherdox, and in defiantly resisting David Boyce's attempt to seize control of Terradox itself. Like Peter Ospinov and Dimitar Rusev, despite having participated in those crucial missions, Sakura was somewhat overlooked by virtue of not being one of the often lauded 7 saviors who first discovered Terradox. None of the 3 had ever been in it for the plaudits, but the surviving members of that exclusive 7-person grouping universally considered their contributions equally worthy of recognition. Sakura would be missed, but she would not be forgotten. A voice message came in from Dimitar shortly after the capsule resumed its journey. The message, full of laughter in response to Holly's lighthearted initial call, explained that he was 100% obviously going to tell her at some point that Yuri was the true originator of the Cosmosphere concept. His decision to keep that piece of the story to himself wasn't randomly or questionably motivated, he explained, but was rather based on a desire to have Holly and Bo think it was his idea rather than the idea of someone they so utterly idolized. Their undying respect for Yuri could have clouded their judgment, he said, and Holly couldn't really disagree. The remainder of the journey was quick, following the shortest possible route to the gardens. And when she, Holly, and Chase eventually arrived, everyone greeted Rusev warmly. None of them had seen her before she traveled to the medical center, and none besides Grav had seen her for at least 2 years. Viola was particularly ecstatic to see her. The two had always shared a strong bond, and the feeling was very much mutual. Viola felt equal delight to see Holly walking around with no visible after-effects of her exploits in the compound. The two didn't get much time alone, and knew they would be able to talk about everything the next day, but they used the few relatively private moments they did have to consign recent arguments to where they belonged: the past. Ekaterina Rusev, openly listening in rather than eavesdropping, approved of everything she heard. Viola told Holly that being confronted by Steve and having to act so ruthlessly had given her a new appreciation of what Holly had gone through on similar occasions, when decisive self-defense had become a reluctant necessity, and that she now truly understood Holly's core drive to keep Terradox safe above all else. These thoughts had been in Viola's mind while she desperately sped Bo's rover across the surface of Little Venus in the hope she would get Holly back to the buffer before it was too late for the medics to help her. And it felt good to finally say them out loud. For her part, Holly revealed that she now planned to sit down with the heads of every division at the earliest opportunity with the intention of introducing a new council-like management structure in place of the current CEO model which had been bestowed upon her rather than insisted upon by her. Everything would be up for discussion, including the specifics of the new security restrictions, but Holly stopped short of promising any kind of rollback. The main point was that the absolute centralization of decision-making power on her shoulders was a difficult burden to live with, she said, and her close call in the compound had made her consider the difficulty the colony would have had in moving on from the loss of its singular figurehead if she hadn't been so lucky.
Lessons learned before it's too late are the best lessons of all, Rusev mused as she glanced proudly between Holly and Viola, two women she had watched grow tremendously over recent years, and who she saw respectively as the colony's present and future. The mood was as warm as the evening air as the whole group sauntered around the awe-inspiring botanical gardens, with Holly taking on the role of tour guide in Christian's voluntary absence. Rusev was taken aback by everything, but by nothing more so than the overwhelming warmth that hit her when she crossed the invisible boundary of one of Bo's microspheres and entered Christian's tropical plant nursery for the first time. She had known about this, but just as Holly had found, seeing it up close and in person, or, more accurately, feeling it up close and in person, truly was something else.
"And over there you can see the vineyard," Holly said.
Grav's eyes lit up. "Oh, Chase, let me tell you, the wine your old man makes with those grapes."
"Sells for more than the average yearly salary on Earth," Rusev interjected lightheartedly. "Per bottle."
"Right," Grav said. "So, naturally, I have no idea how it tastes." Everyone laughed, even Rusev.
"I'll pretend I didn't hear that," she replied with a grin.
Rusev's demeanor was as upbeat as Holly had seen in a long time, despite the sad reason for her visit, as a reunion with so many old friends brought warmth to her heart. She also took great pride in seeing how far the colony had come, both pride in Holly's successful management and personal pride that the corporation she had fought so hard to keep alive during the trying years and decades of the past had ultimately been able to step in to purchase a controlling interest in Terradox and rejuvenate the romosphere at a time when many were calling for it to be destroyed. Over the course of the next hour or so, the group naturally splintered along an age-based line as the 5 younger members found a comfortable spot in the warm tropical nursery, having made sure they were well clear of any plants before sitting down.
"Oh, Peter," Nisha said. "I meant to tell you. All Vijay has talked about in the last 2 days is how much he wants to be a security officer like you."
Peter nodded approvingly and wore an expression of faux smugness.
"Makes sense."
"At least he didn't say he wants to be a boxer like Peter," Viola joked. "I did hear about that," Nisha said, turning to Peter. "Thanks for looking out for him."
"He's a good kid,"
Peter shrugged, never one to need thanks for doing the right thing. Several topics came and went as the night wore on, including the mysterious Primosphere-based Nancy project which only Viola seemed to know anything about. She told Nisha that Ramesh had seemed noticeably touchy and evasive about it, but Nisha very honestly insisted that she had no idea what Viola was talking about, or what her father had been working on while she was in the compound. For the first time, Bo then shared a story he had heard through the grapevine in the buffer, which held that Nancy was the code name for an organism which had come into being abiogenetically. He didn't say that he believed the story, but added that the name was apparently a corruption of 9C, which in turn came from the fact that the experiment involving the organism in question was the 3rd variation of a 9th attempted method. This subject really wasn't within an area of expertise or even passing familiarity for anyone present, Bo included, but they were all intrigued by the discussion. Chase, having been uncharacteristically quiet due to a general feeling of mild fuzziness in his post-concussion mind, soon directed the subject to something which all the others apart from Bo were equally unfamiliar with. "So, Bo," he said, like they were the only two people there, "how serious are you about this so-called cosmosphere?" After a few minutes spent explaining the basic concept to the others, and expressing his surprise to learn that the initial spark had come from Yuri Gardev rather than Dimitar Rusev, Bo got around to answering Chase's question, and told him that it was something he hoped to see in the next few years. "Few?" Chase asked, eyebrows raised in excitement. "Rusev said 5 or 10. Bo shrugged.
"Or 20. I said I hope to see it in the next few. A lot depends on the propulsion. And, speaking of that, Nisha, some of the things you were given to work on while you were in the compound have a direct bearing on this, because extrasolar propulsion on this kind of scale is one of our main theoretical stumbling blocks at the moment."
Nisha, having listened with keen interest, surprised both Bo and Chase with a positive reaction.
"You know, I actually think this could be done. Like you're getting at when you say extrasolar, the propulsion really isn't a challenge until we reach a serious distance from the sun. Because we know how efficiently an external Romobot cloak can capture and utilize solar energy. I'll dumb this down slightly, but all we'd need to do is apply some thrust from the Romobots on one side of the sphere, depending on which way we wanted to go."
"But it's a question of power," Bo said. "Isn't it?"
"Well, yeah. But bear in mind that I was working on plans for an insulated reactor. It would be a relatively minor modification of what we already have inside the newest K4 carriers. Almost a combination of that and the small-scale romokinetic propulsion that already moves the colony's transport capsules. The modifications are small but big, if you know what I mean. They sound small, and they wouldn't require much actual work, but getting it right isn't easy. But if it works, it works. The scale isn't actually much of a stumbling block, because a huge sphere has a huge core, obviously, and a huge core can house a huge reactor."
Chase nodded slowly, cautiously optimistic. "So what you're saying is—"
"It's viable," Nisha said. "It's viable that we could have a sphere the same size as Terradox, which could be internally powered regardless of access to solar or stellar energy. Stellar energy would theoretically open new doors in terms of the speeds we could travel at, of course, but—"
"I like how you're saying we," Chase interrupted, grinning widely. "Don't think I didn't notice."
"This would be the scientific endeavor of a lifetime," Nisha replied. "Me, we, whoever. If it happens, I'm on it."
"I'll never understand you kids,"
Viola said with a wry smile. They were only a few years younger than her, of course, but she very much meant the sentiment.
"This place is paradise. Why would you ever want to leave?"
"Some people think Earth is paradise," Chase said. "But we're all here because we wanted more. There's nothing wrong with this place, Viola, don't get me wrong on that. But there's nothing wrong with wanting more." "Well, speaking of Earth and speaking of more," Peter chimed in. "Chase, have you gotten wind yet of the kind of media and entertainment offers you're going to get? You're going to be a hot property, as hot of any of us would be, except maybe Holly or V. You could go down for a year or two and make more money than you'd need in 100 lifetimes." "That's the thing, though," Chase shrugged. "You just said it yourself. I guess maybe I would be hot property, what with how popular the stupid show got while we were in the compound, sure. But Viola and Holly would be even hotter property, and you're not talking about how much money they could make. That's because you know it's not what they're all about, and I'm the same way. I didn't come here to get rich, and I'm not about to leave here to get rich either." Peter nodded, liking Chase more with every passing minute. "I came here to do things no one else has ever done," Chase went on, slowly turning away from Peter to face Bo. "And to go places no one else has ever been. I came here to explore. So, Bo, like Nisha said, if you can build me a cosmosphere, I'm there. Sign me up."
"You guys are crazy,"
Viola laughed.
The heart wants what it wants, Peter reflected. After all, that's how I lucked out with you.
So you want a cosmosphere? Bo asked, looking between Nisha and Chase.
If you think you're up to the job, Chase said.
Gentleman's wager says I am, Bo said, holding out his hand to make it official. Chase shook it firmly and grinned in delight.
I want this. I want this bad, he said. So for once, I hope I lose.
Bo glanced briefly at Viola, who was lovingly rolling her eyes at her brother's endless quest for more, and then looked back to Chase. Don't worry, he winked. You will. At the other side of the sprawling botanical gardens, Holly, Grav, and Rusev ventured into Christian's office after respectively giving him a call to request permission. The three had spent the last hour sharing their favorite Sakura stories, and her famously dry sense of humor and occasionally reckless work ambitions ensured there were more than enough funny tales to go around. She would be greatly missed. Once inside Christian's office, Grav wasted little time in opening his favorite drawer. 4 bottles greeted him.
Oh, Christian,
Rusev laughed. She then held her palm out to refuse a glass, telling Grav that she hadn't touched a drop for over 50 years and didn't think her body would react well to it now. Holly, on the other hand, made no such protestation. Rusev ultimately filled her own glass with iced water from Christian's drinks machine and led a toast as the trio looked outside at the younger generation laughing and chatting under the night sky.
This place is in good hands,
she said, raising her glass.
To Terradox.
To Terradox,
Grav echoed. Holly took another look through the window at Peter and Viola Ospinov, at Chase Jackson and Nisha Coley, and, perhaps most importantly of all, at the irrepressible Bo Harrington. She smiled, widely and proudly. To Terradox. Epilogue. At the end of a pleasant evening, and with Rusev exhausted from a long day spent adjusting to Terradox after her arrival from the Venus station, and an evening spent catching up with usually distant friends, Holly told everyone it was time to head home.
I hate to be a party pooper, she said, but I promised Christian no one would be in here unless I was keeping a close eye. Even you guys.
Everyone was too tired to mind in any case, and most were surprised to learn just how late it was. Holly shared a transport capsule with Rusev, who she had invited to spend the night in her home on the far side of Sunshine Springs, while Grav joined Peter and Viola since their residence was nearer his own. Nearing her destination, Holly's thoughts were interrupted by an incoming message alert on her wristband. It was a recorded voice message from the Health Analytics Office requesting her immediate presence.
Why immediate?
She asked Rusev, who had also heard the message.
Call them and ask,
Rusev suggested. So call them, Holly did. Unfortunately, the staff member on the other end of the line insisted that she was unable to share anything over the communications network. She was, however, able to reassure Holly that the request was unrelated to her own tests from earlier in the day, which only intrigued her more. Despite being so close to their destination, Rusev asked if she could go with Holly to find out what was going on. Holly readily agreed and changed the capsule's course for the Health Analytics Office. At the entrance, a night shift worker greeted them and invited them inside. When she spoke, it was clear that she was the same person from the call a few minutes earlier.
So what's this about?
Come this way, please, the analyst said. Holly and Rusev followed her down the corridor as quickly as Rusev's labored walking would allow. Fortunately, the room they were heading for wasn't far away. The analyst opened the door and walked inside.
The results are on the screen,
she said. Holly took one glance and immediately turned around. She walked back into the corridor and put her head in her hands.
How sure?
Rusev asked. The analyst was insistent.
Unfortunately, 100%.
2 official staff photographs filled the screen, one of Viola, the other of Peter. Rusev reread the words that Holly hadn't even had to see and briefly closed her eyes.
She walked to the doorway and took one final look at the screen. Pregnancy confirmed. Then joined Holly in the corridor.
There has to be a way for them to stay, Holly said.
She said this more in hope than expectation, knowing that Rusev alone didn't set the rules and that no one was bigger than this rule, the colony's most important of all. Not Kayla and Vic Hawthorne, and not even Viola and Peter Ospinov.
There's not,
Rusev sighed, placing a hand on Holly's shoulder.
I suppose all we can do now is hope that Terradox's loss will be the Cosmosphere's gain.
Thank you for listening to Terradox Reborn. Written by Craig A. Falconer. Narrated by Stephen Barnett. Text copyright 2018 by Craig Falconer. Production copyright 2023 by Craig Falconer.